Just because I do have the sponsor, technically it does. And then Burning Sun, you have really big number 2. Burning Sun at their 220 stream streak. 220. Not missing a single stream out of the last 220 streams. I think that's fast approaching. That might even be a full year worth of streams without missing a single one. Because we don't stream every day of the week. There's 2 days a week we don't stream. So someone do the math and all that. If it's not a year, it's getting real close. You have a legit stalker. As long as it stays on Twitch and in this channel. As long as it stays there, we're okay. Anyways, so the plan for today is we're going to be getting into Oxygen Not Included. Oxygen Not Included is an absolutely fantastic game. This is not my first time playing. I played it a bunch. That, you know, when you look at the stream and all that stuff, he also got your stealth stream, yeah. But when you look at Oxygen Not Included, it is about balancing different systems. So you've got like air pressure and temperature and water and, you know, like food and like radiation and all sorts of stuff that you're juggling around. That it very much is a thing where you go, oh, I'm low on air. Let me go ahead and fix my oxygen. But by fixing my oxygen, now I'm at a deficit for water and algae. Oh, well, let me fix my algae, and you get the thing to fix your deficit in algae. Well, now water's really bad. Okay, well, let me fix my water, and now your temperature's going up. Oh, wait, hang on. The temperature's going up. Let me go and do this thing to fix temperature. Oh, well, now I'm at a deficit in power. Okay, well, let me fix my power. Well, now I'm in a deficit in coal. Okay, well, I've got my coal fixed. Well, now I'm back into the situation of having temperature. You get the idea. Everything kind of has an input, output, good and bad. And sometimes you can use the bad for good. Like the byproduct, that's actually ideal. But they're doing this big juggling act between all of these different systems, and something is always slowly going out of whack, and a big part of it is identifying what is off balance, taking corrective action, and seeing that action through before everyone's dying. With that, they have a new DLC that got dropped. I'm trying to... I think, didn't we play Survival last time? You're in Florida, there's no way in heck I'm gonna stalk you in real life. Yeah, it's your problem if you want to stand outside. Again, don't actually show up my home, I will call the cops. So I can't remember, do I have to turn the DLC on? That is pulling up the website for the DLC, that's not what I want. Because you can see I've got it installed. I'm trying to remember with the game... That's what I'm trying to remember, is there was a thing where you turn on the stuff. You think you enable it by creating a new world? Oh, right, so... Okay, so that's like a scenario one. This is like the classic where you have like one giant asteroid. And this is the one where you have multiple planets that you move stuff between. Yes, this one puts more of an emphasis on space travel, this one puts less of an emphasis on space travel. I kind of want to do classic more. Do people have a strong opinion between spaced out and classic? And like I said, the gist of it is, spaced out you get a smaller starting planet, and then you go and, you know, travel to other planets to get the resources you want. Whereas this one you get a larger starting planet, but you still do go to the other ones. Let's see, how are you? You're just starting out in this game for the first time. Any suggestions you can give you? Play at an easier difficulty, and then choose the planet that has the highest surviving rating. You are going to kill a couple of runs figuring it out. That's fine. That's normal. Okay, so we could scramble the DLC. We're gonna leave all that alone. We have storytellers if we wanted those. I don't really care about that. So let's see here. What I'm trying to figure out is what's the DLC stuff. That's the starting asteroid. Where do we change? Where do we change? Oh, game settings? Da 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 da. That's all fine. Oh, right. It's been so long. So yeah, this is the new one, so we're definitely doing the new one. Okay. So from what we're seeing is we're starting on a Ceres asteroid. The world has more geysers and vents than usual. It's got poor amounts of metal, and so it warns us to proceed with caution. We have a nearby asteroid. That is a swampy asteroid, which has a crashed satellite and geodes on it. We've got a tundra asteroid, which has a saltwater sea underneath the surface. A marshy asteroid, which is metal poor. It doesn't really give me that much information around it. It's got lots of slime and mold and algae. We've got the superconductive asteroid. And it says these are all stable and has no traits. So it looks like this one we're going to get abundance of metals. The Mu asteroid, which has unique life forms. We have a water asteroid, which is going to have tons of water and all that. And then a regolith asteroid, which should be interesting. Oh, so it's frequent meteor showers. This is probably for when you get really late game and you start getting really limited on materials. You would go here and somewhat depend on the, depend on all that. Okay, so with that, it does sound like we're going to have more geysers and vents to work with, but, all that. Let's see. The duplicants who build on Ceres' sub-zero temperatures will need to wear or build warming equipment. Abundant natural fuel sources can lead to a well-powered colony. So, my assumption going into this without having seen other people play, because this is supposed to be harder than cold planets used to be, because cold planets used to be your easier planets back in the day. Because most of your machines have the byproduct of heat, so you'd use the heat to counteract the cold yourself. And, what's normally a real big problem ends up being a bonus. Like, late game, it still gets the whole thing, but early game, the cold plant was one of the easier starts. But this one, the cold is supposed to be way more. Cold duplicants are kept awake is a major thing. Alright. So, they give us some starting people, and we can choose what skills to have them. Now, unlike RimWorld, the name of the colony, the automatic name was the Loveliest Dump. I might go with that. So you can choose, like, what you want to focus them. So, it's like RimWorld the way they have positive and negative traits that are randomized, but generally you do want to have a mix of stuff. So, we have this one here, really high construction and excavation. I am absolutely on board with this. Oh, we can we get the... Here, I can start it. Because this game, we can name our dupes. So, if you would like to be part of the colony, we'll get that going on. I'm not going to want... These other two I don't need right away. So I've got a digger excavator. That'll be a good one. I will probably want... It's been a while. So we got a builder excavator. We probably want a farmer early on. I'm going to re-roll that a couple of times, trying to find someone who's got agriculture and something else useful. That's fine. That's probably not helping me to have two people with calorie bonuses. I don't think a cook is a major priority at the beginning. Researcher's definitely one worth considering. What about... Was cleaning an actual skill? No, that's right. Cleaning and supplier were kind of went hand in hand. So you could help out with excavation. Oh, you have... Alright, that's something. Because this person would be able to carry lots. Just literally raw strength is all they are. I'm looking for someone who's a bit more of a balance. That's not terrible. So we'd have athletics, cuisine, and strength. So they could supply, clean, and potentially cook. So there's definitely stuff to be said there. Now, I don't know if I need to name them now or forever hold my peace, or if I can name them later. So we'll go ahead and we're going to name them now. So that's your last warning. If you would like to be one of our 3 dupes that we start with, get your names in the queue. Get them all in there. So the queue we have listed here is we have our first person, who is a mix of a farming person. They can operate machinery. They can run faster than the average dupe. They need to eat a bit more than the average dupe. When they get stressed out, they will binge eat, and if they get super happy, they will cover the screen with stickers. Then we have Turner here, who is good at construction and excavation, so they can build and they can dig. Those are actually really good to have together. And just like the other one, they'll run fast and they need extra calories. Literally, they'll also binge eat, but then as they get overjoyed, they will sparkle streaker, which I don't really know what. They apparently leave a trail of sparkles, whatever that does. And their last one is kind of a more broad character. They can cook, they can carry stuff, and they run a little bit faster. They get more morale bonuses around being in well-decorated areas, and they are extremely horrifically bad at building things. And when they stress, they will ugly cry. And when they're happy, they will make balloon art. It's just a whole thing. Alright, so with that, let me start drawing the names. So the first one, who's going to be Bird over here on the left, that will be... so it'd be Neko Archangel. Welcome to the colony. May your stay not be brief. We've got, for our next one, we got Pretty Pictures. And then for our last one, we have Eonek. Excellent. And honestly, I am going to keep the name The Loveliest Dump, because that is an absolutely excellent name. So let's go ahead and start this off. Apparently loading save files means stop everything. Alert, the ambient temperatures of this planet are inhospitably low. I've detected the ruins of a scientifically advanced settlement buried deep beneath our landing site. If the duplicants can survive the journey into this frosty planet's core, we could use a newfound technology to build a colony like no other. Okay, so first off, the things we've got to deal with. We have oxygen. So we look at our different stuff. We've got oxygen. Light blue, good. Red, bad. You know, real bad. That means it's unbreathable. And then like this deep blue and this purple means not great. So you get the idea. We got like a pocket of carbon dioxide over here. We got some oxygen pockets here and here. And we can only see a little ways around us. There's a fog of war. We also have power. There's nothing to show here yet. We've got temperature. That's expletive cold. We have materials overlay, which looks horrendously bad, but it'll show you like, okay, that's dirt, that's phosphate, that's snow, that's ice. You get the idea. We've got light, which there's benefits and losses to light. We've got plumbing, there's nothing. There's ventilation, we've got nothing. We've got how attractive a space looks. So that green means it's pretty. The red means it's just, I mean, right now it means there's nothing here. But then you also have like actively bad down there. We have germs. Nothing has germs on it, but germs are a thing. We've got farming, so stuff we can grow. Looks like we've got Alveo Vera. So Alveo Vera appears to consume carbon dioxide. What does it give me? Because almost everything has like an in and an out. So it consumes carbon dioxide, and it gives oxalate, which puts out oxygen. Okay. And we can auto-harvest it. And then what are these creatures? Because I don't know any of these new ones. We'll deal with that in a moment. Then there's like furniture. And then you've got radiation, of which we got a little bit of radiation up here from that plant there. But you get the idea. We got all these different systems. So let's inspect what animals we've got around here. So we've got a phlox. They're non-hostile, they graze, and they live on pike apples, whatever those are. And they grow antlers, and we can cut their antlers off for wool, or for wood. Okay, that's a food source. Anything else new here that we just don't know what is? That's just a decorative plant, it doesn't do anything. And then you. Pike apple bushes produce pike apple, a useful yet almost unbearably fragrant food. Oh, good. So it's food that is obnoxiously... It's like a durian. You can eat it, and it might even taste good, but just a whiff of it is off-putting. Alright, so the first things we need to deal with is I do see that we have a wood pile that has 20,000 kilograms of wood going on. So, I'm assuming that is going to be one of our immediate concerns. I'm also noticing we really don't have access to anything. We've got ladder, we've got the outhouse, and we've got the cot. Wait, do we not even have... Oh, it's because I don't have materials yet. Alright. Right, because apparently all these things I can make out of wood is what I'm guessing. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is get some production started. Now, this room has a lot of carbon dioxide sitting near the bottom of it, so if I just punch through there, this area is going to fill up with carbon dioxide, and we actually potentially put ourselves at risk of having a pocket we can't breathe in. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to start by making a tunnel down this way, and the reason I'm doing that, I do not want to make that out of wood. We're going to wait till we get more materials. As a veteran wood burner, that is not 20 tons of wood. That would last for years. Yeah, so we're going to start doing is we're going to start cutting this apart, and we're going to hope we can get some materials that aren't wood to make our ladders out of. This is not promising. Okay. It does look like I'm going to have to make this out of wood, so we're going to make that down there. And the reason I'm doing it like this is I want to make a pocket so that when I punch through this wall, all that carbon dioxide spills down into this room. And now we don't have to worry about it. This is Oni. The dupe would light the whole pile on fire and it would last a day or so. Alright, so now we start getting at that pocket. We can get that going. So enable auto harvest on these. So next thing we need to figure out is how the heck we're not freezing to death. So let's look at what we've got here. Now, some things I am going to need is I am going to need to very early on get ourselves outhouses and places to clean up. So I'm going to start that by going down here and saying, hey, I need you to open up that space for the outhouses. One of the dangers you can get yourself in early oxygen not included is to accidentally just build too much, as it were, which can be really bad for you. The thing I'm not seeing is good sources for heat. Yeah, these plants here supposedly make oxalate. So what I'm doing here is we are going to build a bunch of stuff for that. I don't have any raw materials to make these out of, which is curious. So what I'm gonna need to do is find raw materials that, man, it's just oxalate everywhere. Tear out that. That's all ice all around. I'm gonna have to get down here for that material. I really don't want to use more of this if I don't have to. So I'm gonna do is I am gonna cut across here because that's usable material there. And it does seem like that's gonna be one of the big pain points in this run, is I just don't have much material to work with. So I need you to set that only to be used when it goes right. Okay, so we are starting to get some material. So what can I do for heat? That's the big question. Like, a lot of these make heat as a byproduct, but none of them are a great source of heat. So we'll start out, manual generator, battery, wire. That'll technically give us a little bit of heat. And in the meantime, what am I going to have that use? Because we can use it as a really terrible, really terrible source of heat. And cancel digging on that tile. Once we get to power generation, this should ease up some. Oh, a wood heater. I see. I don't know how well that's gonna work. But we can go over here, we could feed wood in that heater, and that might help out quite a bit. So let's go ahead and bump that up in priority. And see if that wood heater will give us enough space to work with. It's also interesting that I see the wood tile here, but when I go to build stuff out of wood, I don't get the choice of wood tile there. Oh, I can make snow tiles. So I think the answer is to build our place to sleep in the room that isn't cold. So let's start trying to get that going as fast as we can. Alright, so we keep this thing running to try and warm this place up. And again, get the cots in here. We'll want to close this wall off once we get some blocks. I actually have no idea how good, bad, or otherwise the snow blocks are. My assumption is the problem is they'll melt. We could try to close off this room to keep the heat contained in here. And all that, and we'll try and get things going. The big problem we also have right now is I don't have bathrooms because we haven't been building stuff there. Okay, the other thing we need to do is let's look at our schedule, and I'm going to deliberately add multiple schedules, and you're probably wondering why I'm doing this. And my goal for making these multiple schedules is that I don't have everyone trying to sleep and do stuff at the same time. So I want them to kind of be on a cycle. Alright. Yeah, so you see the idea here. Because there's certain things like the bathrooms and all that will get overwhelmed if all your dupes are going on break at the exact same time. So very genuinely, I'm going to go say here, pretty pictures, here, there. So everyone's on their own schedule. So that people going on that. One moment. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, so it's interesting that I can make walls out of snow now and everything. I am glad that it doesn't seem like the cold is just lethal straight by itself. My assumption is if they go to sleep while they're cold, then it is life-threatening. Just based on context. Alright, so now we need to go to research, so as I remember where the heck that's hidden. There we go. Okay. So, we've got all this stuff going on here. Trying to see if there's any obvious new stuff in the early tech. Not really seeing new stuff in the right at the beginning tech. I don't think we're going to be able to grow much for food right at the beginning. So I honestly think one of our big early game concerns is just going to be getting temperature online as fast as possible. Most likely through the gases would probably be my best route. Because for the gases, I get a heat device there. That's second tier tech. That's going to be hard to reach early on. We could definitely get water pumps and that kind of stuff. Medicine's probably not as important. Here we go. Colony development now has the wood heater in it. Let's do that first. And we can go from there. Let's make that 6. Actually, make this 7 to finish those two. And make this 6. Meanwhile, we need to go to priorities. Okay, so you are going to focus on the building and the digging. You'll focus on farming. And you were... Yeah, so you're farming and machinery. And then you were slightly better at cooking. So I'll give you a little bit of the cooking skill. And all of that. So we can leave that alone until people get more progress. So unfortunately, the research isn't going to get done in that fast of a timely manner. We're definitely going to need to fix that. You wonder if water pipes will freeze and break. Yeah, that's already a mechanic in the game that if something gets below freezing in a water pipe, you have problems where the thing will solidify, become denser, and then break the pipe kind of thing. I'm also observing we don't have water of any kind here right now. Now, that's probably going to solve itself over time as these fires, you know, melt the snow, and then I get water everywhere I don't want it. Yes, we're building our outhouse now. No oxygen generation is built. Right now, I've got enough oxalate. Like, there's oxalate everywhere. I'm not very worried about oxygen generation at the moment. That will definitely be a problem. But it certainly feels like we got other priorities. Okay, we got our first achievement. Have at least one bed, toilet, and all that. Cool. And we only care about them using this on their way out. There's no point in having them wash their hands to go into the bathroom. Yeah, we're still getting no raw materials for building that, which makes me curious why we got wood tile here, but I'm not allowed to make wood tile. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah, so with this, you're noticing if we go to our air, this is starting, like, all this carbon dioxide, as it gets free, will go down into this pocket down here, so that our oxygen stays up. Because generally speaking, oxygen's lighter than carbon dioxide, so carbon dioxide goes down, oxygen goes up. But they will expand to fill whatever space. So if I keep making this room bigger and not generate stuff, the air will get thinner over time. Which does have pretty significant negative repercussions. Alright. So what do we have here? Research portal, a functional research decryptor with one transmission relating. Category light source. So my assumption from reading that is if we get up here, I will be given a research. I don't know how mechanically that works, just that that's what it seems to imply. So we will plan to dig up to that space to do some science and figure out what it is. And honestly, we'll just go the whole way up. That looks deeply upsetting, actually. But we will do that. And I'm not going to open that up because I want to limit the airflow up and down, because they will start going up that way. So it does look like the dupes will warm themselves. Ah, they get like a trait, frost resistance and all that. I also wonder if they're cold and they get wet, if that's dangerous. Because that feels like something they would potentially do. Alright. Interestingly enough, that animal there appears to radiate heat. Which is a curious consideration. And both of our restrooms broke because they had snow underneath that got mined out. Alright. So we're making progress with all that. Same thing happened over here. Ah, those can't grow in carbon dioxide. No, actually, no, they need carbon dioxide. That's fine. Okay, we've also got space down here. This just looks like it's going to have basic information, not... nothing. Sucrose. We have sugar. Well, they've officially wet themselves. You have a bathroom, please use it. Well, we do technically have liquid water now. It's not safe for use, but, you know, it technically exists. I can't tell if that's melting and dropping back down into snow, or what's happening here. Like, we definitely need to find a source for a not snow or ice material. Like, and I saw down here, like I said, we've got sugar down here, a sucrose. We've got ice, we've got some iron, we got indigenous rock down here. So there is stuff down here. Are you hostile? What is your information? Let's see, non-hostile. Can be shown for reed fiber. So we get reed fiber from that. Okay. So that can become a source of fabric. I'm going to keep these at a very high priority, so as the toilets get filled, they deal with it. Okay, and the research is going along, so that's fine. We probably do want to skim off the top of that so this carbon dioxide can get by. Yeah, so it looks like we got another biome down there that's got some building materials for me. We've also got another biome over here that's got building materials for me. All of it is expletive cold. We got a Wheezewort that's producing gold. Everything is just blue Dababdee-Dum-Die. Yeah, Neonex's cleaning up after everyone. So the good news is I don't believe the dupes need water directly. Rather, you need waters for stuff like crops and a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, and this room is basically comfortable. No, it's not. Like, right here is basically comfortable. Relative. Thermal tolerance. State change. Yeah, so we have a relative one. Well, that's interesting. So you could ever so slightly inch it to the left. Right. So even though everything's still cold, it's showing me that this is slightly warmer down there. This is significantly warmer, but that's from the reference point of 2 degrees. So yeah. So with the next thing, we need to get our research lined up. So I've got where I can build more of those wood heaters. I'm hesitant to build a bunch of them, just out of fear of the fact that, you know, if we start producing a ton of heat nearby, that's a problem. We could get the higher research, but I believe the higher research requires water. We don't have a good source of water until we get a good source of heat. And we don't have a source of coal, and I'm not sure about a reliable source of wood. Let's go ahead and get the basic farming. I'm going to go ahead and choose the second level. I suspect we will need to have a source of food locked in pretty soon. And my best guess is to, you know, get some type of crop. How was your day off? It was pretty good. I spent most of it helping out with the cozy raid train, which is fine. But with all that, I did end up watching some of the others and what they were doing with their cozy raid train segments. And it gave me ideas for stuff that I would like to get going as well. Let's go ahead and get all this set up. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that all out, which is potentially a problem, but that's fine. We're going to need a pocket for our water once we get to the point of having liquids. Okay, so we've got a water cooler. That's going to do us no good. We've got a crafting station. I don't know what we make at the crafting station, but sure. Here. I want to enable auto harvest on all of these things. I don't know how important a lot of these materials are. And so I'd like to get those early on, because some of that is food, some of that's other, you know, other goodies. We are punching through this space. Definitely want to plant this. Been very busy. Try not to drown yourself, okay? No problem, Nightor. That's kind of one of my fears, is that once we do start getting heat sorted, that it will be one of those things that gets really, really rough. Oh, it's got a range that it covers. Okay. So technically that last bed isn't in range of that heater. I'm going to be okay with that. Part of me is tempted to plunk it down someplace like this and just try and heat up this space in hopes that I can get the heat to start generating to a point that it'll help. I could also plop it down right here to support them there. Because if we can heat up this space, yeah, we'll build, this is going to be a mistake. I'm going to build 2 of those down there. I'm going to get them running. And my hope is that when we build those, I will be able to get it running to the point that we will be able to literally start making some of the snow and all that melt down here. And then by having it near the bottom here, it'll already be ready to start dumping into a pool. Once I start getting this space warm enough for them to just stay in here, it's gonna start getting dangerous. Because all of this snow and ice can start melting, and I don't know. For all I know, we get up to the surface of the planet or whatever, and it's just a straight shot of snow and ice, that if I make the whole inner area too warm, then suddenly stuff's just dumping through. I'm also not seeing any obvious signs of, geysers. Usually you can find them by, there's a, I forget what the material is on the bottom of them, but it's a material that's, like, indestructible and all that. So quite often you can just look for the 4 blocks of that material and be like, ah, there's a geyser. It's fine. Yeah, so the hope here is so we're going to start seeing this air warm up down here. And that's kind of my goal, is I want to keep that warming up and try and start making some of this ice melt and all that. Neutronium or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, this is all snow down here. Yeah, so we are starting to get the temperature around here a bit warmer, because we look up here, we're at like minus 20 or so degrees Fahrenheit. And I want to say, isn't it like minus 30? No, it's like minus 27 Fahrenheit and minus 27 Celsius is the same temperature. Just give yourselves a little bit of scope. We are almost at that point that the negative degrees, the units don't matter, they're the same temperature. But then we go down here to about, we're juggling around 0 Fahrenheit, which is still well below freezing. But it is a considerable step closer. It's like, it's halfway from that negative 27 to not freezing. So it's good progress. It gets real scary when you approach 0K. Yeah, 0 Kelvin. Yeah. And the reason I'm digging all this up, and this is stuff like dirt and other things, minus 40 equals minus 40. Gotcha, so I'm off. But yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it's expletive cold. This is your dying of hypothermia. There's not a question about that. You're dying of hypothermia, and rapidly at these temperatures in reality. This is they advise you to not walk outdoors unless you absolutely have no choice. So I'm going to put 2 containers here for a very deliberate reason. And what these containers we're going to do here is when I go and I set them up, they're only going to be allowed to contain snow and ice. And that's because I'm going to use these heaters to melt snow and ice, because again, we're going to try and make reservoirs down here for our water. Once we hit that point. Because my assumption to make this sustainable is I'm going to have to make a space that is a survivable temperature. Right now, the issue is I have no materials I can build anything of substance out of. I got a little bit of metal, and that's about it. Okay, we've got our first farming stuff. And we got the algae terrariums. I'm pretty sure I have literally 0 algae so far. So that's gonna do us no good. We have planter boxes I can apparently build out of dirt. Wait. This material will add negative 18 Fahrenheit to the overall thing. And it takes a large amount of temperature to heat and cool. So we have no idea what I can and cannot grow yet. So for right now... I'm gonna plunk 3 of those down here. I suspect... Yeah, they're being built out of dirt. I suspect these are going to be useless for us right now because I won't be able to give them water. So meanwhile, I want to put ice here, and I want to put snow here. So this is the clean side. And when this one's done, we'll put the polluted ice and the polluted snow there, and it'll be to the dirty side. We have a compost refinery, which I would need what to build? Raw material. That's the big thing, is I just don't have raw material. So I also want to go here, so let's uproot this one. I'm going to put the crafting bench there. Because I don't know what we can craft. We might be able to craft something like clothes that gives our people more tolerance to cold. I have no idea. We'll figure it out when we get there. So ice, polluted, snow. Oh, there is no... Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So this is the polluted side, this is the clean side. We'll start to eventually get those things put in there. And then we had snowfall down here. So we'll unbury that. We have poked a hole in here, so that's good news. We've got all these set to auto harvest. They'll end up yoinking that. So I definitely am going to need to wrangle these animals early on, because they are a source of wood. So what does it say they need? They need pike apples for their diet. They excrete dirt. So they eat the pike apples, they excrete dirt, and we get wood from them. So we are going to need to make a pen for them. What is their temperature tolerance, by the way? That's going to be an important one. Do you've got like a really good temperature tolerance, or is it pretty crap? Okay, they can only thrive up to 50 degrees. So they definitely like it cold, which is no surprising. We do need a shearing station before they're particularly useful. So we're definitely going to want them. Okay, and with that, unlock research, whoever could do it. All right. And we won't be getting another dupe right away, and the reason we won't be getting another dupe early on is just by the fact that we are new to this planet. So I don't really know, like, what are going to be the things that go out whack first. Okay, so we can put pike apple bushes here, and we can put the Olivio Vera or whatever it is. So I'm going to go against my better judgment and build them on the other side too. So we can like test these at the same time. So on this side, I'm going to put the pike bushes. And this side I'll put the, oh, whatever it is. Okay, so we finished another research. Oh wait, it gave me a research. What research did it give me? Let's see. Eureka! We have decrypted the research portal's final transmission. The new buildings have become available. We already have a wood heater, an ice liquefier, and a wood tile. Okay. So we got an ice liquefier, consumes wood to melt ice into water that can be bottled for transport. Okay. And wood tiles. So I'm going to need that to be on wood tile. I'm going to need you to be on wood tile. And you need to be wood tile. And we're not going to build more than that because it's already going to use a lot of our materials. But you get the idea. So wood production is going to be critical, and it looks like our little fox friends here are going to be my wood production source. So where I mentioned I am absolutely going to need to get that sorted, I'm going to need to get that sorted. It's also very clear that I am going to need the liquefier. I don't know where I want to put that. We'll figure it out in a minute. That is going to be important. I think this might literally just spit out water wherever we put it, so we probably have to put that at the reservoir. Okay, so early on, we don't want to bring in more people yet till we have some kind of idea of what we got. So I'm just going to take the coal, because that means I get a source for electricity that generates a lot of heat. So that potentially could be very useful for us. No seed selection, but I chose a seed. Oh, I have to actually choose plant. I understand. And then we can go here. Alright. So where am I putting the foxes? Because the foxes are going to want it cold. So I do want them to not be in with the main part of the base, because I don't want to be fighting that. We do have cold generation up here, so I'm leaning towards putting the foxes up in this area, which has certain implications and all that. So if I were to make a ranch, we could put a door here, a wood tile there. That would make this an enclosed area. And then we could dig this area out just to make a bit more room for ourselves. We can't quite mine that, that's fine. Wait, I can't? Well, I guess we don't have the hard mining. So the next thing to look at is potentially going here. Because this is the critter stuff. Yeah, this would give me a source of wood. So if we get this, I can potentially start bringing in a renewable source of wood. That we would take these fruit. So what do you need to grow? So you don't need water to grow. That's good news. You need phosphorite from time to time. And otherwise, they just... Yeah, they just need phosphorite. No water, just phosphorite. Okay. And what about you? You need ice for your fertilizer. Okay. Move the cam to the other side. Oh yeah, I can do that. That's no problem. Boop. There we go. Yeah, so put the animals up here. They'll become a renewable source of wood. We'll use that wood for building our floors and all that kind of stuff, because I need to be careful. We're already almost halfway through our wood. Yeah, then we'll start wrangling the foxes to put them up here and get all that going. So that'll be a major ordeal, because we got a lot of those foxes running around here. Hey, Globby, how's it going? Yeah, and it's being like warning you don't have oxygen generation. But for the most part, our oxygen is doing really well. We've got a pocket down here of carbon dioxide, another pocket up here. This just can't get around, neither can that. And this I just didn't make a wide enough range, so the air going up and down through here is very limited. Which I can easily fix that by just mining this path down to the left. I'm not super worried about it. I'm more concerned about once we start getting these temperatures up, that things start melting, we're going to have an absolute disaster. So I can't do the ranching yet. We need the better research for that. So let's grab the better research. And that'll be our next one on the list. And with that, we did get tiles we can grow stuff on. We did get an electric grill we can cook with. We did get mess tables and all that. I'm not going to worry about any of that yet. Yeah. Let's see. Are you sure the snow icing metal with the wood burners? Seems like the liquefier is supposed to do that, so it might be a saving of metal. Right. I'm trying to actually warm up the temperature of this space. So that's going to melt it. For strictly getting water, I do believe the melter is the better choice. Like, that's its very specific purpose, is, you know, make liquid. We can put one up here. The question is, does it just spit out the water out of the spigot? Because that's what I'm guessing, is like literally it just drops the water. No, it said you can bottle it. I'm going to trust it that by saying that you can bottle it bottles it straight out of here. That way they can use it mostly for just washing their hands. I'll also need that for the advanced research we're researching now. I'll need to uproot this as well. Okay. So with some luck, we'll be able to get this so I can actually wash our hands and all that, which will then give us polluted water, and we'll just have to figure out what we're doing with that. It definitely feels like early game the water's going to be hell. Once we get to mid-game and we're able to like start melting all this snow and all that, it's going to change from water to being hell to water being everywhere, like it or not. But I'm going to need to get this wood issue ironed down quickly, because if we look here, again, I'm almost halfway through all of our wood. So we will need to domesticate these animals, and once we domesticate the animals, we can use them as a source of wood. And we're basically going to have to ranch very heavily. Alright. How's our temperature looking, by the way? Yeah, so you'll notice this is starting to turn green around this area. We're starting to get it warmer. Now, that's relative. We switch back to absolute. Everything is still blue for the most part. But yeah, relative, it's okay. Alright. Yeah, so it's going to produce a lot of heat and all that. That's fine. It'll also be interesting because the implications with this is as we go through this run, we're going to have to change the way our base works. Early on, we have to keep our base running under the impression that everything's going to be near frozen at all times. But when we hit the mid to the late game, it's going to be a lot more... It's going to be a lot more like a regular base as we start to warm things up. So what we need to handle the heat is just going to slowly shift from one place to another. If we look at our research, we are working on that. I can't remember if I can hit shift and tell it to go on to the next thing. And that'll just work, or where I have to do that. That's all decorations. No. Okay, we'll just work on that and then we go over. Alright. Because I remember you can queue up stuff in a path. I can't remember if you can queue up stuff in, like, different paths at the same time and all that. And then pretty soon we should start having the first of our dupes should start leveling, so I can get them where they can actually mine through this. We can probably get the other one to start moving into ranching, because apparently that's going to be a big thing for us to do. Is there anything else we wanted to build? We got the heater. Right, we're going to build the crafting station. That was on the to-do list. because we don't know what I'm going to need out of that building. And I'll be putting the researching station to the left here. So let's uproot that as well. So this is just, over here is just kind of becoming our general tech space or whatever. We'll want to make everything into dedicated rooms later. One of the things that you get is there are moods in this game where people's mood get bad enough, they'll start having, breaks like RimWorld and all that. And the way you work around that is you make, like, a dedicated bathroom that, like, it's in an enclosed space, it meets certain criteria, they'll get, like, 1 or 2 mood bonus for having that. You know, if you give them their own bedroom, they'll get a mood bonus for that. You get the idea. The more you make, like, actual rooms that serve functions, the better it does for everyone's moods. Okay, so we now officially have water basins that work. Okay, so what can you make? Data communication is disabled. Data communication is must be enabled in order to use newly unlocked items. Okay. So right now it's implying that I cannot make these things. Most of these seem to be outfits and clothes and stuff like that. Oh. Oh, right. So we could do... Oh, weird. Okay, so I can't do anything with this from the looks of it yet. But we'll get there. But yeah, so next up we will need to make room and we will build the Alright, so let's go to our research. So we do want to build the supercomputer, which will require me to... So we actually have indigenous rock now. Let's be mindful because we have very little supply of that. But we are going to need it. And there's nothing to add for plumbing right now. But we do want to run power to you. And his battery isn't going to be really that sufficient for dealing with all this. So right now I'm going to keep using the wood because the wood is renewable versus an indigenous rock appears to be limited. We have a telescope. That's going to do us no good. We're nowhere near the surface. We have a skill scrubber. That's going to be no good because I'm going nowhere near that. But we are going to want to go out of our way to do the animal research. Because like I said, I'm going to need a renewable source of wood. And that's my renewable source of wood is the floxes. So we need to get them set up as fast as we can. Yeah, they're building it right now. They can work on the regular tech in the meantime. And the big catch is this thing uses water. So we now have a dependency on water. And these batteries also off-put heat, so that's good for us as well. Oh, let's see. Can you move the fox things in normal room? Once I get that technology I'm researching now, if you look at it, you see these things are like a point up, point down. That point down says, hey, release the animals wherever I put it. So I'll put it here, and then we can put them in here, and we can make this however big we have to do to make that happy. And I deliberately am putting it near the Wheezewort, because the Wheezewort makes an area cold. So my intention is to put them by the Wheezewort so that this area should be a bit more resistant to the change of temperature. So while I'm heating this up down here, this will be trying to fight back. Realistically, later I'll have a big problem to deal with that, but that's the nature of oxygen not included, is just always having more needs. I'm really hoping you're close to leveling up so we can get that going. Let's see, I think you'll need to open a path to the plant. Oh yeah, for the Wheezewort, probably. I mean, you will have some of the temperature bleeding through the outside wall and all that, but yeah, no, I'll probably need to thin this out to, like, make that actually help with the space. We'll get there. Yeah, so we need people to level up. So what's interesting is, so we've got all our quests, and some of these have been here forever. Like the Home Sweet Home, that's been here for a long time. The Great Escape, I believe that's been here the whole time. Yeah, that's been here the whole time. The Cosmic Archaeology, I believe, has been here the whole time. Geothermal plant, I don't remember being a thing. This looks new to me. How's Frozen Life? Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. We switched to a relative gauge. I've got a few places that are technically starting to push warmer, but none of it's above freezing yet. And we're burning through our wood real fast. So I'm really hoping we start seeing some skill ups here. Oh, and you can choose to have them style their clothes differently. At least you don't have heating problems? Yeah, no, that's the thing that's going to be an interesting twist on this. You can breathe the air, just don't hog it all. Yeah. Look, man, we share our air. Honestly, oxygen has not been a problem so far this whole run, because these plants produce oxalite, which off-gases to air. So, the oxygen side of things, it's very oxygen included so far. That we have oxalate. Is this easier? Not necessarily. The one thing I am noticing is the big pain point in this one is a lack of building materials. And my big worry is once we reach the point that we're starting to get things warm enough that we don't have to hug a fire to stay, dang near all of this is snow and ice, which means this whole area is more or less going to hollow itself out into a giant pool of water, which is a major concern. So they're probably going to finish the first phase of research here pretty soon, and then I'm going to be stuck where we won't be able to continue research unless they level up. And we'll get that sorted out. Yeah, and, oh, this is a concern. These stop working once we hit above freezing. So once we hit above freezing, that's going to be a problem. Okay. And I suspect as we get deeper into the planet, it'll start getting warmer. So we'll end up doing the thing where we gotta, like, pump the carbon dioxide into a room, fill it up with something like that. I mean, long term, we probably won't use those. Now, granted, I do like that the ones that are wild are basically a source of air that I don't have to feed anything. So if we look at this one, you know, I don't have to fertilize it anyway. It literally just sits here, sucks in carbon dioxide, puts out air. Well, puts out oxalate, which then becomes air. But these ones take phosphorite. But the fact that they can't handle above freezing temperatures means I can have a place that's nice for me or nice for them, but not both. It's also curious that we have very limited dirt, and the research bench is using some of that dirt. And then these are also using the dirt as well, so we'll have to get all that sorted out. How is our food going? So we still have, some. We're growing these plants, but they're not really producing enough. Food is going to be a problem. Yeah, so Enoch is trying to tidy up everything, so that's good news. Because that'll increase the beauty of the area to have fewer mood penalties. I should probably also carve a path through here. Let's avoid the oxalate for now, just to keep oxygen generation up. Don't uproot that. Because this will be more sources of stuff to eat and all that. We can mine this one tile, which will give us access to your side. Basically just giving myself access to more places we can harvest stuff and get materials and all that, keep things moving. Get as much food as we can. So the downside is we are about to finish the first level of research, and I don't have anyone who's ready to level up to do the next level of research. Which is fine, I'll just have to adjust to have them work on something else. That's probably it right there. Yeah, so we look at this, it's done with its first level research. I don't have access to the second one, we don't have anyone who's skilled enough in that. So we'll just have to deal. I'm not too worried about the kiln or the rock crusher yet, because the rock crusher crushes stuff that we'd want. That we're short on. The air production hasn't been a big problem. I could start working on the water stuff. It's not going to do me any good because it's all just going to freeze. The air is worth considering, because then I could potentially start trying to seal off areas to reduce the airflow for insulation purposes. Automation is always a useful thing for later. A lot of these we just depend on our stuff. I think for right now, let's go for the power stuff. I did get a bunch of coal through the teleporter thing, and so there is always the possibility that I could use the coal as just a source of heat. You know, use it to power the stuff, make sure it's useful. But that we use it also because it's going to generate a lot of heat that normally is an obnoxious thing, but right now would be helpful. Okay. And I'm just going to leave that the way it is right now. Alright. Okay, so we do have a geyser down here. And I don't know if it's still a trick you can use to do this, but there was a trick where you could figure out what's underneath it by going red alert. So there's a gold volcano underneath there. So that would release molten gold at 4,700 degrees. That is honestly interesting and horrifying. Because on one hand, that molten gold would give ourselves an access to a refined mineral, or a refined metal, that we could do a lot with. It also gives us a really large source of heat, which in its own right could be useful. But at the same time, once I uncork that thing, there's no recorking it. You know, you've unleashed it. It's out in the world. That is what it is. Let me switch to this view. Okay, so it makes it like a gray. Let's see if we can't find that gray anywhere else. Like, it is one of those things that, like, in the game, you can, like, uncap a volcano for purposes, but once you've done it, it's out. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. You can block off the room as tightly as possible, but eventually it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I think that might be my only one right now. Alright. It's like a can of Pringles. Yeah, once you pop, you just can't stop. It is what it is. I'm hesitant to touch that. Because it isn't like it's a little bit of temperature. Like, don't get me wrong, early on with as cold as everything is, we would get the refined gold, and it would be cold enough to counteract the heat generation. But it'd be one of those things that, like, right here, we'd clear that out, and then a little while later, it'd spread a little bit farther out, and then a little bit farther out, and then it would have a genuine heat problem from up there that starts endangering the whole base. And I am absolutely nowhere near capable of dealing with that problem right now. Okay. So the question is, do I start mining straight down here, seeing what we can see is kind of the goal. We don't know what's all in the area, trying to figure out what directions we want to focus on going. Because, like, I could cut through this area, we've got more ice. I've got a little bit of iron over here, which is exciting. We've got these things, I can't really do a whole lot with them yet. We've got these squash, whatever. Why does it keep glowing green behind you? Keep glowing green behind me. You'll need to be more specific to what I was doing when you say glowing green. Yeah, because I'm tempted to dig down this way. See, your green screen is off? Oh. Alright, I can try to adjust that. Oh, I see a problem. It would appear one of my lights isn't working. Alright. One of my lights isn't working. One moment. It kind of sucks. Tomb got me these lights, and they worked well for a little while, but that's the second one that's already burned out, so that's a bit of a bummer. So I've got to make an adjustment to my stuff, because it's expecting there to be another light there, and there isn't. And that's what's causing the problem. So I might be able to finagle it real fast and see if I can't adjust the chroma key just a little bit. The problem is, you'll notice the more I'm adjusting it to get that to go away, the more pixelated I start to look. That's the give and take of this. And if I push it too far, I'll start turning transparent. Alright. Oh yeah, no, you're no good. Trying to see what I can do to smooth it out a little bit, because I'm looking very pixelated because of it. And like I said, the issue is normally I have an additional light, but it stopped working. Okay, so you finished the bigger battery, that's fine. But I'd rather people let me know, because I didn't even realize that light had died during the stream. Because it was on when I started stream, and it must have died. Oh wait, no, I am super transparent. One moment. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be a whole big thing. One of the other things I could do to potentially help with this, that's not what I need, I don't need to adjust my volume, is I can go to my thing for adjusting my lights, and here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun. There we go. Alright, so that's obnoxiously bright in my face now, but at least the image isn't horrifically awful. Okay, so I'm not a pixely mess anymore, so that's good news. Yeah, no, it's like, don't You don't need to apologize to anyone else. Like, that's like literally we were having green screen problems. I'd rather know about that because you know if you're sitting there going, huh, something's going on with a shimmer. You know there's going to be a half a dozen to a dozen other people going, what is that weird shimmer going on in the background? So I'd rather people say something. Okay, so we've got some people who have skilled up. Okay. Right. So, you... Who is the one we're going to have deal with the, You'll probably be the one helping with research. Unless someone... Does anyone have a passion in research? So we need to get someone who's got a passion with researching. So this is our farming person. Right now I'm going to give them a passion in operating. And we'll give them the improved tinkering helmet. And then meanwhile, we're going to give you the hard digging. And give you the hard digging helmet. So we are going to want to bring on another dupe into our colony sooner rather than later. Because what I'm going to want to do with that extra dupe is I am going to want to have a dedicated researcher. It is kind of a problem that I don't have one yet. Oh, that takes up that whole space. Alright, so we'll have you go over here. You know, mine those 2 tiles up there and the rest will sort itself out. But we'll plan to basically get ourselves another dupe or whatever popping in here. Did you switch your camera to mirrored? So the camera is on the other side. I always have my camera facing towards the middle of the screen. That's a normal thing. So it is one of those things that sometimes it's mirrored or not. Like just the way it ends up appearing. Because otherwise it's like weirdly like I'm looking off the side of the screen or whatever. And that just kind of ends up being weird. Alright, so we've got all that going on. Can't remember there was a... Yeah, I could disable the building for now. I don't think that'll matter, but we'll just turn it off for the moment. Yeah, let's not poke the gold. So if I poke this straight down here, we can make a reservoir for the carbon dioxide down there. You gained a skill point. So I can have you work on grilling and cooking. And then you could also do the supplying and all that. Because I think this character, I've intended you to be our supply person. So I'll have you supplying. That just means that Ianette can carry more. But we do need to bring in someone who's a dedicated researcher. I should have done that. I didn't do that. And we're just stuck with that decision. In the meantime, I am going to go and say put a tile of wood on either side of that. Do I go all the way down there? This is a lot of wood we're about to use. Enable auto harvest. Well, actually, uproot that one. Enable auto harvest on all of you. I'll need to uproot this one. My intent is to poke down here and have a spot for this. Is that light hurting your eyes? No. If it was, I would just get rid of it. Like, that's one of those things that's when you're on camera streaming, you are dealing with bright lights shining in your face the whole time. That is just the nature of how it is. Because without it, stuff like green screens and don't work all that well. Even without the green screen, if I just got rid of the green screen entirely and just kept a different background back there, I still would end up needing some pretty bright lights on my face and all that to keep me from looking all pixelated. So it's just kind of the nature of the beast, as it were. But it is one of those things as a content creator, if you're ever doing stuff, you've got the bright lights and it's giving you a headache, you stop doing that. Because, like, that's going to be worse for your ability to make content than, you know, a working green screen is going to matter. It's also one of those things that you have a lot of people take off their glasses so they don't get the reflection of the lights on their glasses. And that'll also give you eye strain and headaches and all that, so it's a tricky thing. But it's a bunch of stuff that people don't think about with content creation, that there is all of these, like, little whatevers that you gotta deal with. Yeah, so we've got them digging down, then I'm going to try and poke a hole down here. I'm mostly trying to explore the area around me, see if we, like, get over here and be like, oh, there's some type of mineral geyser. Cool, I need a mineral geyser. You know, just something that's not liquid metal hot, because that's horrifying. What else do we want to go? Let's go ahead and plan, because we know we're going to want the bathrooms eventually. We're kind of be a little bit stuck on what we can do until we reach the point of being able to, get that better researcher in. Which I will be able to eventually use the wood burners with these as my source of heat. The trick with glass is to put the camera at a higher angle. Yeah, my problem is my light is behind my camera, which is a normal thing. And you could do stuff like put it way off to the side and all that. I just don't have the space for it. I have one light that's still working over there in the corner. What I'll probably do is after stream today, where we've got the two little side lights that aren't working, unfortunately. They have perfectly good stands. It's such a bummer that they're not working. Granted, they were cheap. So I don't really have that much to complain about. It's just a bummer because, you know, Tomb got them for me as a gift, and I had point out, it's like, these are the ones I would like. So the fact that they didn't last kind of sucks. But I could take the big umbrella light and shove it over there, and it'd be fine. It'd be kind of in the way, but barring getting a lot more space. Or one of the other things I debated is, I've been doing this for a couple years. I could very genuinely go out to, like, the local hardware store or whatever, and then get paint that's the same color as, like, green screen and paint that wall, like, the whole wall behind me. And that would be potentially enough that I could just use the wall. I might have to shift my desk closer to that wall a little bit, so that we don't have, like, the floor and the ceiling and frame and that kind of stuff, because it's not a big space. But that's all stuff to figure out. Because that would also be good if I get into that realm. I can take the time to fix up all my wiring so I can lift and lower my desk. Because this is a sit-stand desk and I haven't stood it up in a long time because just with I've had to add more and more wiring for the lights and cameras and all these things, and not all of their power wires reach. Come on, let's researcher. That's what we need. Neither of you are researchers or particularly helpful for that thing. And that's not going to survive here. Well, the problem is I need a researcher. That's the problem. What does that big bunny-like thing give you? Big bunny-like thing? Oh, the big, like, woolly mammoth thing? It gives you its fur, which is you can use to make materials. So the problem is both of these characters, they don't fix anything. Like, this is a carrying person, that's good. I already have a person who's good at this. I'm gonna take the fungal spore because I believe that can be eaten. I need a researcher is the problem. I need a person who is passionate about research. It's also possible we take one of our dupes and we ad-lib them to do research, even though they're not good at it, which is likely. Yeah, this thing, yeah, it gives me their wool. I could shear their wool for materials for making clothes and a couple other things, like carpeted floors. I might as well punch through here, because that's a bunch more stuff we can harvest as well. So I'll poke a hole through that wall. And poke a hole through this wall. Is that glass? Yep. That's ethanol in there. Liquid ethanol. Yeah, but this should slowly start revealing more and more material down here. And we're just looking for other things we can use. This will make it a giant carbon dioxide pit down here. So eventually these aren't going to work well. I'm not too broken about it anyways right now, because this is my big space. Once we start running into areas where we need more than that. We did get a vending machine, which will usually give you fancy clothes. Yeah, so you can see we revealed a couple more tiles as we went deeper. We've got polluted ice down here. So this area is starting to get towards the mildly positive temperatures.
Thank you, Seresi_the_mage for subscribing for 23 months.
Thank you,
One more
Seresi.
for 2 years. Time sure can fly.
Thank you, Seresi Mage. I really do appreciate it. Tier 1 sub for 23 months now. That's just shy of 2 years. Yep, one more month and you'll have 2 heckin' years, which is a long time. So thank you so much for that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so I really do appreciate it. So thank you again for all that. So we are kind of staying at like a balance on our calories right now. Our wood is slowly going down, which is my big concern. Is I don't have my wood sorted out till we get the research, and if the wood goes away, we die. Because without the wood, I can no longer keep this going. What do you have? Oh, that's a plum squash. Okay. Like we are incredibly dependent on that wood. We got some more wheezewort down there. Looks like we got a cave system over here somewhere. Fully full of carbon dioxide. The other thing you gotta watch is a lot of this oxygen is strictly because, okay, the oxygen is actually starting to thin. I don't think it's thinning as in the rate we're breathing versus, like, air in versus out is getting bad, so much as I'm expanding the area. And so if I have, like, a given amount of gas in an area, and then I make the area bigger without introducing more gas, it spreads out to fill the space, it reduces in density. And we can reach a point that if we look at this will start going from this blue to, like, this blue, which means it's still breathable, it's just very thin and you don't get nearly as much out of the air. So we're going to have to worry about that. So we finished another research, which is for liquid bridges and all that. None of that I can use right now, because even if I were to melt water and put it in the system, it would refreeze in the pipes, damaging the pipes. So it doesn't do me a whole lot of good to do that. I will need to remove that tile so I can cross over there. Yeah, it'll eventually turn red, and red is bad. Fact. It'll turn red, and that's when your people go, I'm suffocating. And you go, oh, that sounds like a you problem, friend. But right now, with these having oxalate everywhere, that's really making it hard for me to gauge my situation. Because it seems like the reality with this map is we don't have any algae to speak of around here. So where normally on a normal tile, I would be using the algae terrarium or the oxygen diffuser, or having polluted dirt, we have none of that. So these 3 oxygen generations, we just don't have. So instead we're leaning on these plants here, and just the fact that there's oxalate everywhere. I imagine it'll be only a matter of time before we'll start hitting limitations with that. I'm also debating punching through the top here and seeing what we got going on in this room, because again, that's more food we got in here, and doing all that. Let's see, you can dig around the oxalate, it'll dissolve normally. You get 50% more. Yeah, no, I'm aware. That's the reason, like, this area here, I poked through, like, the one tile, and I've left this whole vein there, and I've got this vein here, so they could slowly bleed away. There was a bunch of oxalate here that's been depleting on its own. When I pop those 2 holes, this will slowly bleed away. Like, we have definitely chipped through some because it's just in our way, but we've also been going out of our way to try and not dig it through too much. Because there is definitely a balance between, okay, how can I maximize the oxygen I'm getting out of this? Like, this one, I'm going to cut through that one. I'm not going to bother going around. It's just one tile, but you get the idea. Got metal ore here. We'll carve out the boxes so I can reach that food. Got our wheezewort up here. That's our gold volcano that's horrifying, but kind of exciting. I have a feeling we're going to end up using that gold volcano, like, that it will... I have this bad feeling that to get refined metal of any meaningful amount on this map, I'm gonna have to leverage the gold volcano or similar stuff. And we're just gonna have to figure out how to manage that, which part of it sounds like, oh good, the negative byproduct you get of the gold volcano is it's expletive cold, or expletive hot. And we're running into the problem with expletive cold. But having those two things right next to each other with no ability to really balance between them is terrifying. Having something that is a very large input or output of any material or temperature or whatever, and not having an immediate system to alleviate that pressure is something to worry about. Because that is something you can confirm without any question whatsoever will eventually blow up in your face. That it will be a problem that has to be addressed. That's the reason I didn't beeline right for it, even though that would carve out the ice here in no time. Is I fear unleashing something that I have no means of, you know, dealing with. I also don't know, like, for all I know, like, right here might be vacuum, like, just up here. And if this is vacuum and it's just ice straight out to vacuum, then I would literally have difficulty keeping it from just punching a hole into space. Now, granted, one of the weird side effects we could have is if I could wall that out, vent this out to vacuum, temperature would start to manage itself. Like, we could have ways to have it draw that temperature and just dump the material out into space, and, you know, it could take that heat with it. I wouldn't want to do that because that would make it impossible for me to use it without massive reconstruction or whatever, but you get the idea. Yeah, so we are getting a bunch of calories now, so that's good news. We're just basically reaching more plants that we can do stuff with. That's a lot of ethanol. Just for laying there in a pool. And you can hear... This is one way you can find these, is if you hear the sound of it building up pressure. It won't work while it's not there. But even if you're off the map, if you go over where there's a geyser, it will play the sound. But only while it's building pressure. So the time frame it's doing stuff, it's only small windows. There's lots of ways you can locate them. Yeah, so we got lots of stuff going in this container. Our hauling person is trying their best to play catch-up, it's fine. Oh, we don't have an active research because the research requires the higher tech. No, wait, we have a research going. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong bench. My brain was looking at that being like, why is the research disabled? Right, we built the crafting bench and realized I didn't need anything at the crafting bench yet. Gotcha. And if I were to grow the plume squash, I would need ethanol to grow it. Yeah, so you're gonna punch through here. Sweet golden liquid with just a touch of uranium. Cool. Let's see. What are the intact documents? The old yellowing newspaper clipping. It won't be of much use, but it add the item to the database nonetheless. Yeah, and we just have a whole bunch of stuff. Party time for local students. Students at the Elion University of Science and Technology have held the unconventional party this week. While their peers may have been out into the wee hours of the morning wearing lampshades on their heads and drawing eyebrows on sleeping colleagues, students Jackie Stern and Olivia Broussard spent the weekend in their dorm, refreshments and decorations waiting for the arrival of the guests of honor, themselves. the two prospective STEM students who study the theoretical physics with a focus on working in a space-time, conducting an experiment under the assumption that were their theories about the malleability of space-time to ever come to fruition, their future selves could travel back in time to greet them at the party, proving the existence of time travel. They weren't inconsiderate of their future selves' busy schedules, though. Should the guests of honor be unable to attend, they were encouraged to send back a message using the code word hourglass to communicate that. While they certainly wanted to come, they simply were unable. Sadly, no one RSVP'd or arrived at the party, but that did not dishearten Olivia and Jackie. As Olivia put it, it just meant more snacks for us. Fair enough. I actually don't have anything to say. Fair enough. I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, so we got a new entry log. We'll deal with that. So we finished the research to give ourselves bathrooms and showers, and before everyone gets excited and be like, it's time. Let's build proper toilets, because that's normally what you do the moment you get the water systems. All that water would freeze in the pipes, and so we can't actually do that. So with that, let's go ahead and get the next thing of just grabbing ventilation. I'm just grabbing the generic technologies that you're going to need no matter what. We just can't use them yet. To Director Stern, from Redacted. Director, this is sent to your general inbox. Colonel Josephine, whatever, are overjoyed to announce that our first grandchild, Giselle Jacqueline Stern, congratulations to happy parents. Okay. My assumption is that's probably, like, people who actually worked on the staff. You know, like, just recognizing that there's, like, a new kid in the town or whatever. Submit bioscan. Because that's kind of fun things that, like, game devs will do and all that. They'll just have, like, a little nod to, you know, team members going through, like, having a kid or getting their master's degree or whatever. And I think it's really neat that that recognition happens. It also could just be that maybe the names, if you put them together, were, like, a joke name, you know, had silly thing. Colony achievement earned. Recover a database entry by inspecting facility ruins. Cool. Yeah, we got the disc that we can use for who knows what. And that, honestly, I'll just keep the way it is. I mostly wanted this space again so I could try and spot for, like, what geysers and that kind of stuff we got laying around. That's a weird formation. How goes our wood? Not great, but it goes. There is a bit of an Easter egg in there. You'll get more information on later. Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, and they'll sometimes have it like, you know, talking about this scientist who made some major discovery, and then you go, wait a second, isn't that a character from like Fallout? Or isn't that a character from like this? Like, they'll have, you know, what was it? Was it John McCoy? What was Beast's? Henry McCoy. But they'll have, you know, like, you know, some scientist discovers this, like, you know, genetic thing. It'll be Henry McCoy or whatever. How long have you played, Oni? In total hours, I have 330 hours in the game. Let me get that out of the way. It's been a while since I played. But I haven't played a huge amount, but I've definitely played the game enough that I'm familiar. Now, granted, obviously this DLC came out like the day before yesterday, and this is my first time sitting down to play it. So we're learning to deal with different difficulties. Like you'll notice, there's no liquid water anywhere. That's a new difficulty. There's no algae anywhere. That's a difficulty. We actually have some metal. Not a lot. We have some metal. That's manageable. But like just regular old material like granite and all that, we are sorely low on. It's also weird to me still seeing the sucrose, just solid sucrose everywhere. Like this whole place is like the walls are sugar. Yeah, so we got like some indigenous rock over here. Building entombment. Oh, that's fine. We're not actually using that yet. Well, go use the heater. It's right there. I probably need to put one of the heaters up here. Let's go ahead and do that. So they stop complaining. Yeah, so if we do that, that'll be in range. So that'll cover all the beds up there. We'll be able to expand later. I missed why that person was banned. Well, no, like, asking... I'm missing why that person was banned, sorry. Because, like, I was looking, and it looks like the account's been around for a long time. And a person was asking how I got the community started. I'm missing something there. No, I'm gonna actually... Normally, like, I'll back that up. I'm undoing that ban. Please don't ban someone for just asking, like, how'd you get your community started? That's a genuine question people ask. Like, it's one thing when an account is created the same day or something like that. So I do apologize for that one. But yeah, don't... Generally, when it comes to bans, I tend to be a lot more on the side of waiting till a person goes from. I get that, Luxray, but it is also Twitch. It's all good. Nah, you're totally absolutely okay, Pepto. You're fine. Just a little over aggressive on that. But yeah, no, in the future, just, you know, please don't ban people for, like, asking questions if they don't say hello first or whatever. It's absolutely fine. Most people don't say hello first. They'll pop and be like, did you do this in the game? And that's fine. So you're absolutely fine, Pepto. It's no big deal. Like I said, it's different if someone, like, pops it, it's like their account was created that day or they've got, like, an offensive name or whatever. But yeah, no, when it comes to community getting started, generally speaking, when I first started streaming on Twitch, it was for a handful of friends. I had gotten into GTRP and was playing with some friends there. But, with all that, like, you know, we've been playing for a while, and one of them wasn't going to be able to be in the city, which is just, for RP, that means you're not going to be able to play the game. But they weren't going to be able to be, like, on the internet. And so it's like, I've never streamed before, but, like, I could probably stream so you're not missing out. And I did that stream, and I just kept streaming after that. Like, I just enjoyed it, so I kept doing it. And I was playing a little bit of RimWorld and Project Zomboid and that kind of stuff, and what ultimately happened is I had, like, a handful of my friends from the role-playing popping into the stream. So it was, like, 3, 4, 5 friends or whatever. You know, on a really good day, it might be, like, 7 or so. But, what ended up happening was with RimWorld, more people did start showing up. And it wasn't many, but it was like, you know, 2, 3 more people here and there, 2, 3 more people there. I got into, like, the low teens or whatever as, like, regular viewership and all that. So it wasn't like I was going out and doing, like, the social media posts or, you know, cross-platforming, because I had no intention of doing anything with streaming. I was just doing it kind of for fun, kind of for friends or whatever. What ended up happening is I was playing Project Zomboid, and I got raided by not a big creator, but a creator who had a decent following. Because I want to, like, it's a creator who is averaging probably, like, 30 to 50 a night or whatever. So definitely not a small creator, but definitely not a big one. But, they had raided me, and you know, people just really liked my content, how I was doing Project Zomboid and all that. And that ultimately resulted in me becoming known at what was, at the time, a very small community that was Project Zomboid. Like, it's not small anymore, but at that time, it was kind of a niche game that didn't have a particularly large following on the platform for Twitch. Like, there was a lot of interest in the game, but on Twitch itself there wasn't. But I got known there and became, like, a pretty established name in that community. Just, I was streaming it regularly. There wasn't many people doing that at the time. You know, and even though I went from being, like, really bad at the game like everyone starts, I quickly established that I was a very competent player and all that, and doing all sorts of challenge runs and whatever. And around that same time, Build 41 for Project Zomboid got announced, and then as a result, suddenly the Project Zomboid category went from kind of this little niche category that, you know, you'd have a handful of people streaming in a day, to being this very, like, mainstream category for a good long while. And it's still relatively popular. But, you know, viewership blew up at the time, and then at the same time, while Project Zomboid is kind of at its peak, I set the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. And my viewership was, you know, really, really high at that point. Eventually that run did die, and it did die, like, Project Zomboid had already been kind of, like, declining really badly in viewership on the platform. Like, it just hadn't had an update for a long time. And then, like, because I had the record, that still kind of helped out. Unknown material, that's a new one. But like, I had just been kind of right place, right time and all that, more than, like, strategy and everything. But, you know, I massively benefited from that. And you kind of get the idea. It's the Fog of War unknown? Weird. It's weird that that tile, like, those handful of tiles are showing as Fog of War. Like, I think that's a bug. Like, it's not a big, like, game-breaking bug, but it's just kind of an odd thing. Okay, so we have Punch Through up here. Not really seeing more Nutrimine. We got the one spot over here for the gold volcano. But not seeing much up here. Because one of the big things about this is that they're, like, one of the things it mentions that this is a particularly active location for geysers and all that. So that's what I'm looking for, is geysers for source of materials. Yeah, no, you're all good, Luxray. But that was one of the reasons I kind of intervened in that one. Most of the time when, like, mod actions happen, like, I'll back up the mod now, and that would just, you know. I definitely appreciate that we do have to, like, stay on our toes. That, a lot of times, like, stuff that doesn't pass the sniff test, as it were, you go, like, 10-15 minutes later and you end up having to ban them, kind of thing. But this one particularly didn't. Like I said, it didn't seem like anything unusual for me. Like, it's one, if someone hops in and the very first thing they do is they go, hey, I've been streaming this as well, and I'm trying to figure out how to grow or something like that, that one fails the sniff test, where you're like, okay, come on, man, that's not how you go. But just genuinely asking, like, how you get, you know, how you grew your audience, that could just be an honestly just curious viewer, or it could be someone else that streams. It doesn't necessarily need to be nefarious or anything. But no, it happens. It's all good. Oh, I thought I saw Nutrimine. Just trying to go by sound. Sometimes you can hear. Okay. Enable auto harvest on you. Alright, how are our temperatures looking? Because down here, our temperatures should be starting to get a little bit better. We're going to need to change the relative. So on the relative, we're starting to get barely into the yellow, which again, that's based on our center point being 2 Fahrenheit. And same up here. So we're still well below freezing in these areas, but it is starting to very slowly climb into the not thing. Yeah, no, I got that set. I just missed one over here. Like, that one doesn't matter because we can't reach it. That's actually slightly warmer. That might not be a bad idea to go over there either. Okay, so research got finished. We're going to be in trouble soon here because, like I said, I don't have a high enough skill level researcher. In hindsight, I think for future runs, I'm going to go out of my way to make sure I've got a researcher that could do at least the second level right from the beginning. So one other thing we're going to do. Yeah, so we got airflow tiles and all that. We'll want those later, because especially in situations like here where we got this room up here, the air can't go this way. The only way out is to slowly trickle down. And honestly, I should get rid of this tile because we'll have airflow. Oh, I see the problem. We won't get rid of that tile yet, because the issue is then they can't hop here to get up there. That'll be something we deal with later, but we'll get that all sorted. Okay. Yeah, so we're basically just tunneling down here. Eventually this will get to a point where I can't even go up and down either, just because of the space. Oh, you know what's happening? The reason the air keeps stalemating is there's a thing that the oxalate won't off-gas if the air pressure's too high. Like, it'll just stay as oxalate in the meantime. So that was one of the tricks when you're playing the original game, is if you had, like, these big oxalate veins up here, if I was using the stuff to produce a bunch of oxygen so the air pressure got too high, these would just sit here, and you could kind of preserve the oxalate. Not that I was, like, a big strategy to do it or whatever. Yeah, so we've got carbon dioxide. What? A Saturn critter trap. A Saturn critter trap plant is a carnivorous plant that lays wait on unsuspecting critters that happen by. When traps them in its mouth for consumption, the Saturn trap plant's predatory mechanism is reflective of its harsh radioactive habitat it resides in. Once trapped, the deadly maw of the plant, the critters are gently asphyxiated, then digested through powerful acidic enzymes, which coat the inner sides of the trap's leaves. Let's see, critter traps, yada yada. So they release hydrogen as waste, but they eat animals. And they can give you plant meat. What makes me worried, I don't know that my dupes might be, you know, on the menu, as it were. Okay, so that has interesting implications about making a place... Oh man, this is gonna get kind of dark. Making a place where we can breed animals, and then when the population gets too high, release those animals into a critter trap room to produce hydrogen gas. Cool. That's lovely. Alright. Oh good, they finally got that plant removed. So we've got that hallway going over to the vending machine. I'm gonna deliberately not punch through where this Wheezewort is. Come on, researcher. Come on, researcher. Because I don't really need a seed for that. I think we're gonna ultimately need to just give one of my existing colonists, just when we get a level up skill-wise, just give them the research skill and be done with it. Even though that won't make them happy, it's just one of those things. Yes, there's a lot of Wheezeworts down here. Like, a lot of Wheezeworts down there. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but that does mean we got a lot of cold air coming from this area. So I definitely don't want to punch through more of these rooms than we have to, and probably insulate some of these other areas to keep that cold not in our area until we're ready to handle it. But that's fine. Okay, so we can process a bunch of these into food, which is interesting. Yeah, so we've got different biome down here, we've got different biome over here. This appears to be a different cold biome than we're already in. That's a different biome. I'm pretty sure this is the same biome we're dealing with on this side as well. And then we've got this giant biome up here. Yeah, so no new geysers or anything on the north end. I also could be exploring left and right, but that's a bit more of a tricky prospect to do that well. That's it, we are just carving through all this. So one thing I'm going to do is we will punch through this space so we can get access to those plants. And I'm going to punch straight on through to there to get access to those plants and spot stuff over that side. And I'll punch through here. Same deal. See what we can see on that side. So we're basically just trying to spread out a little bit and explore. I'm not going to worry about trying to actually occupy all those spaces. But they are going to be problems that as I make this area bigger. Eventually I'm going to need to put like airlock doors to keep the air I want in a restricted area. Yeah, so we've got lockers over here. So I want to carve through there to that. Yeah, so I've just got a huge amount of space. We're going to be burning this oxalate pretty badly. Just because there's that much area for the air to go now. That's abyssalite. Do we have any Nutrimine? It's not looking like it so far. That's okay. We are expanding, we are exploring. I'm gonna finally find like a really good geyser or whatever. It's just gonna be in the middle of all this stuff, which will be great late game, but terrible early. Let's see. What is that? Water? You didn't hear you said anything what it was before? Oh, this? It's liquid ethanol. So it's a flammable liquid, but it's not water. You can use it for a bunch of other things. It's just not that... nothing like what you'd want it for. We've got chlorine gas all the way over here on the left. And liquid chlorine, which is deeply concerning, because that's some serious cold temperatures going on over there. Yeah, as far as cold as we are over here, this is way colder over there. Negative 72 and 75. So that's a place I gotta be careful about. We poke through there, we could be putting ourselves even more at a temperature deficit. We've got rust down here, so there's a different biome down here, too. That's basically room temperature down. I mean, that's actually on the warm side of room temperature down there. You got Wheezewort all around us. Yeah, so this looks like it's going to be a hot biome down here. Because we've got sand, we've got bleach stone, we've got a bunch of stuff down there. Which I should be able to get a good look at that once we go for these lockers. Yeah, there's not enough carbon dioxide there because we're punching holes. That'll start sorting itself out over time. The Aura Volcano? What the heck is that cat-looking thing? This, it's a phlox. Basically you get wood from them because their antlers are made out of wood. But I can't do that until I've domesticated them because I can't just go up and say, hey, take their antlers. But, the problem is I don't have a high enough researcher to go for the next level of researcher. Oh, they changed that? Well, no, this is the DLC. These are all new creatures. So, like, that's new. These are new. That's new. The carnivorous plants are new. Yeah, so the cold DLC dropped, and so that's what we're looking at right now. A big reason we're not having the carbon dioxide go down here and the oxygen go up is because I made that one wide, so it's just not letting airflow. Which is fine. I'm actually don't want the airflow right now. I guess in the meantime... Alright, we'll just let them keep pushing up. Because we got carnivorous plants. Yes, it is a plant that will eat creatures and emit hydrogen. The catch is, I don't know if your dupes qualify as a creature or not for its purposes. Because it's going to be really hard to manage if they do. Alright, luminant quartz soft light glow makes everything look and feel a little rosier. It's even brighter and beautiful once it's carved. You think it would say dupes? I'm guessing it won't because you can farm them, and I don't see how you'd be able to farm them successfully if they're randomly eating your dupes left and right. But, it is one of those things... It is one of those things that the idea of, like, breeding the phlox in here, and every time the population gets too high, releasing them into a room of carnivorous plants, is certainly something that feels not great. Poke a little hole here so we can harvest those. Yeah, this is mostly just Wheezewort all over the place here. Yeah, now this down here by itself isn't a volcano. If we look at the temperature, it's a whole biome down here that seems to be the area. Because with a volcano, that'd be a lot hotter than 91. So I'm thinking we just have a biome here. That might be a very geologically active one. Which might be what we're looking for. Alright, let's view our database entry. Personal journal, B556, encryption level none. I've been so tired lately. I probably spent the last 3 nights sleeping at my desk. I like giving nutrient. Oh, it's a vending machine. Usually gives like clothes knot. We're technically on schedule, but for some reason the director Stern has been breathing down my neck to get the new products ready for market. Normally, I'd be mad about the added pressure on my work, but something in the director's voice tells me that this is of the essence. You mean assent? I don't know. That's weird wording. I keep finding myself staring at my computer screen, totally unable to remember what I was doing. I try to force myself to type up some notes or analyze my data, but it's like my brain is paralyzed. It can't get anything done. I'll have to stay late to make up for all this time I've wasted staying late. Dr. Broussard told me I looked half dead and sent me home today. I don't think she even has the authority to do that, but I did as I was told. She wasn't messing around, if you know what I mean. I could probably get a head start on my paper from home today anyways. I think I have an idea for a circuit configuration that will improve the battery life of all our technologies by a whole 2.3%. I got home yesterday intending to work on my paper after Broussard sent me home. But the second I walked in the door, I hit the pillow, and I didn't get back up. I slept 12 straight hours. I had no idea I needed that. When I got to the lab in the morning, I looked over my work for the past few weeks and realized it's completely useless. It'll take me hours to correct all the mistakes I made in this past few months. Is this what I was killing myself for? I'm such a rube. I owe Broussard a huge thanks. I'll start keeping more regular hours from now on. Also, I consider maybe getting a dog. Cool. So we got a tutorial. Yeah, so it's warning me that there's radiation nearby. And all that. That's fine. We got our sick bay and all that. And we've already read the log. Okay. So the next science we're gonna get. We'll just go ahead and get the automation stuff next. So we did run over there farther, so we should have revealed more in this area. Okay, so we've got the beta hives. And these are interesting because they produce radiation and all that, but it converts uranium ore into enriched uranium. We have tranquil toes. I actually have no idea what this is. This is new to me. Tranquil toes are decorative, succulent. Okay, so it's a decorative plant. But yeah, so I'm curious about this, because that reproduces quickly. I'm wondering if it is going to be a thing that we keep getting the bees and they keep getting into these, so that we have a source of hydrogen. That would be an interesting way to have like an infinite hydrogen thing, is just to have an enclosed area. And that these would eat that, spit out hydrogen. You get the idea. We've got the rust down here. How are the temperatures, by the way? Still cold. There's a geyser down here somewhere. I can hear it building up its pressure. Someone had an alert, and I don't know who or why. It may have been someone getting down here and starting to suffocate or something. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there's definitely a geyser somewhere in this area. I can hear it building up its pressure, because they build up pressure for a couple of in-game hours, and then once they do that, they'll emit whatever it is they emit. You know, whether it's like an air one, like natural gas or polluted air or whatever, or like it'll spit out, you know, boiling, scalding hot water, or we have liquid gold up here. Yeah, if I have a way I can contain the liquid gold, so that we can use that as a natural heat thing, dump the cold into it, dump the heat out. Definitely seems like the good thing to use that. It's so weird having oxygen be like a non-issue for the colony at like such a large degree because of all these plants everywhere. Eventually, we're definitely going to outrun it. We're probably already outrunning it, but there's just such an abundance now, it's not impacting us. Not until all these oxalate veins start to wind down. Which I kind of like, because that's always a pain thing that you run into with oxygen not included to begin with. Is you'll make your initial base, and you'll have like your carbon dioxide pit where you go and you process all our oxygen and all that. Well, a lot of your oxygen. And then as your base grows and you suddenly have like all these way down here areas, and the carbon dioxide gets around, so you go, okay, do I tear down my entire oxygen processing and move it? Like, what do I do? Do I augment it by having it all over the place? And you end up getting into these weird situations with all that. We are starting to get iron now, which is another proper metal. So that's good news. You cut it all to the right? Not really. You know, it could be making a lot more progress if we had more people, but like I said, we don't have renewable food yet. The closest I've got is a couple of bushes here. But I don't think that's that good of an option. What is your temperature range you can handle? Honestly, those are getting pretty close to the point that they're going to start overheating soon. Because they require the air to be only 7 degrees Fahrenheit or less. That's kind of the real concern, is my people need it to be way hotter to be comfortable and all that. But everything here requires it to be extremely cold. I'm honestly curious if we can even keep liquid water. Like the more I think about it, keeping liquid water in its own is going to be a difficulty. I'm gonna need to make like an enclosed space to keep things at a normal temperature where liquid water is, you know, okay and all that. And otherwise, we're just gonna be in trouble with all that. Okay, so we got ceiling lights and all that. Not too worried about that quite yet. I mean, it's growth halted because it keeps getting oxygen rich in here. Those plants everywhere are just processing the oxygen. Yes, there's going to be food and water. There'll be the short-term concerns. That's what I'm going to have to deal with. Which part of the reason I'm punching holes into every one of these rooms I can to try and get access to all the plants I can harvest. Because that seems to be a bigger issue than I'm used to it being. Because normally what happens in my colonies, they don't run into much food problems. It's the temperature starts to get out of whack, which then causes my plants to not grow, which then causes the food problem. I'm also getting really worried about the wood issue here. I need someone to be able to level up for research. Like, we've been putting it off because I don't want... Like, your characters have passions to them when you level them up. And so I usually like to preference those passions because they get mood bonuses and all that for it. And I'm worried a bit more that we are going to hit a point that, you know, suddenly I've got this big issue with all that. Do you not emit carbon dioxide? Okay, you do. Okay, so Nutrimine actually stands... Okay, we got another... Okay, we got another area up here. Let's figure out what we've got hiding down here. The yellow alert is a natural gas geyser. Okay. So the neutral temperature of the Nutrimine is actually warm enough? Ooh. That's an interesting one. So we got a really warm area down here to the right. We got another Nutrimine area down here. And you are... a water geyser. So that's got interesting implications. Let's go back to that view. It's interesting that the Wheezewort themselves are warmer than the environment around them. Okay, so we've got gold, we've got natural gas, and then we've got water. And if there's something in here, it'd be very easy for it to be hidden based on the temperature. And that's... So again, this is based on relative. We turn that to our normal temperatures. This is actually considered like below freezing. It's nice and cold. But then again, when we compare it to the rest of the area, it's just plain hot. And that's the same thing here. This is actually a little bit on the warm side for what people actually would like. Like, we look at that, it's just a bit warm. But with the scaling shifted, it's a whole mess. So natural gas, if I recall, usually comes out fairly cold in this game. So that's got some. Now, was it cold or warm? Actually, I think it might be warm. The gold is absurdly hot. That I remember. The gold is straight up awful hot. It's like 4,000 something degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas I want to say the natural gas was like just a bit on the warm side. If you call it oh well, 150C is very hot. Never mind. Yeah, versus like I said, the gold is absurdly hot. Okay, so those are both hot up there. The water down here, I have no idea the temperature. You can have some that's like a little bit chilly on the water, and you can have some that's pretty hot. Okay, 95C, yeah, it's plenty hot. Okay, so all of those are going to be sources of heat and renewable sources of heat, which is an interesting consideration because once I poke those open, I've got a heat source, and while I do have a bunch of Wheezewort to somewhat counteract the effect, the reality is the Wheezewort really don't do a lot individually. But with as many of these as we are seeing around, I could potentially see some system to deal with that. Alright, we'll grab the next research. Yeah, so we did get some automation. I don't have any of the materials to make that yet. We're just waiting for someone to level up again, or to get a new person who could join the colony, just to start trying to get that research going. That research is absolutely killing us. Okay, so we have poked through to this area. Which hasn't revealed anything new yet. You'll need to get that tile, or you're going to get stuck here. Yeah, they're poking up into the left a little bit here and there. That's the reason they keep going around and looking for this. Yeah, so I'm wondering if we're getting close to the bottom of the planet, like down here will be our molten layer and all that, for how much the temperature builds up down here. And I could see using that to my advantage. We could do quite a bit of work to equalize the temperature. If this is still at an acceptable temperature like here, where this is like 90 degrees, that's not that hot. As long as we don't have something generating heat here, I could see just like literally punching through and letting that start heating this up. All the water dumps down into it, and then we starting to balance the temperature down there. And it'll be like the heat for the geyser management will be a big thing. But that would give us potentially reliable liquid water. Because even if we split the difference where, you know, we're dealing with like -20 and 30 and all that up here, and that, where even if it settles at like 50 degrees or somewhere in that ballpark Fahrenheit, that means we have liquid water and we can work with all that. The people will still be fairly chilly, but we could do all that down here. And then what we need to do is for like all these animals and all that, we would need to make pockets of cold and all that, which shouldn't be a problem to keep a contained space cold. The big thing is my big bottleneck right now has nothing even to do with the challenge of this map. It's literally the people I chose. I didn't get researcher, and I remember that being a problem in runs past where if you delay grabbing research, you pay for it. Like ideally you want all the levels of research, but at least that first level is just too important. We're also going to get down to the point here where, because the air doesn't move around that fast, it's going to cause problems. So you're getting hungry. We still have more than enough food laying around. We'll also want to start cooking that food to make it not as terrible. Okay. And at some point we're also going to want to start cooking food, because usually you can get more of a mood bonus and more calories if you do so. Why is no one toileting? Keep those toilets running, friends. All right. Yeah, one at a time, tile at a time. Yeah, so it does look like we've got lots of Wheezewort up here. If I move a Wheezewort, I have to keep it fed with phosphorus or phosphorite. Versus if they are grown naturally, they work way less efficiently, but at least they just do so. Okay. Choose a blueprint. Come on, researcher. Piloting, creativity. Well, the piloting's not going to do us anything anytime soon. This is okay. So I've got a cook. I've already got someone who can run around and dig and go with all that. And Sentient Cookie had our 220 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catching the last 220 streams without missing a single one, which is ridiculous. So I really do appreciate that support. So the rocketry is good later. We're nowhere near ready to take advantage of a rocketry person. So that said, though, I believe the rocketry ends up needing research, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to remember. Okay. So you'd be someone who can decorate. And you can cook right now. I'm gonna grab the pilot. Okay, so who gets to be the pilot? That'll be Frostfire. And even though I can't use the pilot for anything yet, I'm hoping they'll have a skill point for me and I'll be able to shove a science skill point in you right now. Perfect. Yeah, because you have the rock. That's exactly what I thought, is there's a research requirement for piloting. So, boom, do this, advanced, and you are now my dedicated researcher. We're going to go to your schedule, and congratulations, you get yet another new schedule, because everyone is on their own schedule until we go round the clock. All right. Yeah, and that'll be the last schedule. So everyone has their own schedule, and now what we'll do is we'll end up duplicating people. So there's Frostfire. Cool, cool. And with that, we will go to your priorities, and you rocketry, and where's researching? And you research. That's what you do here. Anything else you want to help out with, that's fine. But that's your main thing. Okay, and with that, it's time to pivot our research so we can get these animals underway, because I'm absolutely terrified if I do not get the animals sorted soon. We'll end up running out of wood, and the moment this wood runs out, these fires go out, and then people start dying. That's my assumption. My assumption, if they get the debuff where they're like frigid cold, and they try and sleep, they'll start losing health. That's what I suspect happens. I can't confirm that yet, but, you know, it would make sense. Maybe one of the ways they can make, you know, the snow dangerous or whatever. Okay. Plus, it let me get all these random animals running all over the place and start giving them places to live. Yeah, so my intention is to make this room here into the room for the Phloxes. Like, it'll need to get bigger than it is. But this'll be the Phloxes room. Let's broaden it. Let's make it that big. If you remember correctly, animals have another problem. Is the animal handling skill tier 2? Yeah, luckily the agriculture person should be able to do that. But at least I can get the research going for that part. Because if I remember correctly, with the people, we have one person who's got agriculture 1. They're probably getting right at level 2. And then I can make them, I think it was like Rancher is the actual skill name. It's something along those lines, like Rancher, Animal Handling, doesn't matter. But the point is, yes, I believe I do need to have a point in that to do anything. I wish I could see where we keep having some alert pop here for just a second. I'm assuming it's not enough air because this is filling up with carbon dioxide, as you can see. And that whoever's going down here is just going into a pit of I can't breathe. And all that's going to be too hot down there to spot. Yeah, so if we punch straight through this, honestly, I think that'll be good for us. Because again, normal temperatures, it's very cold down there. But for our purposes, that's roasty toasty by comparison. So I do think we are going to set the ladder to just go straight on down right into this. That's weird to pause that. Straight into that space. We do have a biobot builder. My duplicants have discovered a laboratory full of dusty machinery and the vestiges of another colony's experiments, perhaps. It is unclear whether the apparatus was intended for biologic experimentation, advanced mechatronics, or both. Used zombie spores and steel to craft biofueled machinery sent to the hostile environments. You missed an error on that pause message. It switched to graphite. It did. It did. So that's still wood. Did we hit that point where we were running out of wood? Oh no. Are we that low on wood? It still says 31,000 kilograms. We're getting too low on wood. I'm going to go here and say, yeah, just forget about all that for right now. And just forget about all of this right now. Do I want to keep carving down? It's fine. Because if I run out of wood, we basically die. So we still have like 3,000 or whatever there. Let's keep that there. And that's alright what we just read. So the point though is we'll be able to get these foxes up here. And then with a little bit of luck, we'll be able to get that last point I need to make the thing where we can start getting the stuff. See, one thing you regret in your game is watch out for the biohazard container between the two lockers. Opening it before you're ready is a lot of regret. The biohazard container between the lockers? I don't have one of those, but yeah. No, there's definitely stuff in this game that you can absolutely go up to and be like, yeah, I'll just pop this open, it'll be fine. So that's a critter trap, fish trap, incubator, critter sensor, bioengineering, a botanical analyzer, juicer, and all that. So you can do the 2-level science. So we have sugar engine. We got the natural gas stuff. That'll definitely be something we want later, because we do have a source of natural gas on this map. We do have the flagpole for getting around faster. That's definitely worth considering. We got our dispensers and all that. We got a rocket platform and all that good stuff. We have the more advanced technologies worth considering. We've got material science research. Ah, right. I understand. We're not going to worry about that just yet. We got sources of oxygen, which will end up being important down the later. We don't really have the use for these yet. We definitely will want them. Honestly, let's go for this one for the insulation block. Because with the insulation block, I can isolate cold and hot areas a bit better. So we could go up here and then like put a layer of insulation block here to try and keep this cold area up here cold for as long as possible. So that we can keep our animals up in this area. That may not actually be the play since I'll be releasing liquid gold here at some point. But you get the idea. We'll find a place that is naturally producing a lot of coal, probably down, well, we'll figure out a spot. Seal that off, put the animals in the area that we're keeping cold, you know, do another area where we're keeping it hot. You get the idea. Okay, critter drop off. Let's plunk you down. Because we could we could start dropping off some of these animals in here and, you know, domesticate them and all that. For stations, I will need a grooming station. And I will need a shearing station. And for right now, we will add a single wood block. And did those need power? I feel like they did, didn't they? You do need power. Okay. What is the capacity of our power lines here? 1,000. We'll definitely need to expand our power grid later. Okay, so critters, for right now, blocks go in here. Okay. Okay, so we only need critter ranching 1 to be able to start taking stuff of that. But once they get their renewable source of wood, that'll be good. And then I could weirdly see trying to just expand and have like a bunch of the foxes. Cause it's with that kind of a renewable source of wood potentially, that does open the possibilities of being able to just get a bunch of stuff out of thing. Oh, the other thing I'm gonna need is stations. Where is it? Was it under food? Critter feeder. We'll also need food source for him. Yeah, because we gotta keep this area cool. What do those little foxes eat? They eat the pike apple. So that is gonna start cutting into my food, but I've got plenty of it, so the idea is I'll start giving them the pike apple. They'll give me wood. That'll let them help me avoid freezing to death, while I slowly make their planet a little bit more hot every single day until it's no longer capable of sustaining their lives. I mean, we'll feed them. They don't have anything to worry about. Why would they be worried about? And they'll die and they'll give you meat as well. Exactly. It is a one-sidedly beneficial arrangement. We got another geyser down here. Did I identify? Yeah, okay, we've already identified. That was the water geyser. That's right. Alright. Yeah. Okay, both of those only need ranching once. That's good news. So pretty soon, our farming person should level up again. We can give them the ranching 1, and then we're going to corral. I don't really know how many floxes I can support in this room. I suspect it's not as many as I want it to be, but I could also make the room bigger and just try and get it to support as many as possible. And then for population control, we can, you know, we can convert them into meat if we have to. Down the road, I'll definitely want to get these as well. But, yeah, that's fertilizer. Oh, okay. Interesting. So with the rock crusher, I could turn their waste into what I need to grow these plants. So that has interesting implications. And then the plum squash, you require what to grow? You require ethanol to grow, which is not going to be the easiest. But if I keep them growing naturally, I could potentially get a couple of those, feed them, and as we feed them, they would give me the material to grow the stuff for the foxes. So that, other than the ethanol basically being something I just need to keep on hand, or not even the ethanol, just the fact that either growing those wild or getting a source of ethanol, which the source of ethanol is these. So the cycle there would be you keep the 2 different types of animals, you breed them. Whenever their population gets too high, you automatically put them in their like little cage things, and then you pass them off to the plants that eat them, which then produces... No, the plants produce hydrogen, not ethanol. I actually don't know what my source of ethanol will be. Okay. You have acquired fries? Excellent. Apparently we can make fries out of these. But yeah, so it's interesting that we're gonna have that whole cycle. Okay. Pretty Pictures has gained a skill point, and you are our digging person. So you're going to dig even harder. But if you just gained a level, that means Neko should be right behind you, and I believe Neko was the one taking care of the animals. And so with that, we'll be able to start doing stuff with the foxes. Like asking what they say, and then watching them glare at us angrily. I really want to punch through that floor just to like neutralize these temperatures between each other. Get our absolutely horrible frigidness of the area sorted. What are you? That is weirdly showing as warm right there. Well, there's Eonek. Eonek is our supply person. That's kind of their main thing. We're just gonna lean into that. They got one more person to level, and when we get that, we have our rancher. And then with that, we can begin the ranching process so that our horrifically low wood supply doesn't become horrifically empty wood supply. Because once that happens, all my heaters turn off, and then we succumb to the cold and die. You know, normal things. Hey, let's say max 1,000 kilograms. Because we did just drop a lot of food there, and we don't really have a good supply of food yet. We haven't turned to killing a bunch of animals, but that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, so that's even colder than most of what we've got over here. Oh, there's vacuum over here. Okay. We got chlorine gas down here. That whole player's thing. There we go. That's what we're waiting for. And with that, I took operating. Okay, well, the fact is, I still got to go this way. We got to get one more point there. That sucks. You are now an improved farmer. Okay, so we got to wait for one more point to be able to start taking care of the animals. That is not my favorite. Starvation. Why are you starving? There's lots of food. I mean, there's not lots of food, but there is physically food. Well, one thing we're going to probably do. We finished research, which is good. Let's see here. So that's our insulating blocks. Gas rocket, we don't care about that. Managing the atmosphere, we don't care about that. Don't care about that. The automation stuff, we're not too worried about right now. Oh, right. The rock crusher would be able to turn the poop into stuff. So let's grab the rock crusher. Rover module, sweeper's dock. Let's just grab the brute force refinement for the rock crusher, turn the poop into things. And one of the things I was just thinking about, I'm really trying to avoid the temptation to just turn on the space heater and just cut it loose and start melting everything. I feel like that's those things that once they open up that can of worms, there's no putting it back. So food. So you, okay, you're just made out of dirt. So I'm gonna replace those. And then with that, we are going to grow more of the pike apple. Yeah, so we got long commutes because we are digging all over the place trying to discover more areas, so people picking up the crap are having to travel farther. That'll be fine up at, like, they'll get that sorted once they pick up everything. And I have more of these that I can reasonably grow. What I don't really know about with all this is, when it comes to dealing with all these crops we got here, how we're going to handle a whole bunch of this stuff. Yeah, so we've got all these scheduled to plant. Yeah, you need more fertilizer. These will be for oxygen, which we'll just have to deal with. We've got a bunch of these crops to pull up over here. So we do have a large number of plants all over the place for them to eat, but they haven't really gotten situated the way we want. But our calories have suddenly started dropping off. But the goal here is going to be trying to balance that out. These should honestly go away. This style of container. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any difference. That's not what I wanted, that's what I clicked. Okay, construct a building outside the initial biome, that's fine. Alright, so we have rust, which is a metal, or an iron oxide type metal. We got sandstone. I'm actually going to take the sandstone in this particular case, because the materials is what I'm very low on. So it's interesting, so temperature is here. So I'm trying to see here what it says. It's fine. We'll deconstruct these because I'm going to want to make them all the same material. Ultimately, down the road, I'm going to want to change those over to the ones where I can... Well, actually, no, because there's no fluid that these need. We're not going to do that. I'm probably going to get rid of these oxygen-generating plants here. The carbon dioxide is not going to stay in this place anymore anyways. So I'm going to need to just expand this room out, so those are all gone. Okay. So we're actively working on building all of these. Was trying to remember, pretty sure there's a way you could copy over what plants are planted into all of them. Let's just try copying the settings. Oh yeah, there we go. So basically, I'm just trying to expand our farming operation because I'm worried about food. And so the hope is, if we put enough of these down, we'll get that sorted out pretty quick. And I had planned to put a fresh and ucky water reservoir here. I don't think that's going to be where those end up as we progress this. It's fine. We're nowhere near the temperature where stuff's going to be melting here anyways. So I'm okay with that having been the lockers for them in the meantime. Alright, so that'll expand our food, which is worrisome because we are dealing with a problem where we just don't have enough. Were the sureberries the things on the top? Okay, so sureberries are incapable of property, but can be harvested for that. So if I were to grow those, Oh, they're like a one-time deal. Once I grow them, that's it. I understand. Oh, missing research. Let's see here. So next up for the research is probably going to be the smart battery stuff as well. Let's go ahead and get that, because as I turn on stuff like the natural gas and the coal power production, those kind of things, I'm going to need to be able to do stuff. I'm trying to remember what you use your extra seeds for. Like if you don't have more plants to plant, like you just don't have the materials to handle more plants. I remember I can't remember if you compost the extra seeds and you get dirt from them, or there were certain animals that eat them. There was something else you could do with them, but we're not quite there yet. We are officially technically out of food. That's what you call bad. I could go and potentially kill some of these foxes. We're going to attack that one, see how that goes. I don't know how dangerous these things are. So we're gonna occasionally kill off some of the foxes, but I want to keep some of them up here so we can breed them later. Because right now, while they're like this wild, they're useless to me. But when they're up here, they'll become a source of wood as soon as I get someone who's able to use them. I'm trying really hard to not build any more wood anythings until such time that we've got our rancher here getting wood out of them so we don't run out. And I do have plants like everywhere here now. Yeah, and they're halting because of the environment. We'll ultimately want to move those down here somewhere, like make a little pocket down here for them. The concern is if this is where I'm balancing my temperature and all that, that's gonna do no good. Now that said, what I could do is I could deliberately put them in the room with the wheezewort and just kind of close off that room from a lot of the temperature flow and all that, and just make an area like this with a bunch of wheezewort in it that we could just... What do you need to grow? Phosphorite. Yeah, so phosphorite is a big deal. So unreachable food. I don't know where it is. Hey, fox thing. Sorry, mate. People are getting kind of peckish. Because that'll also reduce the number of them eating crops nearby. Idle? Why are you idle? I know I'm not just having you hack apart everything everywhere, but... shouldn't necessarily be idle. Is there other rooms I can hack into real fast to get more supplies? Do I already have you set to harvest? Yeah. Starvation, unreachable food. No, it's probably that down there that I can play about. Hey. You're on the menu as well. So problem is I can't easily dig down this way and cut through here to reach this without a problem. Maybe. There's ways we can make it work. I could probably do this. So I could climb down there or up over top. I think that'll work. And that would give us access to the crops in this room. And those should already be flagged to eat as well. And then we haven't quite broken in down there. I'm trying to avoid the wood use. Yeah, so food is becoming a problem. We did plant ourselves a room for crops. How much how much do we have here? So let's mark that, because that's important. Because that's basically what I need to grow food. So we can do in the meantime is I could go and build another row here. My fear is we are warming up this space. Honestly, with these, disable these buildings. Stop using them. Stop heating up this space. And instead, let's go here. Cut that all open. And that'll give us access to one more of these crops. And it'll give us more places to grow stuff. And we'll just have to hope that we've got enough phosphorite coming in to maintain it. And if not, like I said, that's what these are for. Is we'll keep them both for the fabric they give us, and then their poop gives us phosphorite. So we'll definitely need to figure that out. And just making sure we don't want to grow any of the other crops. Yeah, so it's literally the phosphorite is what I want. What do you need? The dust cap. So you need a room that is dark. It needs to be mildly warm to plenty warm. You need slime. So basically, we're not even remotely close to being able to take care of you. Alright, so we've cut back tremendously on our wood use. We are no longer trying to make this space warmer. Because the issue is once these hit, yeah, I was trying to remember. Oh, body temperature? Oh, you can only go to 6.8 degrees? Yeah, it's good that we stopped. That'll definitely be a problem down the road. But we can get that sorted. It very well could be that what we need to do now is, like, put this in, like, an insulated area. And
Thank
start
you,
doing
Allison_Adventures, for subscribing for 12 months. See, Ills celebrate this one. Hope you're having fun. Rual tilde. Luck with the dubs.
Thank you, Allison Adventures, for the full year you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you so much for that tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for a long time, and it means a whole heck of a lot. And with all that, thank you again so much for such a generous thing at tier 3. But yeah, no, absolutely celebrate those things. It means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. And we got the smart battery. That's why we did that. So we can start pursuing all of this stuff. Yeah, let's grab this since we do know there is natural gas in our map. Because that gives us an option for there. Hopefully these crops get going soon because I definitely lost track of food. Oh, the other thing we can do that might be able to help us out is food. We can get ourselves the electric grill. I can plunk that down up here. And this is going to be starting to push the limits of what our power can handle. Especially with that little dinky battery. But we can get the electric grill going here. And then with the electric grill, we should be able to turn around and get more of all this stuff. So copy settings. But if we cook the food, we should be able to get a bit more calories out of it, and the people be a bit happier about it. So that'll be a significant improvement for us. The bigger question is what the heck I do with all those seeds. We can actually check this. That's a berry. We want to keep that. Where's one of the seeds laying around on the map? It's not those seeds. I mean, those seeds will probably answer the question anyway. So we can grab the seed, check our information. What do you get used for? It doesn't say. Well, you know I can grow the crop, but there were some of those that you can actually turn around and do stuff with. Cool. All right. So hopefully we get that level and in the agriculture soon so we can get that ranching sorted out. It's also making me curious how much just taking those blocks and then converting them into other stuff will help us. Alright. Did they say grizzly meat is what we got? Excellent. Breakfast of champions. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna keep harvesting all that. I also forgot, there's a thing down here where you can do, like, a bunch of genetic stuff that I want to say you can affect, like, the yield of different crops and all that kind of stuff. Which is good for a bunch of things. But yeah. The downside is as I'm adding more and more onto this power station, the more and more it's becoming a problem. And we'll see where we can go from here. So yeah, so carve in there, we'll get that berry, we'll get more of these planted, that'll be good. Sooner or later, I need to get where this pocket of carbon dioxide is. I need to go and, like, pop that through so we can get that. We do have that this is slowly filling out. I probably need to expand the width of this just so we have that. But honestly, it's been going pretty smoothly for a bunch of this, so it's not a huge issue yet. Yeah, one of the big issues we have is we're having problems keeping the power on here now. We're probably at the point that pretty soon we need to switch over. We've got some coal. Pretty soon we'll be able to get wood as a potential power source. We've got natural gas geyser up here that we could potentially use. I still want to get down there. I'm just having to be very sparing on our wood until we get someone with the ranching skill. So we can get the floxes sorted out. Okay, and everyone is doing a good job of getting all that sorted out. And these ones are all struggling because there's no carbon dioxide. That's what I think I'll probably ultimately do, is we'll make a cold room down near the bottom, or as a separate room that we can, you know, pump stuff going in there. Yeah, no, for people who missed the announcement at the beginning of stream, we are being sponsored by Surfshark now. They are a channel sponsor and all that, so I appreciate it. But yeah, they don't ask me to, like, plug their thing every hour or anything like that. It's nowhere near that invasive. Yeah, every meal is grizzly when you're a bear. Fact. No, it helps if I actually apply it. Alright, with that, we've got a bunch of those growing. So that's good. Honestly, let's poke this the whole way through. And the reason I want to poke it the whole way through there is just by doing that, that should let some carbon dioxide work its way out. It won't be good because this is a very flat area, not down. So it'll be just like, it'll spread naturally across the bottom and then go down, but it'll be slow. Can we confirm that the link for the VPN command works, please? It should work. I hope it works. If not, that'd be a bummer. Yeah, no, I've got a short cooldown on the command, but just up like one screen. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. It is appreciated. Alright. So we've got all that going on. We'll get into here for the pears not. New printables. Okay, what do we got this time? So you can get briar seeds. Those, I believe, are just a cosmetic plant. We can get a big pile of metal. That's not bad. As far as the people here, We do have a science person now. Unfortunately, I already have a person I'm doing science and rocketry in, so that's not really needed. This person can do medicine and help carry stuff, which isn't a big deal. Right now, I'm short on food, so grabbing someone with a bottomless stomach is not going to be a good time. So I think for right now, we're just going to take the metal as, like, it's pretty benign. All right. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so we're starting to get an influx of food again, so that's good news. Are you becoming not wild? Yeah, so they won't become not wild until someone has a ranching skill, which is a big pain. We do have a bunch of people going idle, which I don't want. We could just carve through more areas to expand our territory that we can reach. So let's pop through here. Pop through there. So we're going to explore a little bit to the left and right. And that's probably super germy air. No. So they're going to absolutely hate walking through liquid chlorine, but I'm willing to go peek in the next biome. So you can definitely explore left and right a bit. The big issue is I don't want to try, like, until we've got this wood, like, we're almost out of wood. So that's the reason all up and down production stopped, is building the actual ladder has become kind of a danger. And we do have some granite and all that, but not much. So I'd much rather save that for something else. Okay, so we can make the peak skewers or whatever. We have souffle, that's raw eggs. We got the suricos. We got the barbecue. We got frost buns. Okay. So we don't have anyone who can grill yet, but once we do have some stuff we can now cook. The catch here is I've got the choice of making it forever or ordering a quantity. What ideally I'd like to do is say, hey, keep 10 on hand or whatever like that, so that we can keep feeding the animals. But in the absence of that, it's fine. I am noticing we are burning through our oxalate pretty fast now, which is a concern, because that would imply it won't be very long until we start needing to have our own oxygen production. Like, we probably don't have long at all till that becomes a major issue. And that's going to be a pain, because none of these I can use. It's going to be these plants. And my intention is that we'll probably go down here. I genuinely think I want to just literally put this in, like, put a insulated wall around this, and just put a bunch of shelves with there. And then we will need to vent air into it. But I could see potentially, like, airlocking up here, having a room there. That room, we have, like, the air vented ceiling to let the air spill in and then come back out kind of thing. Or later on, we could honestly just pump the air through the base. It just sucks because I am intending on poking through here to release this heat. And it's just all of this stuff down here is going to start melting once I do that. I still think it's worth doing it, just there's gonna be some problems when I first do it. You can also just carve to make this wider so that we actually have airflow up and down. Because regardless, if I am gonna clear out this area to make it into, well, we can start this process a little bit. Let's go here, and we're gonna open up this. So we got petroleum and natural gas production. We got the ore refinery. Yeah, we got 2 more researches before we have that. Okay, so insulated tile. I've got sandstone. I've got Okay, so I actually have a decent amount of granite. So we're going to put a little line of granite here on the bottom. And then we're going to do from here is for the food. We'll put a row of the farm tiles up here, and then we'll put our oxygen production stuff. Once I get that, I'll start widening the path and all that to get the CO2 flowing down here. We're gonna go ahead and build ourselves some stuff. Maybe miss it, but doesn't one of those animals excrete algae? Maybe not a plentiful source. I haven't seen one that excretes algae. There is one normally, the puffs, but we haven't seen any puffs. This excretes stuff I use to grow these other plants, like the wheezewort and all that, the cow things. And then they eat these plants, which also require... basically, there's a cycle between them producing a thing that I need to grow this, and then vice versa. So there's going to be some tinkering around, but this is, with the DLC, like, a lot of the balance things are different than the normal game. Yeah, so just let them build that first thing, then we'll put down the area, and we'll start growing all these, Alveo veras down there. In the meantime... we'll get that all queued up. We're going to drop that down to a 4 priority. And honestly, these wood heaters, I'm not going to use those anymore. Doing that was a mistake and a waste of wood. So we're going to broaden this area here so that the airflow is fast up and down. This game gets a little bit complicated. You struggle a bit when you load back in on an old save. Yeah. I mean, right now we're just dealing with the systems. This has an entirely different way of doing a lot of the stuff. Oh, we got another place here. So we check our temperature. We've got a geyser right there. We got an ancient specimen up here. And that's it. So what do we got hiding down here? We have a hot polluted oxygen location. Stop telling me how to use these tools. We have a hot polluted thing. So it does release stuff at almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's fine. So honestly, it looks like heat is going to be a major problem for us later in the game, because we're finding all of these really good geysers and all that, but all of it is going to be very hot. So, weirdly, you get tempted to do this as early as possible, and then you immediately turn around and then just heat becomes this own issue. Do we find anything else down here? I'm not going to be able to see it using the temperature thing very well. Now, as a reminder, this is the new relative temperature where it can set where it is relatively. If I switch it to, like, the normal temperature thing, everything you see here is still frigid cold except that one spot down here in the corner. But where I make it relative to be around 0 Fahrenheit, you know, this starts looking nice and warm at its, you know, below freezing, and this looks like straight up hot at its mildly warm temperatures. Like, and that's below freezing there. But when you're talking about the temperatures we're dealing with, being able to spot those minor differences does help. So, polluted oxygen. So, in a pinch, I do have a source of oxygen over there. Not that I'd want to use just polluted oxygen just to shovel it in there. Alright. So, unreachable food again. Hey, you. You're dead. Because pretty soon we'll have the full group of those bushes going, and then we'll be in good shape. You remember correctly, polluted oxygen might be really hot, but it outputs very little. I believe so. And then plus, when you look at it, with the geysers when they're putting out the gases, with it being volume-wise not that much, like so far as mass, usually the area around it isn't infected too much. Like it is a constant, like every time it pops out just a little bit of extra heat. It's not like we've got that gold volcano up here, where like if I open that thing, it's like 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's several kilograms of mass coming out every time. Like a couple thousand kilograms of mass coming out every time, a couple hundred kilograms of mass coming out. And that is a lot of heat to dissipate. All right. So we've got all that. How's this going down here? It's starting to make progress. I am going to intend on going and saying, hey, build food. Let's actually wait till you get this blocks done. Because those ones should be safe. I just don't want to cover this all up where they build this and then they can't do the bottom half. And then once they build all this, then I'll go and switch these over. Because my other fear is just the fact of getting to the point that if we start burning the phosphorite too fast, that becomes its own danger. Where suddenly the material we're using for our food starts vanishing. But that's a lot of what Oxygen Not Included is the fact that we'll have like, you'll have one thing you're running out of, and then you'll start getting that sorted out, but that'll lead to another thing you're running out of, and you'll get that all sorted out, and then you'll need another thing. I mean, that gives me decoration. I don't want to disassemble that right now. If it ends up in the way, we can do that. Yeah, so we got more stuff going in. So definitely food is a struggle right now. But I do feel like this will have us sorted out. And then as they've gotten rid of some of the other wild animals that have been eating the stuff out here, like there's definitely enough crops around the area we should be able to manage. It's just a matter of actually getting all that sorted and all that. Yeah, I wish... Can we... I want you to stay on this list. So I can keep an eye on you. Because eventually that's going to start getting depleted, and I want to see it long before we get there. Like, when that drops to, like, 6 tons, I want to already be aware that we're moving in a direction that's not good. Alright. Yeah, once we get these down here, it should start allowing us to, get the airflow and all that in there. And how is our wood doing? So we technically actually got a little bit of wood from somewhere, but we're still hovering at 3K, and that's because we cut back all of our wood use to just these. Which these don't really use very much wood at only 25 grams a second. But, you know, having an output for something and no having a need for something and no source for it is not going to last for us long term. All right. I was kind of expecting these bees to be eaten by the plants here and that to become a source of hydrogen, but that does not look like the case. So interestingly enough, I'll need to be able to capture these things, plant them, and then just make a room to sacrifice animals for hydrogen. I hope when they eat, that's not what I want, not the uranium ore. I hope when these things eat that they produce a decent amount of hydrogen for it. So, how much hydrogen do you put out? It doesn't say. It might be just dependent on the animal they eat, that, like, it converts an animal, like, some percentage of that animal to hydrogen. So if it's, like, a really big animal that weighs a lot, I get a lot of hydrogen. But if it's, you know, some, like, little squirrel thing or whatever, it gets eaten, and we just get the tiniest bit of hydrogen. You really need that ranching skill. All right. I think we probably need the one more tile here. Starvation, unreachable food. Did we not just we got like 4 to harvest here. There's more all over the place. Our farmer will pull that up, and then our person who's starving should be able to find food. We'll get there. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Part of me wants to think it was the composter. Well, the thing is they should only ever put 1,000 here. Which is interesting, because it says there's currently 39,000. I'm realizing this. Okay, let's say only 10 kilograms go there. That's my problem, is it's 1,000, but I wasn't thinking of the fact it's 1,000 kilograms. So that should help, that suddenly we should have a bunch of food. Because the thing's got 30,000. We're going to have to kick it back out and kick it back in. Yes, there's a bunch of that all sitting there, so suddenly we have 31,000. That's the problem. I was looking at that feeder, and I wasn't thinking about the fact that this is in kilograms, not grams. Frostfire gained a skill point. So there are researcher / rocketry person. We're going to go ahead and grab the astronomy, because again, we're going to need that over here later. And then next we'll get the other thing. Yeah, so suddenly everyone's eating and they're happy and all that's good. Okay. So we've got our new thing popping in. We got a bunch of seeds I don't care about. So we have another person who could carry stuff. Narcoleptic is really dangerous in oxygen not included, because you can have a person in an area they can't breathe and then you just suddenly fall asleep and then they can't get out in time. So we don't really have a need for another scientist. Like, both of these, I would honestly put them into the general tidying up and all that. They would be worth considering. I'm still worried about food, so I'm just going to grab the seeds. But it would be... Well, no, because we already have someone who... Like, our rocketry is our researcher. Yeah, and as depicted right now, we're dealing with starvation. So let's not grab another person until we stabilize our food. Which, granted, we got a bunch here that's already growing, so our food should be okay. But one thing let's also do. So you just got bumped up in priority, so that a person doing the growing will prioritize these first. Because, yeah, we spat out a bunch of food here, but the question is, of that food we spat out, how are we doing with that? Now, I'm hoping, because we just did have another character's skill up, that will probably be close to skilling up soon. Copy settings, paste settings. We will also make these a slightly higher priority. Roughly, how many plants do you need per dupe? No idea. Like, I've been playing this DLC for about 2-3 hours. No idea. No idea whatsoever. There's only the, what, second, third day the DLC's even out? I'm willing to bet, you know, there's certainly been someone who sat there and done the math and gone, okay, this plant produces this rate, you know, whatever rate, and yada, yuck lungs. Well, I mean, the only source of pollution is that there. Otherwise, everything's basically germ-free. All right. And we can build more copies like this. Yeah, so down here we're going to be storing these for our oxygen processing. And they will start harvesting that to open up. We need to keep that powering. We're going to need a source of power soon. But until I have reliable wood, I don't know what we want to do with that. Because I've got coal, but I don't have a source of coal. I got like one thing of coal out of this. So we're not going to be able to, like, if I build coal power, it's going to be a very temporary solution. Versus the wood burner could potentially be a really good solution once I get the ranching up. We'll just have to see the volume we get out of that. Because then the added bonus is I can use the wood burner. It will produce carbon dioxide, which we can then feed down to the system to make oxygen. So I could have a complete sustained system where the temperature as a negative byproduct is a good thing for us, and all that. But we'll see. I honestly feel like, didn't the cold used to be lethal by itself, that your characters would get hypothermia and they'd start dying the same way as getting burnt? I don't honestly remember. It's been a very long time. I'm also worried when it starts to get warm enough that all this ice melts. That's actually a really big concern for me, is just all of this ice melting and just this giant unmanageable body of water as the entire map around me melts. But if we keep storing more and more of it, we can control a little bit of where it goes. It's also possible that once we get an area warm enough, I could use this thing to melt the ice. And then, you know, take that water down. Well, actually, I probably wouldn't bother with that. I'd just put a point for them to just drop the ice and have it melt. Let's see. Early in release, yeah, when they made dupes able to handle cold, minus 273 Celsius, but it was uncomfortable. Gotcha. Yeah, so the cold is non-lethal, it's just a big problem. Where did my UI go? There you go. Alright. Come on, Rancher. And how are we doing on time? Okay. Because what I'm trying to decide to do is we had 3 games that all dropped major updates this past week. We've got Oxygen Not Included dropped its DLC, No Man's Sky dropped a major update, as well as a new expedition, and then Traveler's Rest also dropped a major update over the weekend. And so I do think I want to do all 3 of those games, like, this week, or, you know, in the immediate. I just haven't decided if, like, how I want to split the stream and do all that stuff. Like, right now I'm having a good time with this. So what I might do is I might have, like, one stream that we just do Oxygen Not Included. The next stream we do just Traveler's Rest. The next stream we do just No Man's Sky or something like that. And then we start, you know, splitting the time. I haven't decided yet. A lot of that I usually don't come up with a proper decision ahead of time. It's usually kind of like, I'll react to how viewership is. Like, if people tune into one of the games a lot, then I'll keep playing a bunch of it. If I play one of the games and, you know, viewership is really underwhelming, lukewarm kind of thing, then maybe we don't play a bunch more of it. It's always tricky with that stuff, gauging the interest. Alright. That wood worries me. The good news is we're barely using it now. So at least that's one thing. This is using wood, and then those 2 are using wood, and that is all. but I'd like to build more stuff that won't melt as we warm up. Because I was honestly expecting the warming up of the area around me to go pretty fast, but that's just not been the case. I'm wondering if with this DLC, the actual problem is the environment depends on you keeping it cold, that normal room temperatures are actually a really big problem for the run. Like, till you get to mid to late game. You know, once you get mid to late game where you can bring in crops from other plants, you know, other planets and yada yada yada, then not so much. But, like, in the early game, just where everything, because, like, you look at half these plants, once it, this is still below freezing, this body temperature, that its maximum tolerated body temperature is below freezing. So if we get it to even above freezing, these plants, like, it's a decent ways below freezing at that. Freezing for Fahrenheit is 32. So at 6.8 degrees, this stops producing. And then the same with these. This is exactly freezing. The moment you get above freezing, these stop producing. So I have the risk of my oxygen production shutting down the moment the ice starts melting. So where I was like, I should poke through here to deal with my temperature, I actually think that's something I'm going to leave alone. We'll worry about this. We'll see if we can't tame ourselves a geyser or something like that to give me some renewable sources. Because that's always been a thing with oxygen not included. Most of your resources are only temporarily available kind of thing, that like you mine stuff out and it's gone. And your renewable resources come from the geysers. There's vacuum on this side as well. And this is more of the more of this biome. Oh, we have a saltwater geyser right there. I didn't even see that we revealed this area. And mark there's another one that shows us 9 just so it stands out. Yeah, so it was saltwater geyser. The saltwater geyser, it comes out pretty hot at 203 Fahrenheit, so it's basically boiling. But honestly, it's not much past that. Yeah, 95C? Yeah. So, like, don't get me wrong, that's gonna burn you. But all things considered, when we're talking on a scale to everything else is in the thousands of degrees Fahrenheit popping out, 200 is pretty mild. That's very manageable. So that would give me a source of water. Okay, so we've got more research to go for. Next up, let's go for the high power cables. We're gonna need those. So we did get the oil well, that's not gonna be necessary. I did get the polymer press. Yeah, so like earlier I was like, oh yeah, let's get that heating. So the rock crusher we're gonna use with these things. But until we have animal ranching, that's not gonna matter. That said, I could see putting the animal ranch on this side, the other one. So I have like this side for the flocks, and then this side for the cattle. Because I can do that. Yeah, so you're all fine for right now. You're all fine for right now. We can copy your settings and paste them. Which actually, with this producing oxalate, it makes the curious situation of potentially putting the oxalate in the boxes up here, where it can release that oxygen up here, so that we... Oh man, that's kind of an interesting thought. Like, literally letting this continue to produce oxalate, we carry the oxalate, you know, up to our actual area here, so that we don't have to have that weird back and forth where, like, the carbon dioxide is trying to shove its way... Sorry, the carbon dioxide is trying to shove its way down from the air, is trying to shove its way up, and there's just not enough air, like, ventilation to get around. That we could literally just have the carbon dioxide sink down, drop the oxygen in up top, and then repeat it. Which you'd normally do by vents. You'd have that same basic rotation. That you'd produce your oxygen somewhere in the higher part of your base, or the sides of your base, or middle of your base. Do that. As you don't, the geysers tend to put out tons more material than, say, metal volcanoes. You feel like they still may have more heat in total, coming out of them than normal volcanoes in Oni. So the gas geysers don't produce much. I found the metal ones do produce for like heat a ton, but for purposes of like, you know, actually managing materials, not so much. The water definitely is the middle one. So as far as the actual temperature output, I don't know overall temperature change of an area what's worse. I would still guess the volcanoes by a margin, but these do more consistently put out heat that it wouldn't surprise me if someone said, oh yeah, these are actually pretty bad. You were which one? Did I already find you? Yeah. Are you doing Classic World? I'm doing a Classic World. We did Spaced Out last time. You know, in the like even the Classical World, you still do multiple planets. But like the Spaced Out, you like really go for the multiple planets. Man, you are hot over here. I say hot and it's like 20-some degrees. It's curious, because that's only room temperature, yet it's very visibly noticed because everything else is so cold. Because again, this is what the actual normal temperature scaling is. Like, this room barely blips as, like, normal to just plain cold. And we got a couple of pockets here and there of stuff. But then we turn it to the relative, and it's just brutal. Alright. Yes, our food seems stable now. And we are getting lots of oxalate popping out, so that's good news. And we do want to make sure that stays going, because this is how we're dealing with our carbon dioxide now. And then the idea is I'll put this here, it'll dump out wherever it needs to, and we'll see how that goes. And I may end up needing a lot more, but we'll see what happens. I do think we're going to ultimately wall this off, put the insulation here. And so that way if I poke through, I can hopefully keep the temperature contained. Now we've got all this wheezewort. That'll help cool stuff out on both sides of the gate. And I can also potentially see sealing that in. Because it's mostly the animals and the plants that I've got to manage the temperature for. So I can definitely see over time, like, sequestering the cold to certain areas. You know, and coming up with different processes. And we definitely need better power. Just right now, there is natural gas up here. And I'm being paranoid about poking holes to, So I'm being paranoid about poking holes to try and get at some of those resources. Because just the heat generation, this all melting, this whole area being ice and snow, I just really worry about letting that get warm now. Because I do think it'll go from everything is fine to, oh god, everything is melting. And it won't be a slow process. How are we doing on skilling up? Yeah, cause... Yeah, so you're right about to getting ready to level. You just did. Yeah, so Ionek and them are getting really close to leveling, and then we'll be able to get the Rancher, and then we'll get this stuff sustained. We'll get the weird wood antlered things producing wood for us. Okay. I believe that is a decorative plant. We could have a really, really good cook. We could have someone... This is a jack of all trades that could be potentially useful for us, where they could fill in with the science, the cooking, and the planting to not be just one person. That may not be a bad choice. That's fine, we'll do that. And that'll be probably the last character we take for a little while, and that'll be Luxray. Okay, and before we get too far, I need another bed. It's also amusing to me because normally when I play Oxygen Not Included, I usually try to, very early on, get to the point of having multiple beds. And I'm like, okay, so with this, you're going to start being a focus on the cooking. Because with grilling, you can now produce better than our absolute garbage tier food. We can go to your priorities. So where right now Enoch has 1 plus, you've got 2 pluses. Yeah, so Enoch is going to focus on the tidying. And then if they're not doing that, they can help cook. Okay, so that's all good. And then on the schedule, for right now, we've got the point that the full schedule is filled, so Luxray and Enoch are on the same schedule now. And we will need to go over here and say, hey, I need you to work on this now. Oh, hey, you can... Honestly, that's fine to keep that at 7. Well, actually, sorry, 9. So we keep that room warm. I didn't even see that I can rummage that. Okay. So we're gonna have Enoch go and grab themselves something to wear. Okay, and that has slightly decor. Yeah, so Enoch will be able to wear the winter outfit whenever they feel like, I guess. Protects the wearer from cold via insulation. Building entombment. That's fine. We'll get there. So yeah, so we've got 5 people now, and like I said, I probably don't want to grab more until we start stabilizing some of these other things. It was just that particular one was kind of a jack of all trades in areas that I did have needs, so I was like, okay, that lets me put them where it is. Wrong game. I know, you're used to stuff like Rimworld and all that, but no, this isn't the cook people game. I know, it's very confusing that not all games are cannibalism, but you know, it is what it is. Even though in this game I also don't typically do cannibalism. Where did Ionet go? I was gonna try and get a look at that outfit. All that oxalate down there. Ionek has gained a skill point. Okay. So Ionek is not our one helping with that. They have been our supply person. We are going to also give them the cooking skill. That does mean we have multiple people who are able to do this. And they will start cooking. Yeah, so Ionek's got themselves a nice winter outfit, like a little fur jacket kind of thing going on. Okay. And as we start clearing this area out, we are going to start wanting to make a large storage area. Honestly, we probably should, just like right down here, start making a large storage room. Take this that's full and just move it elsewhere. You make pizza then? Yep. You're actually making grilled pike apple. Like I said, the big problem I'm running into that is just the, there doesn't seem to be a limit on it. I made the comment earlier, I really wish with this, instead of having the choice of like infinite or whatever, I could say, you know, only make like a certain number of them. Because I need the rest of those to feed the animals. So I need kind of both. But in the meantime, we have improved our food offering. Okay, so yeah, those are off-gassing real fast. Which is where I mentioned you get the point of like all the oxygen there, which is causing a problem. Ooh, oxygen is getting low up here. That is a big negative. If I prioritize this to be much higher, and I say no liquefiables, and instead turn that up, so they have all the stuff for sublimation, if they'll bring that oxalate up faster. Because we are getting the oxalate. It is not getting up here. Colony has earned an achievement. Have a duplicate eat any cooked meal prepared on the electric grill or gas range. Yeah, so we've got the oxalate going in here. And as you can see, it is rapidly depleting as it releases oxygen into the environment around it. Which is the intent. To continue to feed oxalate into that, and that'll spill out in the area around it. So that the carbon dioxide can also pool down here and get into this area. So Ionek is going to have probably pretty close to a full-time job. Just picking up as much oxalate as they can carry from down in the hole, and then bringing it back up. You can also see carving out another spot over here to grow more. That's probably what we'll do next. So carve this spot out, and all that. And honestly, just bring you through here, let that wheeze ward also be part of this. Yeah, so get all that torn up. And I'm gonna put 2 spaces here, so that we can put the door. In fact, what does the door require? Yeah. Okay. So you can go here. Basically, I'm making more room for all of these to be down here. Well, there's a weird bug. I've got what looks like a box being broken. Like the texture's still stuck there, but it's not doing anything. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and seal that off and get that all sorted out. But yeah, eventually I'll want to pull these out and put them down here, because we're making the carbon dioxide pit. And the problem is we just don't have great airflow quite yet for the carbon dioxide to get back out from this corner. One thing that would help, carve that spot out there. If you're starving, that's a you problem. We've got food everywhere. Alright. And how are we doing on food? Yeah, so it's still fine. Yeah, honestly, with all this, it's, Ionek is just running around being the hauling person, and there's just way too much that needs to be hauled in way too many places. Yeah, we're gonna put just the oxalate in here. And ultimately, I think what we're gonna do is just not even worry about the ice. Ultimately, I think the ice goes down here, just because this will be the area that warms up first, so we can make it into a reservoir down here and then use that water as an insulator. And we have ranching. Finally. And with that, it is time to get ourselves some floxes. Okay, hey you. You're getting wrangled. And wrangled. And wrangled. And wrangled. So prioritize these. Cool. Alright. So when our person isn't busy growing stuff, they're gonna wrangle the animals and do all that. And honestly, that might be a thing where we start taking Luxray and deprioritizing the cooking a little bit, and let them prioritize the crops, so that Luxray can fill in that area. Okay. Yeah, so opening that up is letting more of the carbon dioxide through. We'll get that sorted. Starvation. Again, we've got food everywhere, so I don't know why you're starving. Oh, you're going to heat up because you're cold. That's fair. Alright. One thing we'll probably need to do is, I don't have it yet, we'll probably need to get the fireman's poles so we can shoot down this whole way real fast, because that's what thing's hurting is our person who grows stuff, Neko here, is just dealing with the fact that they have to be in several completely separated areas at any given time. Okay, and meanwhile, you are our digger, so you can now dig everything. So that's good news. Yeah, so new plan. So we're going to go to priorities on Luxray. We're going to deprioritize that slightly. And you're going to be prioritizing the... where is it? Farming will be much higher. And then the hope is that we go to our priorities on our farming person. So you're gonna drop those down. Ranching will be at its highest. Make everything a slightly lower priority. Okay, so first priority is ranching, second priority is farming, third priority is operating, and everything else is just filler for when they don't have anything else they need to do. And we officially have a source of wood. How much wood did that give me, though? 360. That's actually a lot of wood. If we're actually all things considered, that's for one animal. That's a pretty sizable amount of wood. Okay, so it's an animal hiding behind that one. I was gonna be like, don't get that. I don't have a place for it yet. Okay, so I didn't even look to see what we unlocked, but that's fine. So we need to figure out the next things. We've got a bunch of smart storage. We've got insulating. A ladder bed, so we can have things. Rocket port. Metal refinery we'll end up needing down the road. The rover stuff is fine. The data analysis wouldn't be the worst move. So we'll get plenty of that. We have the radiation-related stuff. We're not ready quite for that. The water sieve and the desalination and all that, we're not quite... Ah, we can make ethanol from wood. I am going to need that. Because ethanol is the plant I need. Was it you who needed ethanol? Yeah. So I need ethanol for the plume squash, which I need for these things, which I need for their poop to get the material I need to grow my plants, to then get the foxes, to then get the wood, to then get the ethanol. You get the idea. Alright, so we do have a rotation there, which figuring out what the balance of that is going to be absolute hell, but that's fine. That's just the nature of oxygen not included. But the point is, all in all, I get the stuff to convert wood into ethanol to power everything. Sand the green grass grew all around? What? Alright, meanwhile... I thought you were singing a song. Oh. No. Okay, so I do want to poke through to get these lockers, but I don't think I'm going to punch all the way through this. We're going to deliberately leave that alone. We did get better conductive wire and large power transfers and all that for managing our power better. Are you gonna like... Here, make that a 9. Alright. So interestingly, we've got a bunch of the fawns now showing up, which is a curiosity. Okay. So now we're going to be able to sit there, and again, we're going to be collecting more and more wood. I'm still going to avoid leaning into the wood too quickly, too fast. Because I really don't know how many of these I can keep up here. If I can actually keep a decent number of the, not the frog, in the bog and a log, I don't know. But yeah, if we manage to keep enough of them up here, for example, to bring in all that wood, that'll be good. New printable. Okay. What temperatures could you survive in? Did I just condemn you to death, little pipsqueak? A pipsqueak can handle... Sorry, pipsqueak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, pipsqueak. I thought I could potentially use you to replant seeds so I could do stuff on the cheap. I didn't realize this was lethal levels of cold for you. Well, at least freezing to death, my understanding is it's not a bad way to go. You just you just get real sleepy. And then you just go to sleep. Sorry, pipsqueak. My murder of you was unintentional. I was all like, okay, I could do the trick where you go down to a place like this and you drop all your seeds in the room with the pipsqueak, and just over time it would plant all the things. And you only get like 1/4 the yield from the plants, but with no actual requirements to grow stuff, you know, other than like atmosphere, you could just leave it down there and do a lot. Oh, you're sleeping. That's adorable. Alright. So the phosphate is doing well. We got our first bit of sand. So that's fun and exciting. And how goes our air? Not amazing. Like, we're getting decent air down here. I'm gonna have to, like, carve paths through here to get the airflow to be better. I'm just kind of waiting for a bunch of our wood to get all sorted. Like, Unix doing their best to catch up on everything. And they're just running around hauling stuff aggressively. But we got a ways to go before that's all sorted. Oh, right. Those take ice as their food. Alright, so we got our liquid filter, our gas filter, and our sludge press. Okay. So how do you feel about your digs? Are you like, I'm getting crowded? No, they're not. They're fine. Because there was a thing that when I started the game is like, just so you know, their tolerances for a whole bunch of stuff and all that. Like, you get bonuses to yield if they're happy and all that. The new creatures are so heckin' adorable. Oh, absolutely. Especially their nightmare wood horns that are made out of wood. Oh, that's uranium. I was like, maybe I can get algae over here. No, that's just uranium veins over there. I mean, cool and all. That'll be useful. Oh, so they will produce the patties themselves. Okay, in that case, I need to get, was it refinement? So, I can use this to convert, I can use that to convert a lot of stuff. It's the rock crusher I was looking at. So what does your power need? 240 watts. We have reached what is going to be the capacity limit of this power grid. Because these wires cannot handle this kind of power. I think it handles 1,000. Yeah, so we have 400, 460, 580, 640. No, actually we're okay. Let's put you up here. What's gonna need to happen is we're gonna have to switch that. Well, yeah, no, it shows the potential load. Right now it's saying 360, which is because this is turned off and all this other stuff. It's definitely higher than 360. But you get the idea. The current load is basically nothing because no one's using anything, probably because the battery's about dead. I'm gonna need to get a proper power building on here, which I think is going to be a wood burning thing. But we got to get to that point. Get those 2 blocks. With that in mind, do we have any more of the foxes floating around here we got to worry about? Oh, I didn't realize I had dug over that far yet. So temperature, do we have any other obvious... No. No obvious geysers. That's fine. Yes, the battery's struggling. We definitely need to replace that battery. Alright. So what we want to do here is the patties, we want to process all of those, because that'll give me phosphorite and clay. Meanwhile, the other ones I want to leave alone for right now. We can make it to pure mercury. Yeah, the rest are for making pure forms of metals. We'll need those later, but right now, if I can get that set up, will be good. The other thing I'm going to need to do is we're going to have to get on power generation. Now, the wood burner is the one I could do right this second. I could just plop down a wood burner. I've got heat popping out of it and all that. That is a big danger for us right now. And the reason that's a big danger is this requires it to be below freezing, they require it to be very cold, and this requires it to be very cold down here. So producing a lot of heat inside our area does present a pretty big risk. And so I could potentially see deliberately putting it down where there's a bunch of wheezewort or something like that, so it produces the heat, and then we just get rid of it. Like if I put it up here, for example, where there's this wheezewort, you know, honestly, if I opened up this area with all these wheezewort and put my power generation up here, that might not be the worst decision. So that way produce all of this cold, and then, you know, we get to that on the other side. How are we doing so far as our wood? I'm still burning through it whenever I build, because when I build I use a good chunk of it at once. But we are grooming the animals and getting that gradually. Why was there meat in this room? Question mark? We'll wrangle the 2 babies and bring them up. Wrangle you as well. And you. Basically wrangling them all to get as many as we can in here until they start complaining that there's too many. And then we figure out what my options are so far as feeding them into carnivorous plants. I mean, get hydrogen. All right. Yeah, we've got so many pike apples here now, so we're doing really good. The phosphorite we're doing totally fine for the moment. We've almost carved through this area. So let me go ahead and start working on that more. Yeah, the lack of air density up here is worrying me more and more. I think the reality is I need... Let's put one of those cabinets up here. So it's a decor -10. And you're not dead yet, which is plenty nice for us. So I'm thinking we do is up here somewhere we put the oxygen, like, into the main space up here. I mean, it's here and it's off-gassing rapidly. You got a second cabinet here. Oh. Basically, I'm trying to have them prioritize always putting the oxalate in those containers. Because that's my only source of oxygen, is to produce oxalate. The other stuff we don't really have. I don't have water to, you know, use electrolysis on. I don't have algae to make algae things. Like, so we are just really leaning in on all that. How are you doing? You feeling? Mood glum. Why are you glum, though? Is it just you who's glum, or are they all glum? Mood happy. Okay, whatever. Yeah, because that's the big thing, is I've just got to get that sorted. And that's fine up there. This is fine over here. It's just this area here that it honestly probably just needs better airflow more than anything. Like, we had better airflow, a lot of this would help. So I could probably carve this out to be a little bit wider. And that'd help a little bit. Because, I mean, that is off-gassing full speed. And it could honestly just be I just need to move more and more of those down there. The other thing that's interesting with the implications of this is, theoretically, I could just put these plants in whatever room I wanted to have the air, and it would drop the oxalate in the room. Is there a beauty to this plant? Does it meaningfully have a beauty to it? I mean, they actually like it. So I think, in all honesty, the answer for this might be, like, obviously you'd still probably want them there. I could potentially see putting them in random rooms that you want to have air, like have like one tile that's dipped down just to capture the carbon dioxide. And just have it give the beauty to the room and just generate it locally. You know, and the person would harvest it right there in that room. So it's feeling crowded. So, sorry, elderly one. But you will not be staying. And we will allow... How many creatures are there in this room right now? 7? So no more than 7. That's our limit. Okay. Do you feel crowded anymore? Hey, look! They're not crowded. Your body temperature is low. What? I thought you actually had... Oh! You're actually getting a wee bit too cold. I mean, that should solve itself over time. Like, they're not in danger of being sick, they're just not the happiest. Yeah, and that's still not producing enough. Yeah, so it seems like 7's our limit here. We can potentially open that up wider and whatnot, that's fine. Alright. We get even more oxalate happening. Yeah, so I could see putting one of those plants, just dropping it right here, and just letting the oxalate fall into this room, so this room has more oxygen. The catch is the fact that it needs carbon dioxide to grow and thrive, and carbon dioxide always wants to fall down. So I want to be careful about that. So what I can do is, if we carve this out, that'll make the carbon dioxide flow down here a little bit easier. Get rid of that, and it'll flow a little bit easier. Those plants aren't doing anything because they're in oxygen, not in carbon dioxide. And that part down there is completely fine. It is full of carbon dioxide. So that works out well for us. Oh, no, don't do that. Meanwhile, I can go here. They're already assigned to 6. Alright. So what do we got going on here? We can get brine, rust, or 2 people that I really don't need right now. All of these are kind of garbage, but rust is the least garbage of those options for my immediate needs. Alright. Yeah, so I think it was mostly a throughput here. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. I need to clear this out. Honestly, I don't need to go up here anymore, so let's get rid of that. And these aren't going to matter up here. That's honestly all gonna melt. So let's clear out that top row there. That's not really wanted. But as long as I take this tile out, we'll be fine. So I'm just trying to open this space up so the stuff can move around a bit more. I'm having a good night. Thank you for asking. So these systems will be great for later in the game, but right now they don't do me a whole lot of good. We have the ore scrubber and all that. These are all recreation things. We have the heat stuff. We're gonna eventually want all that as well, because that's where you add the stuff to like do the massive scalable heat management, where you go and you deliberately create steam and then you use that steam to run a steam turbine to then power a system to like massively lower the temperature, and then you pump that cold temperature stuff into the next room. You get the idea. Alright, so start digging those out, opening the space up so we get better airflow in here. Let's see. I still gotta get that power sorted. Do I put the coal thing right in here? Like that's... Or not coal, the wood processing. Yeah, so I've got the ethanol distillery to go. That's another high power one. And it produces a lot of heat. Meteor showers. Yeah, so it sounds like it's up here. Yeah, so I think right around this area is where space starts. All right. Oh, hey. Don't uproot it, just get rid of that snow. Okay. I'm gonna take my chance, and this is probably a bad idea. We're gonna put the wood burner right there. And like I said, this might end up being a bad idea. We'll see. But with that, we'll be able to keep the power running here. Oh, wait, before we do that, lower that priority. So, what we'll do with that is I need to get a smart battery on here. We can do that over here. Actually, I don't need to do a smart battery. We'll still do a smart battery. I don't have refined metal. No, we won't do that. But we'll do a jumbo battery to get away from that one down there. Ah, that's a real problem. Yes, Oni did get a new DLC. It's basically they completely reworked cold to actually be a lot more difficult. Keep it interesting. All right. Meanwhile, if we check our food supply, do we have the... Okay, so we are getting plume squash. So what I am going to try and go ahead and do is I will pop over here to this side. We'll go pneumatic door. We are going to carve this out. And I'm basically going to set up the same stuff we've got here on this side. And then the intention is to bring the mammoths in here to start trying to get that stabilized and doing its thing. I'll need to go over here, plug that up. And as a reminder from those who weren't here earlier, we do have a sponsor on the channel, as you probably figured out from that message there. They'll be here for the next month and all that, but it's a VPN. So you can go ahead and do this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We can add you. And we can add you. And we can add you. I'm gonna have a lake to build that more, but okay, so the wood is actually going up. That's quite a bit higher than it was a minute ago. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna carve that out so that the room's a bit bigger. Okay, so critter, mammoths, and for right now, we'll wrangle 2 of them. You'll see where we want to go from there. Yeah, that's his outside stable. It's fine. We'll get that plugged up here in just a minute, and we will be good to go. Okay, and with our newfound amount of wood, let's go ahead. We're gonna punch up here into this space, and we'll see where that gets us, and then we can expand from there. Oh, and you had a hole there. It's also interesting building almost my entire base out of wood. That's a new concern. One of the big things that I'm suspecting will be a problem with wood tiles is I bet you they burn pretty easy. It doesn't actually tell me what their heat tolerance is. Oh, so if we take it over 1,000 degrees, it becomes carbon dioxide. That's actually not as bad as I was thinking it would be. I was kind of expecting it to be like pretty horrible to deal with. So you're getting a little cramped. If I expand your room a little bit, will it make you happy? You never had Oni fire, Ashinan fire breakout unless it's a meteorite impact? Sorry, when I say burn, usually I just mean like turn to gas or whatever. You know, go from being what it is that I wanted at into a material that it isn't. All right, so we can take care of that. We can knock those out, clear up that space. This is starting to look nicer and bluer. It's still definitely not at the density I want, but it is gradually going light blue. We do have a situation where we got a lot of air pressure trying to come back up out of here, because this is where oxalate is being held, and the carbon dioxide is trying to go past that. So realistically, we could make a way to solve this by kind of making an area that we can bypass that area right here. Gonna do something a little weird here. There. That way they can hop across and get up there. It'll still have some okay-ish airflow down. But the goal here is to make it so where this air pressure is going out here from the oxalite, that it can go around that air pressure. Building from wood had Rimworld flashbacks? Yep. Oh wait, do I not have power wired up there? That'd be a mistake. Alright. Yeah, so we should start seeing the carbon dioxide mostly looping around this way. Because like I said, this is a higher pressure. This should, actually, I mean, that's still pretty high pressure. That's fine. We can go down here, straight across there, and give it all the room it needs to flow around. But yeah, you can physically see like the air moving down here. But that's the plan. This will also need to be opened up larger. so that this could dump its CO2 out wherever. I'm a little worried about this one. This one I'm worried about. Sorry, this one I'm worried about the heat generation, but we'll see. If it ends up being a problem, we cut it off and I'll run a wire like up higher or down lower, wherever I want to put the CO2. And these will eventually need to go, but they're just not urgent. Okay. Yeah, so now if you remember where this is all CO2 right here, it is working its way around, because this is a high pressure spot right here. Well, it's higher pressure than out here, so it will force its way around that way. And then meanwhile, it should start forcing it up here. The next thing I probably need to do is the same kind of problem right over here. Give the CO2 a way to drop down here to get around all this. Which could be fixed by going here. And honestly, I probably need a, we can put like a vent tile or whatever. Like realistically, I'll probably put a room down here. We'll put a staircase going between here, and this will become a room there in time. And I probably should do it. But I am trying to be conscious of the fact that I am queuing up a lot of wood to be used. And I need to be careful how much we have. You know, honestly, that's fine. We've got plenty of granite now. That's fine. So for right now, let's actually not do it right there. Let's go one tile out. And we'll put that just for here for right now. And we'll wait till this is done building before we tear all that open. But we'll tear that side open here. And we'll tear this side open here to make this have a nice airflow. Once that's built, I'll cut down these tiles as well. And then we'll be able to get all this opened and all that dealt with. Okay, so you're up here. You're not doing great yet, but we'll get you there. Starvation, which, again, that's on you for running all the way down there and then complaining about starving. You're allowed to eat, it's okay, I promise. We got 77,000 kcals worth of food. It's okay. Enjoy a snack. And our phosphorite is still doing fine. I just know the only reason why this is continuing to go up is just by the sheer number of places. So we got ourselves our skill point. In this particular case, we're going to take that point in rocketry because that's a skill point they actually want. If I were to keep going this route, if you notice here, it'll put like a red. That means I'll have higher needs to make that person happy. So I'd rather not push into where they're getting unhappy. Oh, meanwhile, there was more things that we could configure you to do. I thought we could tell it to turn the seeds into stuff. Either way, if we get a dirty dirt, that'll handle it, it's fine. Yeah, so you've got all that going. You're fine here. And later on, I could also see adding cold bedroom. What are you doing? I have enough beds for everyone, right? You know, I got enough beds for everyone. Why are you just sitting there being cold and hungry? Oh, that's right. You're the one who's narcoleptic, aren't you? Are you narcoleptic? If they're the one who's narcoleptic, it's probably they just fell asleep in the hallway and then got mad about it. Okay, so we've got the water reservoir sorted. More researchers on its way. Yeah, so I should get those built relatively soon. And then we'll start being able to potentially get the reed fiber, which then I can use if we get into the clothes we're fat. Now, we don't need to refashion the clothes. Yeah, so we could make ourselves snazzy suits and all those, and atmosphere suits. We'll get the reed fiber just going for right now because we can. It's a material. Alright. So we can get ourselves a snazzy suit. Heck yeah. Who's gonna go full snaz today? Frostfire? Get your snazzy suit, friend. Why do you keep, like, laying there being like, I'm cold? It says cold bedroom, but you warm up at the fire, so I don't know what you're dealing. Oh, I understand what your problem is now. You can't reach the bedroom because they minded, like, they dealt with it like the one order of operations that doesn't work. I understand. I get it. And you're probably starving up here because you can't reach the other place. Where is my construction person? And why are you not dealing with this right now? Here's a new plan. Priority, critical, do this. Because, like, you're going to starve up there, and everyone else is going to lose their mind because they can't get to a bed at all, let alone a bed that's not frozen. Alright. There we go. That's what was happening. I was sitting here, I was like, what do you mean? The bedroom's fine. The path got messed up. That's what happened. So you can go ahead and mine that. Clear this area out. Now I can go ahead and mine these two because we already got that there. Okay. That's the kind of stuff that can sneak up on you because the game doesn't give you a warning that, like, specifically what problem you're dealing with, and you just kind of get hit with it. You're like, what? I would like you to finish these, though. Because eventually they're going to complain about not having food. So let's give you a little bit of a priority on these two to get them online. We can go to power here. And pretty soon we're going to hit, like, capacities on this where I'll have to, like, separate out grids. Or if I'm lucky, what I'll do is I'll sit there and have it, you know, where, like, this is the main power amount. I put it off into two branches where it's like this side of the network has that lower power, and you have, like, the stage downs and all that. That way you don't need to have, like, 20 different grids. You just have one grid that keeps staging things, you know, where it's needed. So you can go through walls and whatever. That can be pretty costly, though, to build all those transformers. I don't know why they're not building that. Luxray learned a new skill. Alright. So you can use the spice grinder. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's have you focus on trying to help out with the farming. That way, if we do lose someone, we don't run into that situation where suddenly, like, you lose your main farmer and then the rest of the colonists goes to heck because there was only one person maintaining the food for the whole place. Just trying to avoid that. Cool, so we've got this all set up. And now we'll get this, and we can get their food put in here. You will need to have your antlers trimmed. Okay, and you... we go ahead and leave it at that higher amount so they can just store it there. And they're complaining about being cramped again. Even though it's the same amount that we just did have. And honestly, we could just go ahead and cut this the whole way over here. Let's not cut into that too far, because that's even colder on that side. So just expand this room as wide as we can, and hopefully they'll stop complaining about being cramped. And honestly, with that, let's cancel that build of that tile. That'll need to be uprooted, but we can deal with that in a minute. We can copy this, build it straight across. They just complain about lack of materials. We'll deal with that in a minute. We can open all that up. Okay, so we've now got different routes for the air to move around, so that we shouldn't be dealing with the problem where all the carbon dioxide gets trapped up here and over here, and that we get more of this stuff popping down here where we get the oxalate. They carry the oxalate up. So we should be seeing the breathable gas get better up here over time. Like, it is starting to not be quite as thinned out, but it's going to take a little while for all that airflow to get around. Okay, so we've got all the power on here. I'm a little bit worried when this comes online it's going to start complaining about stuff, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Alright. So we're making good progress. My big concern is about things starting to, like, warm up and just... once we get this built, starting to melt snow and all that. That's my biggest issue right now, because we're also hollowing this area out. So even just my my dupes running around, I believe my dupes do create a small amount of heat themselves. If I remember correctly. I can't remember. I thought there was a thing where they have like a small amount of heat generation themselves, so... as they all run around, you will very slowly build up the temperature around if you don't have anything going one or the other. Hey, it's just Jesse. How's it going? Just go to temperature. The woolly animals are hot. Yeah. But that's fine. That's the other reason I only grabbed 2 of them for now. Is because that is going to be a thing we're going to have to deal with. What is their temperature range they can handle? What can you handle, friend? Oh, they actually like things to be basically room temperature. That is actually a problem. So that could be fine for right now. But, that could be fine for right now. They are going to have to move. So I think in the long run, they're going to live down here in this area bordering the hot and the cold. They can survive up to boiling. I think the idea is they've got that giant wool coat that protects them. Yes, they can live in these temperatures. They're just not the most comfortable. That said, I'm okay with them just being in the colder temperature. Like, keep these ones happy. How much heat does your body produce? Do you tell me? It's fine. Alright, chat. So bear with me for just a minute because I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to quickly do that and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. That's Windows shall forever give me nightmares. That is the like I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at like this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait. I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable. Right. Yeah. The Rita clip is one of your favorites. The Rita. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Prison Architect. For those who didn't catch the context in that Prison Architect run, that was permanent death warden mode. So basically the gist of it was if I got jumped by an inmate as the warden, it was just over. Like the whole run is over for making your prison. So it means you have to like walk around and all that stuff. Like, is the heat disappearing or is it collecting like gas? Oh, no, so what's happening to the air and the reason why it keeps getting thinner is I keep expanding the space. So if you think about it like this, if I have a cup of water and I dump it into a gallon, like, you know, I still have a cup of water, but now it's trying to occupy a more larger space. Now, with stuff like water, it wants to hold a certain amount of density in our atmosphere and all that. But when you're talking about a gas where it tries to fill up the container, it means you have a lower density in there. So that's all that's happening is that as I'm mining out more and more and more, because I'm not actually physically increasing the amount of total gas we have in our space that much, it is getting thinner over time. And the fix to that is to get a source of additional gas. To net new gas into the existence of our world. And that's usually stuff like geysers, but also burning the wood will be a source of gas. It'll make more carbon dioxide, which will occupy that space, which will then get eaten by those plants on the bottom, which will turn it into oxalate, which will then off gas to more oxygen. You get the idea. But for the moment, I keep expanding my area wider and wider and wider, and as a result of that, we are starting to see some issues. Why aren't you building this, by the way? Oh, right, because I lowered its priority to basically nothing. That's why. I had lowered its priority earlier because I wasn't ready for it, and now I am. Okay. Now we got that natural gas up here. I could definitely see doing stuff with the natural gas one. Just like open up an area. That one I might need the like that's the thing. We got some really good materials up here, but they're really dangerous to deal with. The salt water would be the easiest one of these for me to take advantage of. Like it would need the set up the desalinization and all that. But as I recall, that's mostly just power. So we'll see how bad this gets once we power that on. Most likely I'll need to be starting to replace this floor with not snow. Well, no, because that's right. If we get to the point of not snow, we're already in danger. Why does it say... What is this complaining about? Outside stable. Is it too big to be a stable? Is that what I've done? 96 tiles is the largest a stable can be. I understand. That's what's happened. So we should cancel all of this being disassembled. And we can go here real fast. So I'm out of wood. That's fine. We'll just go over here. Plug that, because I absolutely cannot let this sit. Because if we do that, we'll have a problem. And then meanwhile, with that in mind, let's cancel all of this. And then we'll go over here. And we'll just build the one wood tile over there. Because that should still keep it under 96. So that's what I've done, is just made the space too big. Which is annoying that, like, okay, the room gets slightly too big, and then suddenly, like, nope, can't cut the antlers anymore. It's impossible. Okay. That should be happy now, right? I'm sorry. I apologize. It's 97 tiles right now. It is a singular tile too big. My bad. Let's build it on the top, and the reason on the top is if I put it down there, they won't be able to reach up to do that. So let's make that 9. Alright. So one of the things I do need to make happen is I do need to get ourselves some storage. Some just like general storage space. And it doesn't usually need to be like right in the midst of everything, so I'm kind of debating putting it like up here. So just building ourselves a shelf up here that'll hurt our airflow down in here, but the airflow here has deliberately been bottlenecked. That I kind of want to keep here. Like, ultimately, I should make this into insulated block on the top or whatever. You know, add an airlock or whatever up here down the road. But I'm thinking about making my storage just right here. We just go straight to the right. And we're talking like raw materials, not gas or liquid. We'll deal with that later. The problem is I'm going to have to replace this snow before that'll work out well for us. Okay. So you only get involved if the battery gets really low. Otherwise, you stay as the thing. We should be able to put the wood in here to get that online. And then with that, everything should be powered. I really need to get this switched over to a smart battery. That'll be very important early on to do that. We can make smart... Well, sorry, we cannot make smart batteries. And then for the automation... Yeah, so I need refined metal. And I could technically make refined metal through this horrifically inefficiently. Which might even be what I consider doing. The alternative is I do have... This up here will give me refined metal. And then I did see some refined metal over here somewhere. I'm trying to remember where it was. There's sometimes you can just literally find, you know, metal that's already been processed into our things. Yeah, so the ice is melting down in this area, but that's the hotter area that's on the other side. And the chlorine gas, I can't tell if it's... Okay, so it's the chlorine is warming up enough that it's becoming chlorine gas, which is fine. That's all behind the abyssalite, so it's going to take a long time before it has any meaningful impact on me. Yeah, it's iron ore. Put on... They got some labs and all that over here. Sand, sand, sandstone. That's ore. There's lots of hydrogen over here. Yeah, I thought it was somewhere over here that I saw... It wasn't a lot. Like, just a couple of tiles. Because you can just dig down and find like a little pocket of gold. You know, and whatever. And that'll sometimes work. There's the tiniest little bit of algae down there. Okay, let's turn off that overlay because I can't. Oh, metal. Yeah, so we've got iron ore, uranium ore. Wolf, write a whole bunch of iron. Wolf, iron. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I might be mixing up my things, but yeah, like I thought I saw some. Alright, how's our air doing? Yeah, so air's improving a lot. Alright, so let's look at our research. Okay, so this would give us the thermal sensor and all that. That's potentially useful. We've got our stuff for scrubbing the air. We probably don't want or need that right now. We have the thing that gives us our suits that we can run in and out of that. We can actually do that right now. Like, so far as training that. We'll probably want that early on. Duplicate skills. So Ian gained a skill. Alright, so let's double check who we have. Oh, never mind, it tells us. So I could have Enoch become the one who has more cooking skill. Just the same as I grab rocketry and go into suit wearing. I mean, that gives me athletics, which gets me to move around faster. So that would be good as well. Take the one point that we don't gain morale stuff for, then take ones that we do. Because honestly, the being able to use the spice grinder isn't a big deal to me. Let's do that, because that'll go really well with supplying. Because then we can have them go into the areas where we don't have air put on their suit, they'll move extra quick and all that. Okay, so choose your thing. So you can make sandstone. I'm going to do that for right now versus getting more people. I tend not to make very, very high number of dupes places. Cool, so we're getting our wood, we're getting our reeds now. So that's all good stuff. Those poor mammoths. Those poor mammoths. You shave them completely bald and it looks really sad. That researched almost instantly. Oh, it was finishing up one of these past researches. There's just so much that we need to do for that. It's fine. Yeah, so we got the aqua tuner and all that. That'll be really good. We can't use that anywhere near yet. But the reason why stuff like the aqua tuner and all that's good is the thermal aqua tuner cools liquid, but it produces a lot of heat in the area. So the idea behind this is you can use different setups where you effectively have these things in a room. They take a liquid and they bring that liquid to a boil, you know, usually water. That steam you get to be super hot. They feed in the steam power generators, which in turn produce a bunch of power, which you then, you know, cycle around into the aqua tuners because those are producing cold air. And you can sit there and, you know, basically make a box that is mostly self-sufficient. It's like, it's an enclosed system as far as the temperature and all that's regulated, and you can use that to pump cold out to other areas. Because that's normally what you need, is normally your concern is keeping an area from getting overheated. Which is sort of kind of ish a concern this time, but not as much as it normally would be. Normally it's a much bigger worry. That said, like I mentioned before, I do think with this one it's going to be weird that genuinely to keep all of our food and oxygen sources in good order, I do need to keep myself below freezing. Which is a wild consideration, because normally the struggle is to keep yourself from not getting to the point where it actively burns your people or starts to make your plants die from getting slightly too warm. Like, I looked down at this and I thought, I was like, perfect, this is like the room temperature, like this is the temperature I want to be and all that. And then it dawned on me, if we compare, like, this is below freezing down here. Compared to what my plants need, this is dangerous. If this temperature bleeds up here, all this oxygen production shuts down, and that is my only means of oxygen production right now. And for the record, this is the normal temperature. So normal temperature, all of this is recognized as cold, and this is mildly warm. But everything else here is basically cold. So it is a thing. We have our state change measurement. So anything you see that's bright is demonstrating that it's having a relatively quick temperature change. Green is stable, and then the blue is a low temperature change. But yeah, no, it's wild how different this is so far as your considerations. And like, I have no plumbing. I have no plumbing yet. Like, that's the weird consideration. We are just boiling snow and ice into water, and that is how I'm running my toilets and all that. One thing I probably need to do is I probably need a yucky water pit. Is one thing I probably need. Make a yucky water pit and let the yucky water freeze back into yucky snow and deal with it. And part of me is tempted to just shove it right here and have it drop down into this space once it opens up. Because that should stay stable with this many Wheezewort nearby. Like, I mean, we got, in this area, we've got 5 of them, I think? 5 of them, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so I could probably keep it here for a very long time. Man, the alveovarus just guzzle carbon dioxide? They do. Like, they do, like, that's the thing. It seems like managing the oxygen here, as long as I keep the temperature to the point that it's happy with these, we're good. But the moment we go above freezing and the ice starts to melt, all of these plants become non-functional, and my air draws to an immediate stop. So eventually we're gonna have to push that temperature, because I can't imagine keeping my whole area that cold until then. Realistically, I'll make like little boxes of cold air that'll pump all of the CO2 into. These things will be chilling in there. But the problem is these won't even work for that purpose because someone has to harvest them. So I feel like that's going to be the big thing here, is scaling up is going to be scaling out of those. Okay, so rummage all of these, now we can reach them. And I'll go through and we'll read what they have to say later. Okay, so Luxray gets a snazzy suit. Neko gets a snazzy suit. And Pretty Pictures gets a snazzy suit. Those aren't snazzy suits, those are warm coats, which are very... Actually, one of them is a snazzy suit and the rest are warm coats. Okay, so let's see what they had. Added entry, personal log. I lied. Me and Benny aren't friends. We're best friends. She even showed me how she does her hair. We're gonna book a wind tunnel after work and run experiments together at the Thermo Rat Rockets. Added personal entry, encryption level 3. I sent Dr. Holland home today after I found him wandering a lab mumbling to himself. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I worry that everyone's afraid of disappointing the director, that they're pushing themselves to the breaking point. Next chance I get, I'm going to bring this up with Jackie. Okay, next one. I added a new entry to my log. Office cake. Ellie, nice cake. I bet it wasn't easy to, like, strong-arm everyone into buying it. Joshua, you know, if you were a little nicer, people Might want to actually spend more time with you. Ellie, please. Friends are about quality, not quantity, Joshua. Wow. Was this a roundabout compliment I just heard? Ellie, what? Ew, gross. Stop that. Joshua, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I'm not much of a gossip. Okay. Revisited numbers. Voice recognition initiated. Subjects identified A001B111. Log begins. Jackie. Dr. Jones projects that traditional fuel will be insufficient for the pod to make flight. Olivia. Then we need to change its specs. Use lighter materials, cut weight wherever possible, do widespread optimizations across the whole project. Jackie. We have another option. Olivia. No, absolutely not. You needed me, and I came back. But if you plan to revive our research... Jackie. The world's doomed regardless, Olivia. We need to use any advantage we've got. And just think about it. If we built, redacted, technology into the pod, it wouldn't just fix the flight problem. We'd know for a fact it would run uninterrupted for thousands of years, maybe more. Oh, are we gonna find that the thing generating the heat down here is like some prototype rocket or something that crashed and it's just been chugging heat out the back of it the whole time or something? Make an air trap with it? I missed what that is in reference to. And everyone has at least a warm suit, if not a sassy suit. We have a bunch of data banks and all that. Okay. And we got more research done, so that's good news. So now we have drywall and carpet. Which adds to decor and uses a little bit of reed fiber. So that's good. We also got the textile loom, which requires a refined message. For CO2 and cold room? Oh yeah, no, if you're talking about the thing where you deliberately put like a drop or two of water so that air can't pass through kind of thing. There's some ways you could do that that aren't cheesy. Which I'm fine with, where you like climb down into the water and then you climb up the other side. That can be fine. But there is stuff where you can like make a doorway where the water stretches across the doorway. And I don't like doing that because I understand like the game is designed with all that stuff in consideration and all that. But for me, I'm like, man, this always felt like it shouldn't work that way, cheesy kind of thing. Like, no judgment for anyone who does it. It works. It's not like there's anything wrong with it. But it's one of those things that I'm always like, I just don't like it. Alright, so we're going to build that down here. And the entire plan for this is any loose water bottles I get, they go on this thing. So low pollute thing. So we don't accept yeah, do not enable auto bottle. So yeah, so any loose water, we just drop it down there, and once it's out of the bottle, it should just refreeze and be done with it. So that way, like, our gross bottles of gross, we can get down here and just drop it. But you like the step down and up liquid locks too? Yeah, the step down, step up ones, at least there's a certain reality to it, versus like the idea of having water that the tensile strength would hold up enough to like seal an area, but you could walk through it. That one was like, that's just physics being weird, man. That should really not work that way. Okay. Yeah, it's like water from Mist game Riven. Yeah, I haven't played Mist or Riven in so long, I just don't remember. But yeah. No, it's just one of those things. Like again, there's zero judgment for anyone who does it. It's a game mechanic, it works that way. It's a clever thing. But for me, it's just always those things that just kind of rankled me. I'm like, nah, that's fine. But there's stuff in lots of games where I'm like that, where it's like it's totally fine and reasonable or whatever and all that. Let's see, the water in Riven has a bacteria that allows heat to shape it into tunnels. Interesting. So I am noticing our wood is not keeping up. And this is the big problem we have right here. So what I need to do is I need to get this set up where we can automate, which means I need refined there. So I'm going to do that to turn... it's just too slow dealing with this, because I need them to turn it on, let it power the batteries, and then turn it off. And I don't want to manually handle that. And there is automation, but to do that I need refined metal. I am going to wastefully refine metal. That's just, I'm accepting this. We'll set that to 10. And what I'm going to do with that is we're going to build this, and I'm not going to worry about the smart... Well, actually, no, I'm going to need a smart battery, aren't I? Okay. So the plan's straightforward. We're going to build a smart battery, hook it up to the automation, then we'll be able to get rid of the bunch of this other crap, and all that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, keeping that open, so that way the CO2 can get through. Ultimately, I'll probably want to put, like, air filter on some of these so it could spill out. We'll want to move that to not be down there. And how is our air going? Yeah, so this is what the air should look like. We got a little bit of a pocket here. Because, again, this is, like, really dense air, like, oxygen trying to go up, and then dense carbon dioxide trying to go down, so it's kind of fighting each other. Whereas this is going around. Ultimately, I probably want to move this up here somewhere, because that way the oxygen, you know, can kind of push out down. But we'll also want to put, like, an area where I can have the air filter, because you see, like, the foxes here are just sitting in carbon dioxide all the time. Let's actually do that. We can go ventilation, sorry. We can go to tile blocks. Airflow vents here and here. And I'll probably leave that alone for right now. Okay, and with this, we want to go to power. So I need 200 kilograms of refined metal. And with this process, the question is, how much refined metal do I get out of? Okay, so I need 200, so that should give me enough for that. What are you doing? Stop. Just stop there right now. Okay, and what do we got here? We've got algae. I'm grabbing the algae because down the road, if I get desperate for air, that is a source. Do I not have iron? I should have iron, right? Oh, I have... Yeah, so I have iron ore and we're making iron. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Yeah, so we are making the stuff with iron. That'll be good. Because we'll make the smart battery once we have the iron. And then I'll hook it up to automation. And then with that, we can make this turn on and off automatically so that we don't waste wood. Because that's the issue we have right now, is that is going to waste wood pretty aggressively otherwise. Been a long time since you watched this game? Yeah, they just had a new DLC drop. It's been quite a while since they've had one. So that's kind of where we're at with this. Yeah, so we've got 100, and I need 200. But they'll get that smart battery hooked up, and that'll be our first system that's fully automated kind of thing. I mean, well, it's not fully automated, but it automates it so it won't be horrifically inefficient on the power. But yeah, that's pretty normal. With a lot of the games you'll see, I'll play them for a while, we'll get really far in a run, and then when we decide we're done with it, the game usually will go away until another major update happens. There's exceptions for stuff like RimWorld, where there's lots of replayability and lots of variety in how you can play it. There's certainly reasons to, you know, open that up more. But most of the time, that's like the idea behind. Yeah, I want to do that just so there's a airflow getting out here, so it's not a pocket. Okay, so we've got all this going. And the other good news, like right down here, we're not even having that much carbon dioxide left. We're definitely turning more and more of the entire area into just oxygen. And honestly, for that matter, this will, you know, dump a bunch of that carbon dioxide down as well, so we can get as much of the space to be oxygen. And how goes our temperature? So we are starting to see our temperature moving into sort of a neutral range. And again, we've scaled this to be about 0 Fahrenheit. Freezing is 32 Fahrenheit. So we're seeing where this is in green and it's starting to look yellow. That's, you know, for our dupes, that's extremely cold. But for stuff like some of our animals, that's getting a bit on the warm side. So that's a bit of a concern. And the big concern is for our plants, because a bunch of my plants, when they hit room temperature, that's it. They're done. So that's a little bit concerning, and I'm wondering if that's just, you know, that these are producing a bunch of heat just by their nature, if it's the water that... The water probably is hot when it comes out, and then, you know, that... It could be this, that we're boiling the snow. There's a bunch of things. It could be just, honestly, the machinery, and that's just where it's... You know, there's enough cold air over here that's making this appear colder while it's heating up this area. I'm not sure what exactly is the big contributor. Alright, how are we doing? Do we have that, smart battery? Not yet. We're getting close. I just gotta get that smart battery here, then we can hook it up to this thing, and that should be good. By then we'll probably want to get rid of this crappy battery down here entirely, because these batteries, they do leak power. So this leaks, 1,000 joules per cycle. This leaks 2,000 joules per cycle. And if I remember correctly with the smart battery, it only leaks 400 joules per cycle. So honestly, probably put the smart battery up here, get rid of the jumbo battery, get rid of this battery, just be done with them, and that opens up space to put something else here later. Because just bleeding off 3,000 joules per second and doing literally nothing with it is pretty terrible. Oh, duplicate skills. Okay. They don't know what we need for that, so we're gonna go ahead and put an art point in the farming to equalize that mood more, and then we'll increase it by more. Okay, so that way we're not wasting wood. And then for you, you've already got the super digging, so let's go ahead and get you building as well. And you still got more iron ore to process. The interesting thing for refined metals later, since we've got gold up top, once I get to the point that I think I can handle getting the gold stuff built, we will just use that as our source for refined metal. Let's have like the volcano of that up there. We'll have a way of handling cooling down that space. Let it produce a bunch of gold, cool off the space, open the door, run in there, grab all the gold out, get back out, that kind of thing. I don't know how well it would work for, like, the steam geyser solution or whatever, but we can check that out. We'll also have lots of requirement for refined metal for that we'll need first. But yeah, so I could definitely see making ourselves like one of those rooms that we handle all the temperature in. Because you can do them in lots of places. I've done them up top where I use solar power to generate, to handle like the. So you use the solar power on the top. You have it generate like these rooms that produce steam. That then they run the hydro, the thermal vents and all that, which then you cool down liquid. Then you pipe that out to the rest of your base to cool off your base. Like, I've done a whole range of those things. Yeah, so I still need you to work on more. It's fine. In the meantime, I was gonna build the shelf with our storage over here. Let's go ahead and get that going. In the interim, do I make this the thermal one? I think I do. Right now, I'm just going to make that thermal because the snow will fall. But ultimately, I want to replace all of that with the thermal insulation from the rest of the base, make this outside the base. And that's just because that way I can try and temperature control this a little bit better later. We could, scooch this back, make a door to seal it, all that stuff later. Alright. But because with building storage here, that would give Eonek the ability to start storing a bunch of this junk. And with that, we could turn around and, get that handled. One tiles appear, all grooming disabled. All right. Okay, so we can make that out of a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna make out the granite. There's gonna be an accept. Don't do it there. Just that. There we go. There's gonna be excessive, but like I said, the idea here is just not even to have it organized storage or anything like that. It's just all the junk that's piling all over the place. Just get rid of it. Just throw it in cabinets as best we can. That way it's not floating around here where it's, ugly all over the place. So all standard. Copy settings. I'll probably have to manually do that when we get there. Yeah, it's fine. But you get the idea. We're gonna start trying to get all of that out of here as fast as we can. We're doing way more food than we reasonably need to be making, which is also fine. We're still waiting for more refined metal. This needs to be turned back on because we're about to run out of power again. So I'm currently manually operating this stuff, which is not great. Alright. So you're loading that up with iron ore for more processing. That makes sense. I'm assuming my iron ore is all the way down in this area. Or like over here or wherever. Because it says I've got a bunch, but it's probably nowhere nearby. And that's the reasons I want to get the storage online. So is that enough to get our battery? Not seeing how much we have. Okay. Alright. They're making good progress on all that stuff, which is pretty good. We've got more airflow over there, that's good. The wood is not great. We are using it for power now, which is hitting its supply pretty hard. And they are doing their best to keep up, but it is work. And then Neonek is running around and doing a lot of the cleaning. It's just there's a lot of cleaning to be done. But every little bit that they get will mostly keep things tidied. And then eventually we will have an area where we can just drop the ice and the snow and all that to get that. Okay, so we did research all the way up to getting to our suits that we can go around in the environment and be just fine and dandy. I'm going to go ahead and start doing the logistics stuff in the meantime. I don't really need it, but that's fine. We'll get there. And this is full of oxalate, perpetually off-gassing. There's like literally thousands of oxalate in it. Oh, are you reaching the point? Yeah, we're starting to reach the point that there's not enough carbon dioxide down here, so it's turning those off. That's a good problem to have. We got our air suits and all that. We're not going to worry about that. Come on, smart battery. Alright, so turn this back off. Okay. Who was the one we had operating stuff? Priorities. The operating. Right, so it was ranch, then farm, then operate, and then no one else had priority. So that's the reason why operating is not happening at any meaningful time span, is between getting all these taken care of. You keep getting cramped. Well, I mean, cramped just keeps them from reproducing, so I actually can live with them being a bit cramped. As long as they eventually get it done, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I've got the long commute complaints, and that's for a number of our stuff. So if we go to travel time, so Neko is our farming person. They've got bad ones. So Eonek being the one transporting stuff, they're always going to have long commute times. But Neko's got pretty long times, but that's because we got these crops up here, and then these way down here, because this is our CO2 pit. I don't have a great way around that. It is something that as these get to the point where they're not having enough CO2 to handle them, that's fine. Luxray also helps with these down here. Eventually we will go away from using those plants as our means of handling the handling our air. And when we do reach that phase in the game, that'll free up a lot. Because late game, I won't have a way to keep that space cool that isn't compromised by a person having to constantly run in and out of said room. And because there are plants that have to be harvested, you get the idea. I am a little annoyed that's like, there's no oxygen generators built. Right. I mean, at this point, I technically can build one. I've got a tiny bit of algae. That's not doing. A bonbon tree seed. I don't know if we'll want to do anything with a bonbon tree. Let's see. Bonbon tree seed. Okay. What was a bonbon tree again? We've got a bunch of stats. So it actually likes it cold, so that's good news. It likes any environment, that's good news. It needs snow to grow, really good news. And it makes nectar. And wood. And the nectar I can use to make sucrose. Interesting. But what... I guess the whole point is you get nectar, and then when it gets to minus 116 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes sucrose. But nectar itself does not appear to have a use, whereas, you know, sucrose, on the other hand, we can use with grub fruit to make preserves, or feed the grubs to get mud. The catch is we gotta get it to minus 116 degrees Fahrenheit. So... Oh, you can use nectar to make plastic? Interesting. So if I planted this tree, it would potentially be pretty happy here. Yeah, no, if I planted this tree, we'd be pretty happy here. We would feed it snow, which is also fine. And it would give us nectar and all that. There's a rocket that uses sucrose as a power source. Yeah. So that's an interesting consideration. Still cannot quite make that. But it is a tree, so it needs a little bit more space. I could just plunk it down here. So let's see here about getting that done. So, oh, did our pip died yet? We got a pip, and then we realized we weren't in the range of temperatures that pip really can survive and be healthy. And we felt a little bad, but there's nothing we could do about it. I'm assuming it's dead by now, because I don't see it crawling around, and we're just not going to be a pip-friendly place because it's just too dang cold. So let's put you here. And see if we can't grow that tree right there. And got a bunch more there. Alright, I'm going to bump that up in priority so we can get that next thing of iron out, just so I don't have to babysit this thing anymore. Okay, we've got our automation stuff going on here, which is like light sensors, logic gates, weight plates, a whole bunch of stuff. Also, turn that building back on. All right. And I know this is overkill, but the idea is the moment Eonek isn't needed doing other stuff, we're just going to slowly get all of this cleaned up, little by little by little. I usually like having like 2 or 3 dupes who their entire job is just pick up stuff and move it where it's needed. It almost feels like as you get farther in the game too, the more of them you need just handling that kind of thing becomes higher and higher. If you go punch this, please, I'd like that little bit of refined metal so I can switch us over to a, you know, more of a logic circuit. Because then I can go and get the automation set up, and once we get the automation set up, then I just never have to babysit it ever again. Eonek will throw wood in there, and it'll turn on and off as needed, and we can go from there. Oh, they add like a little pulsing thing for stuff putting off heat. That's good to see. Yeah, that's officially reaching positive temperatures. And that's just going to be what's happening. That's eventually going to be the thing that I have to start worrying about containing that temperature. is just keeping the bedroom not hot. Comfy sleeping at night? Yeah, no, you got to. Still didn't get that done. All right. And you're almost done with the catch-all thing going on here. All right. How are our tributes doing, by the way? We keep gaining points in them. Eventually, those attributes, because as you get the attributes, your people start having higher and higher demands. Eventually, we will reach a point those demands will get unmanageable. All right, so let's grab the bonbon tree. It does appear I'm probably going to have to clear that out. Plan to put bonbon trees down here, because they also like it cold. We'll also want the wheat to be grown at some point for more variety food. I really don't need more food, though. Like, food I'm doing ridiculously well. It would be good to get some of the, some of this stuff growing, the plum stuff. But we need ethanol to do that. And I can't remember, was it... Yeah, it was the patties. No, it's not. There was something here that we got ethanol from that we had recognized. Oh, do not dig this tile. The others are fine, though. What did I see that did ethanol? I thought it was related to you. There was some process I saw that created ethanol. It's fine. Still haven't gotten that working. Meanwhile, for this machine, let's go ahead and start bouncing that up a bit. So we can start storing more stuff in there. The tree slurper seal dudes make ethanol. I haven't seen any of those in here. There was something I saw in here that produced ethanol, and I'm just blanking on what it was. I thought it was related to the Bamus. No, there was something... Oh, no. It was we make wood into ethanol. That's right. And why are you unhappy? You're unhappy because of fertilization. Cool, so we do have the tree. That's right. So we use these to make wood, and we use the wood to make the ethanol, and then the ethanol we use to grow the plants that feed these animals, and then their leavings we ultimately turn into the stuff that plants these plants, which then feed these ones. And then we've got the whole cycle, and that's a matter of figuring out how much of each do we need to sustain the the whole thing. And this just being a separate thing that just adds into the mix as well. Now, I'm trying to remember with the trees. I believe they need a couple tiles around them. You can't just grow them all right next to each other and all that. Because getting... Right, and then when we had the... Like, when we get the ethanol, I'll be able to use the ethanol to grow these. I'm not ready for the ethanol yet, and also... Okay, so you actually did get some stuff done. So, turn that back on. Turn you back down to a normal, reasonable priority. And then we can go to power, smart battery. Cable that in. Get our logic circuit, automation. And so what I'm trying to remember here, because I don't want to waste any more refined metal than I absolutely have to. Right, never mind. I can just wire that over directly, and then we can get our stuff. That's fine. So we go boom, boom, boom. And then for here, So the low threshold sends a red signal when the battery is at 100%, and it goes until the low threshold. So low threshold will be 10. So yeah, so it tells this to turn on. And then with this, we will disable the batteries. And we'll leave just the one. And make sure that automation wire is actually wired in. It is. Okay, so what should happen is this battery will fully charge, this will turn off, and then it should just stay off until this is almost depleted, start the cycle over again. Colony achievement earned. Automate a building using sensors and switches from the automation tab. Yep. The automation ends up being incredibly important for oxygen not included, because otherwise there's stuff that you just don't get materials for very often, but that's very effective materials. And so you end up being unable to like use those things just by the nature of the fact that without the automation, it turns on, burns that material, gone in a couple of seconds, and then you're just out of luck. But by setting up proper automation, you give yourself a lot of wiggle room around those. Please turn the batteries off. Because the reason I want to turn these batteries off is, they are bleeding off power. Honestly, deconstruct these batteries. Don't even worry about that. Just straight up deconstruct these two batteries. Because like I said, they are bleeding power by just being there. There's the idea that they're leaking power kind of thing. So I want to make sure to handle that. But yeah, the idea of being able to make plastic just using nectar is interesting. Now, one of the other things is we're going to need an area that we're able to make hot. Like I said, I do think this area might not be the worst. We're putting insulation. We've got a bunch of the Wheezewort around here. And when I mean hot, I don't mean like deliberately make it hot, but do some stuff that does produce heat. And, you know, hopefully the Wheezewort won't overwhelm it. Or sorry, hopefully it won't overwhelm the Wheezewort, the other way around. And honestly, we can get rid of this as well, because if I ever run out of wood completely, like completely, we are super screwed in that case. Meanwhile, let's look at our priorities. Okay, so you do ranching first. Okay, so you're going to bed. It's like... Okay, so you gained a skill point, Luxray. I want to keep skilling you up in farming. Oh, crop tending is the higher of the two. And the reason I want to keep building you up in farming is just for the purposes of we have the one who's focusing on ranching and isn't getting a whole lot of time around that. And I want to keep someone focused on the crops otherwise. Alright. The other good news is because it's below freezing, none of our food seems to be rotting or expiring or going bad or anything. Okay, so what is next on our list for things to consider? So I could potentially get to the point of the textile loom where I could upgrade clothing and all that. I don't think that's the way I want to go. We can try... Nothing here is screaming that I need to work with it. Those are nice to have, so we could probably do that. Eventually, I definitely want to get the triage stuff. I don't think we can really do anything related to actual, like, plumbing. We don't have oil. We do have the polymer press, which does mention the nectar here. It only requires 240 watts of power. It does put out a absolutely absurd amount of heat, though. 32.5, you know, whatever. Versus this thing is 9. And even some steam. Yeah. So it is going to release a really high amount of heat. That said, it could be possible that I put it down here, let it work to heat up this space over here, and then I get away from those things over time. So like deliberately heat over onto this left side, try and contain the heat, knowing I can't fully enclose the space or anything. You have fertilizer. That's good enough for me. Because that is a possibility. How much power does it say we have on our network right now? We have 660 with a current, or a, so I can actually handle the plastic making. So I could literally go over here to the polymer press and shove it over here somewhere. And then just, again, try my best to insulate this room so that most of the heat seeps up into the ceiling above it. And I think that might not be the worst decision. It's definitely not the long-term best decision, but for the right now, dealing with what I got decision, that's about the best we can hope for. And a lot of oxygen not included is dealing with those what will help me right now. Oh, this is bad? Yeah, that's fine. It helps me right now. Tomorrow me needs to deal with more things, but today me just needs to get this working. Let's get that set up. Because this is a place that I can actually handle having some of that heat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insulate this. We'll make it a little bit wider just for if I go to do more with this later. And we can dig this out. Now that said, I am using a regular door here, which does mean it is going to bleed heat out this one side. Let's see, is a single tree enough to make that worth it, though? Probably not, but I mean, if it just sits there doing nothing, I don't care while it sits there doing nothing. Eventually, it'll get more. And then what should happen is as we harvest this, every so often we should, at least I believe we'll get it. Yeah, every once in a while we'll get a seed when we harvest it, and then we can get another tree. But the point is, I'm going to need to have that stuff. We can go ahead and draw you over this way. Attach you like this. You're going to need to have that. Okay. That's fine. We've got all our storage up here, and as you can see, we're starting to store things up here. Little by little. These keep turning on and off because of the lack of carbon dioxide. That's fine. Yeah, I got like that weird pocket in between where it's having problems getting down there. That's fine. This is clearing up. Now, granted, we got like this weird catch now because it's the same thing. Oxygen trying to go up, carbon dioxide's trying to go down. And occasionally they get past each other, but they do struggle to get around. The wider I make this, the less of a problem it has. But also, you know, there is pros and cons with widening it. But you generally do want your main areas doing like that. Later on, you use air pumps. You just pump the carbon dioxide into a room, and you pump the oxygen out into certain spaces, and use vents and all that. But we're not quite at the point I feel comfortable doing that. And hopefully, so gotcha. Hopefully, they're staying on top of this. It would be. I do wonder if I'm going to need multiple rooms of these things to sustain this, but we'll see. Okay, they fixed that problem quickly. It's like, man, don't block it so they can't get to the bedrooms again. Okay. All right. And so all this ice is melting down here as this reaches room temperature. That's totally fine. That's the reason I didn't punch through. Now, downside is we do have this, which is conducting heat through there. Advanced medical care. That's fine. We've got Nosh, which requires ethanol and dirt. And I believe it produces something we can eat. But something that makes our people happy. Alright. Critter starvation. Mammoth. That's a problem. So those are all about to be harvestable. But that is telling me it is time that I do actually need to grow some of that stuff. I'm not going to be able to do much with it yet. And the reason I can't do anything yet is I don't have a source of ethanol yet. I will want to get one. That reminds me, you know what's the other thing we can do? Get all those cleared out. Stations. There was the, it's probably under refinement. Oh, hey, we actually got some dirty stuff. Ethanol distillery, which takes a lot of power as well. So that's the problem is we can do one of these or the other. Now, I could choose to just use a logic gate here, because what I could do is, there's a liquid output pipe. It doesn't tell me... Oh, it's probably putting out the ethanol. Okay. So, I could do this kind of thing, where we could make the logic circuit, where if one of these two machines is running, the other one can't. There's argument to be made for that. Because they probably won't run much at the same time. Meanwhile... As far as the plumbing goes... Oh, wait. What do you need coming in? Do you need water going in? What... Liquid intake pipe. What is your input here? Is it the nectar? It probably is the nectar. Like, that's... Because it was saying it was a liquid. Yeah, you can have your rocketry. Okay. So it sounds to me like what I need to do is I need to put an area down here that we have, like, the nectar tank and the ethanol tank. And then we have the thing where we can pull, like, a bucket of it, run it where it needs to go. Is what I'm thinking we gotta do. We'll have to figure that out. So the point being... I'm going to assume these things are going to have temperature issues. So for right now, I'm going to surround them by this. Wifey.
I have the sexiest husband.
No.
You're the love of my life.
Yeah. That's what low standards are like.
Yeah, hubby has those standards.
No, I was talking about you having the low standards.
Yeah, it had those standards.
Why is this not an odd number of tiles?
Number of times.
Yeah, but the even number of tiles makes it look way less good.
Yeah.
And it makes me sad. Because I can make it too thick on both sides, and that's not a big problem. Technically, it reduces the capacity of it. Those shouldn't be that. I am literally going to go with the reduced capacity and just live with it. Because it's going to annoy me too much to not have those be even. There's that little biohazard between the lockers, Shake's Fist. I still don't see this biohazard symbol between... Unless I'm just thinking of a different set of lockers. It's probably fine. Oh, that! There's a biohazard symbol Inspect. A hermetically sealed glass cabinet contains 2 sporchid seeds and are carefully penned note. View entry. Let's see. Reboot an ambitious collaborative project spearheaded by Gravitas Bioengineering Robotics departments. If correctly built, it could save duplicate lives. First encounter. My duplicants have discovered the laboratory full of dusty machinery. Okay. Alright, so there's an anonymous admirer. An empress. Okay, so we already did that. This must be a new one. Let's see. I am subatomic particles smaller than the speck of dust flushed from your gaze at the eyewash station. My love is like plutonium, gray dull, unbearably heavy until I am near you. With every breath I burn with a yearning unseen. P.S. I made Steve let me in so I could leave you this. Hope that's okay. Yeah. Poor child, make sure you have good containment before you open it. Yeah. I mean, it's got a big biohazard symbol on it. An achievement. Use a duplicant's skill points to buy out an entire branch or skill path. Sure. Okay. So what the heck are we doing? So we're working on this, and the intention with... What are you walking on? Excuse me? There's rules. How are you crossing? What are you walking on? There's no tile there. What? I don't... You know what? It's fine. They're not trapping themselves. They apparently know better than I do. That they're walking on the invisible ground here. That there's nothing there. But that's good enough. Also, it appears that they have trapped themselves, so please, someone prioritize that tile. Oh no, they haven't trapped themselves. What am I doing? They're going through down here. Duplicate magic. Why can't they do it when they mine behind them and then suddenly go, I'm stuck? And you just kind of glare at them going, what's wrong with you? Never mind. It's a lot. A lot is what's wrong with them. Now let's make this normal priority. Critter starvation. Yep. Did we build those yet? Nope. I don't have much I could help you with. Oh, because we already have those set up to... Yeah, so you can go ahead and harvest that for right now. That'll feed one of them. So we'll do our best to keep them fed, but, you know, we're dealing with what we can. Yeah, dupes being dupes. Yet, never question the dupes. They'll make it happen anyways. Oh, and colony summary. Okay, weirdly, it's like you already got a thing. Duplicant skill. Alright, so we've got Eonet going here. We're gonna go ahead and take them into the suit wearing category and go up there because, again... They're the person who hauls stuff. All that stuff that helps with athletics and all that, that's good. Okay, so you're going to get the plume plants. We won't be able to do much with them yet because they require ethanol. But we are getting things set up so we will be able to get ethanol. The big issue is just going to be we do not appear to be making enough wood to keep things... to task. Now, it could just be... Why are you not done? These are both set to 9. Why are they both full? There, it's an emergency. Is that what it requires you to get to clean the bathrooms? Good job. Because if I don't do that, they're going to start peeing everywhere, and it's going to be a bad time. Because they literally have them set to 9 priority at all times. Especially when it be icicles. You just have the porta-john and you're like done for the day, and the person just like gets out a pair of like the ice gripper tongs and just kind of goes chunk. Just takes it outside and just drops it in a hole. It's not like they're sloshing up like dirt or whatever, like it's some outhouse. It just literally just takes the cube, takes it outside, dumps it out back. Fireman's pole. Okay. We are about to start losing a lot more metal than I can probably afford. But hear me out. Gotta go fast. So with that in mind, we're gonna start down here. And we just used up all of one type of metal and about half of another type of metal. So that is a major investment for our colony. That is not a mild spend. Meanwhile, we're also going to be here. So we've got this side and this side. And what's going to end up happening is this one's going to be for nectar and that one's going to be for whatever that was. No, actually, wait, you don't need a... So you need that for the nectar to pull up into this, and then you need a liquid output pipe to just drop stuff down there that will pump wherever we need to pump it. What the heck did you put out? No, so you put out the ethanol. Yes. So I've already made a mistake here. And let me explain my mistake. So we're going to need to cancel that tile, cancel this tile, deconstruct this tile, cancel this tile. Because what I need to do, let's also deconstruct this tile. What I need to do is I need to be able to pull the ethanol out of here using this thing. So this will be out, this will be in. Okay. Because they pull the ethanol out of here, and we can take it over to plant those. And eventually I'll want to set up pumps and all that. Right now, I'm a little hesitant to upscale. Did you trap yourself? Why? Why, dupes? Why are you the way you are? It was so easy. All you had to do is not do that one specific process you did. Okay. Alright, so with that... You go down here, and you'll have a liquid vent. And then you'll need a pump that'll pull stuff up here. And I honestly don't need the big pump. So there's the big pump here. And I believe we don't have here. What was the little pump's cost? Oh, wasn't the little pump, didn't it require plastic to make the little pump? Where's our water stuff? Food, solid, liquids. Yeah, so if we go down here to the path to like the micro pump. Where are you? Did I miss it? Do I already have it? Excuse me? Let's check here again. Alright. Liquid shutoff, liquid valve. I could have sworn there was like a micro pump. Miniaturization is the technology name. Okay. Improved plumbing, improved ventilation. Ah, okay, so it's not till way later. That's fine. I remembered it required plastic, which is like, oh, right, that is an issue. So what'll likely end up needing to happen here, so we'll have the liquid pump down here. And it will need to have a pipe that goes up here. Cancel this tile that... Oh, it didn't cancel. It's fine. Make sure it actually is canceled. Okay. So we'll get that all wired up. But it is going to be a thing that we're going to end up needing to set up logic where until... Like, don't run this always. Make sure I have at least a certain amount in here. Which the way I'll deal with that is we'll eventually get rid of the last step from this ladder. And I'll put a sensor here and say, hey, if you don't see liquid this high, don't bother. We got another bonbon tree. Okay, that's easy enough. I'll take extra. Oh, you require light. Okay, I did not notice that. Alright, well that's an interesting concern. So we got a ceiling light. So the question is, it says illumination on all of this. So that brings down the question, do I need the light to cover the whole thing, or would that be acceptable? Because I don't honestly know one way or the other. Because it's one tree... I mean, I had known that, I would have put it farther down. Because it does use metal, I don't want to waste it too much. This is okay if you actually just tell me on this one, because it is just thing. Because I'm assuming I need light on every one of these tiles would be my guess. So I assume I need it here. So that covers it, which means I'd have one light per tree, which sounds pretty dang awful. And how much power do you use? 10 watts, so at least it uses basically no power. Meanwhile... Well, if it's okay, just tell you. You have to look at those crystals. Have a look at those crystals around the Bamus. Oh yeah, I saw those. I could carve them. But I can't make them do anything. Like, I can carve them, but that's it. Yeah, no, I see that they gave light. Like, I noticed that before. But I was referring to for growing the bonbon trees. That's what I was going with that. They can be moved once carved. Okay. Well, I wish it said something about that kind of thing. Okay, well then in that case... we can carve all of you. Yeah, that's now those things you look at and go, that is a logical progression for this. Yeah, it's your experience with the DLC so far. Oh, I wish I had known this 30 cycles ago. Yeah. Yeah, because in that case, what I could do is I could put that thing up here. And I don't know exactly how much range it has, but that's fine. The point is I can put it up between those and we can go from there. So what we will do is we will... yeah, put 3 tiles in between. I could put the thing here. It'll light up that one at least halfway, if not the whole thing. And then we can go over here and go to food, grab you, Drop you here. Get the second tree going. You get the idea. And are you still doing things? Yeah, you're still off-gassing Oxalite. Which again is struggling to run, so that's honestly a good sign there. Well, ish. Because it means I have enough oxygen that it's not needed down there, which is good. Part of it's also we're having all this stuff drop down here. That's fine. Honestly, for right now, lock that door open. Because I'm okay with the air and that moving around down here. This is for later on when we start having this space get warmed up by all this, because this is going to bleed through. That I can close the door before it starts threatening all this. But right now, this space is actually colder than the area up here just because of the Whizwort. But I don't expect that to last. Alright, there's our bonbon tree. Okay. And you've got the incredible number of gaps in that thing. The good news is they're starting to work their way down more. So that'll help them get around. We've got all that being built for the time being. We will need to mine this space out. But they'll get that all in order. And like I said, the plan is nectar goes in here, we pump it into there, we make it into plastic, we have plastic. This makes ethanol to feed the plants for these animals. So, you know, that's the whole cycle is, you know, we drop the ethanol down here, we pump it up. We don't have many of these, which is why I was complaining about irrigation and all that. That is what it is. I don't really have a good workaround. I mean, actually, in the interim, I can go up and get into here and start pumping that out. Which would work. It does mean another ladder here. Deconstruct this tile. Dig out enough space for a dupe. And then we go down here to plumbing. And that'll do for now. Oxygen. We have research here. I don't even remember what's researching anymore. This is one of those games that I find myself wishing I had, like, a random research mod of sorts. Just because it reaches a point where I'm like, I don't really care what it's researching, just that it is. Because by the time I need all the things, like, I'll have them. It's only the early game that it feels like the research decisions really matter. Otherwise, later, it's like, if I get a little bit later, it's not that big a deal, whatever. Meanwhile, I don't have anyone with any priority on art. They'll eventually get to it. But, not anytime soon. I feel like we should prioritize one of those. Let me just grab one of those, because I know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to set it to red alert. Let's go ahead and yellow alert it, let someone carve it real fast, and then Ianec will be able to haul it away. We don't have anyone with any talent for art around here. I also don't know if that talent even matters for these. Okay, it probably doesn't. So move to there. And interestingly, I cannot set a priority. That's weird. So move to there, and there's no priority. Weird. So I guess they will move it. Oh, priority is set at the destination? Okay. So let's get that moved just to see what happens. And then fertilizer, you needed what? Snow. We should have no shortage of snow around here. Those are kind of cool. I actually like this as opposed to like having electric light. Okay, so that's kind of what I figured, is it's not quite large enough to cover the whole thing. That's fine. So I need to put 2 more tiles like that and that. I'm going to prioritize those. I know that's annoying to have to yellow alert that, but that's how you kind of manually force the issue. And I don't have an artist to just force them to take care of it. Okay, and once they get that built, we'll prioritize these as well. Okay, it is there. For a moment, I thought we accidentally pulled it up. Okay, so let's go here. 9 and 9. Okay, that way we can keep the bonbon trees coming in so we can get that nectar happening. And move on from there. Alright. The real question is, when it produces the nectar, is it just going to plunk it down from the ground down here and drip down? Because that's what I'm kind of worried is going to happen. Because it could do that, or it could be when they carve it, or like when they harvest it, they bottle it at harvest. We'll see when we get there. We'll deal with it however it needs to be dealt with. I also wonder if, weirdly, you could take a solar panel and just pile up the these things at them and have like a very ineffective solar panel. Hey, yeah, that used to be one of your infinite power exploits, bugs, whatever you want to call it, of the days of the past, is to get like the little nymph bugs or whatever and pile them all into one tile. And you could just have a solar panel just get ridiculous amounts of power on it. I think that did get ultimately fixed at some point, but I don't remember. Alright, they're building everything, getting it all working. Like I said, I am gonna need a logic gate here that basically, of these 3 machines, that like only one of them's thing. Shinebug reactors, yeah. It did with the Critter Happiness overhaul, yeah, because that used to be such a silly exploit where you'd ram all of them into this little tiny space, and they could just live forever and be ridiculous. Research complete. We have the air systems stuff, which doesn't do me a whole lot of good right now. Actually, the rust machine, we could actually use that. I do have some rust. But yeah, so it needs salt and all that. I'm not too worried about that. Oxygen is not a thing that's causing me much grief now. It will later. The thing I'm mostly worried about is temperature, and that's part of the reason I built this the way it is. I don't know what temperatures this stuff's coming out, so I want to kind of keep that temperature locked into this space. To, you know, mitigate how much it moves around. If it ends up being really bad, we can always sit there and put, like, an actual airlock on this side. And I'm totally fine with dumping the heat out this way. Because I could see deliberately trying to enclose this space. That's also one of the reasons why I didn't put, like, an air vent or something here. I kind of hope that this ground will get warm and not spread really fast. Yeah, I think space is right up here. Because I end up feeling like I'm hearing the meteor showers not. Yeah, let's make the ladder to go up here. I just want to, like, I think space is up here. I'm just trying to get better visibility. Because with that oxygen production being nearly, like, as incredibly ridiculous as it is, it's not something that's bothering me at all to have that the way it is right now. Like, I just don't even have to worry about it. Little by little, we're getting that all fixed. Okay. Let's see, do you have the odor removers to set up for the remove the polluted O2? I don't have those unlocked yet. I really don't have much of a source of like this. We've got this tiny bit, like little bit here of polluted air, but that's really kind of about it. Is just like right here, these handful. So I'm not super worried about that. We will eventually need them. But yeah, so I got like the tiniest little sliver of polluted oxygen here and here. Eventually that will become a major problem. The downside is I don't really have a good source for sand. I believe we have clay as a byproduct of their taking their poop and then mashing it out in this thing. Which, you know, yeah, this Mammoth patties. But it's not a huge consideration. That toilet's getting full again. And I've already almost got the first side of this sealed. I am going to attach the power. Like I said, it is one of these things that I am starting to worry about the power load we can get on here. Because right now, the potential power load on the system is only 660. This should put it right up to its limit, but then those two should put it over. And I'm just kind of hoping I can get away with putting a logic gate that basically kind of says, hey, if one of you's run, like only one of you can be running at a time, would be one way to handle it. Another way would be potentially to put some type of transformer or whatever. We could see. It's also possible to just put its own power over here. We'll figure it out. The big issue is I can't put more wood-based power, I don't think. I mean, maybe. Like, these are producing wood, but they're not getting picked up, so it is hard to gauge how much wood I actually have. Wood. Yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about that. We've got 1,000 something kilograms of wood, so we're actually not at a bad place. It's just not getting hauled back to the shelf in a meaningful time span. Or it could be it's ending up in here and not down here on this thing. But that's okay. Slowly but surely, we're gonna bring this all online. And then, like I said, there's it could be as simple as something as, like, if this is running, not that, you know, that kind of thing. Once we clean this out, we'll put the sensor down here where this will only run when the things... So this is going to be where we put nectar, so it's not on my list of things I could do yet. We do have the ethanol. Yes, they can now pump ethanol to support these crops. So get these crops higher before we have our animals start dying. Okay. It's interesting dealing with liquids, but water is just not one of the liquids I even care about. Okay, so we're gonna get more fertilizer. Because I don't really need more dupes right now. Like, right now, I just kind of want process to keep going the way they're going. Because every additional dupe I get is just another thing I gotta deal with. Alright. Yeah, very genuinely, we're probably... You know what? More dupes means more CO2. This is true. It also needs more heat and food consumption. Like, I'm not super worried about the CO2. Like, yeah, this thing on the bottom will be running more constantly, but it means more requirement on pretty much everything. Like, and food is fine. Food is way past fine. But I kind of want to see where we go with things here before we increase the size. Because that was always one of the things that I got myself in trouble with in runs past, was you get like 8 or 9 dupes, and then just trying to manage that. Because the moment things start going a little out of whack, you realize the dupes are just food-eating machines. And you're just like, please, I just don't have more food for you. Alright, we're just gonna go through and start just shoving in whatever tech we can. Critter starvation, I'm actively trying to work on that. We'll build a copy of this with the intent to gain that all running. We have desalinization, which we don't need. We got the ore scrubber, which I won't worry about that much. Alright. Yeah, and eventually I won't even worry about these, but that's fine. Nectar production halted. This plant's branches are not currently producing nectar. Branches must be fully grown and exposed to light. That's fine. They're still growing. I'm really curious. I'm a little worried it's going to just dump nectar off the side, and I'm just going to have this pool of nectar down here. If that's what it ends up being, I'll probably sit here and just, like, make, like, a little ledge here so it all dumps to this side, and then we can pull it up from there. If that ends up being what it is, that's fine. I'm hoping it comes off in bottles as they harvest. Like that, they harvest the branch into a bottle, and then they can just take the bottle, we can drop it into this pool gets pumped into the thing to make plastic. You know, we then have this thing to make ethanol to then support these plants, yada yada yada. And, like, down the road, we could sit there and turn around and make a pump to pump the ethanol into this area and yada, yada, yada. But that's later on. Right now, we just need to get stuff stabilized. Okay, so the wood is managing. We're doing fine there. We've got tons of phosphorite. We've got tons of ethanol, so we're doing good there. And it does seem like part of the answer is going to be building more of those. It's interesting that that's my source of plastic. That we haven't seen any meaningful contribute, like stuff like ore production. Or sorry, oil production. And that becomes what we work with. I'm honestly surprised these haven't melted yet. They've been on the fence this whole time. Yeah, so as soon as this one gets, nectar on the list, we could start filling this up. And also, for that matter, we can now disassemble this bottom rung here. So if we were to do automation, I believe what we can do is there was one for, oh, where is it? There was one for, it's not... I can't remember if this can detect... I'm not looking for just liquid to be detected there. I'm looking for sufficient volume. Hydro sensor, liquid pressure. That's what I want. So I would want liquid pressure here. And heaven help us if we get contaminated line. Okay. So the idea being is that the liquid pressure gets over a certain amount, turn on the pump, relieve the pressure. Because then what I could do is I could figure out about what the pressure is for this pump to run reliably, and you get the idea. That way it's just not running constantly and, like, you know, just pulling in traces amounts of liquid and being mostly useless. Alright. So we're making good progress in all this. It's just taking a little while to get there. It'll be good to see how this actually pans out, you know, with these trees. I also kind of wish these had graphs like those. So, like, you could look at the ethanol and see as it, like, slowly ticks down or up. So you could start, like, noticing the trends of that and be like, okay, did I have more wood than that? Did I have less wood than that? It'd be a nice to have thing. Because I don't think I can, like, click on... I mean, it is nice I can click on what it is. It'll just take me to where some's laying on the ground. Okay, so we got carbon dioxide's doing okay down there. Yeah, you got, like, a pocket of it down there. That's fine. That is one nice thing about when you get late game and you have your your outside area. You've just got air, you know, kind of everywhere. The airflow becomes really easy. That there's no bottlenecks. It just goes. All right, so we've got that, but we don't have any of the things it needs to operate yet. That's fine. We've got this. We don't have any of the things it needs to operate yet. That's fine. This one's getting pretty close to being able to set up. Oh, no gas output. Right. And this one you said was going to spit out steam. I'm not too worried about it spitting out steam, because as cold as all of this is, it's just going to spit out the steam, and it's going to immediately turn to liquid, and it's going to immediately turn back over to ice. So we'll create heat. You know what? Let's go ahead and use that as like a heat source. Because my hope here is that we will transfer that heat up into this room. It'll cool off pretty quick and it'll be good. I am a little worried it's going to be too hot, you know, in the short term, but we'll see. It might even be something that, like, I put, like, a little room up here. It does its thing in this area, warms the floor, and, again, turns into ice, and so I can just pick up the ice and move it. It also might be one of these things that very quickly this becomes a massively horrific problem as we have scalding hot water inside the bedroom. We'll see. The good news is this isn't very expensive, so if I have to move it later, it's not the end of the world. I could also just slam close that vent and just reroute it, whatever. Like, ideally, I wouldn't probably want to put it up here because, you know, it's going to be liquid that's uncontained doing its thing. It'd also be worth dumping down, like, leaving this door open, dumping down this area, and letting all these, Wheezeworts deal with it. That between all of them, they can probably handle that temperature without too much of a hassle. Alright, so we've got radiation lamp. We have the farm station. Park sign. Fertilizer synthesizer. And then we have the hydro tile if we wanted to pump the ethanol directly into these tiles. And like I said, probably down the road we'll want to do that. Okay, so I do have enough for 3 of these. Because I figured for those, the bottleneck will be the ethanol. You forgot the fridge too? Yeah, the fridge hasn't mattered though. With everything being below freezing, none of my food is rotting. If we do get to the point of food rotting, then we can build the fridge. Yeah, I can lock that open. Okay. Above, and for right now, let's say 100 kilograms. I don't actually know where we need it to be. We'll say if it gets above 100 kilograms, green signal on this thing, we start pumping. And we have a duplicate who's got skills. That's pretty pictures. And they will get a skill in building. Alright, so pretty much... Wait. There is the hazmat material with that. Okay. So as you can see, even though they've got a passion for these things, we are reaching the point that we are going to start having morale needs, or people are going to start stressing out. So we are going to need to do stuff like start giving people proper bedrooms and all that. And the real challenge I'm going to do with running into that kind of a situation is just the fact that everything here is cold. And to help out with that, we should try and get them in a room temperature area. But them being in a room temperature area, the issue is I've got to be able to bring in the oxygen into that area. And yada, yada, yada. And there's ways I could deal with that potentially. But we are going to be dealing with a lot of these kinds of problems down the road. So we should get a mess hall. That's some easy solution to that. Starvation, why? You're fine. Let's get the mess hall up here. Because we could do that in the interim. And it would be nice to get the carpeted floor. We could actually get the carpeted floor. Okay. So I can work on that. For it to qualify as a room, it needs doors. We'll mine that out. And on top of that, furniture-wise, we will want to put in... The jukebox would be nice. We'll put in the water cooler. Actually, I don't know if the water cooler will work. I think... Overheat temperature plus 27 degrees. Oh, wait, that's that. I'm a little worried that the water will freeze in there. For right now... Let's get that in here. And we could make a sculpting block of ice in the middle for now. Because it has an absurdly high rate of beauty.
Thank you MRNICE Gamer 88 for subscribing for 33 months. I've been enjoying the frosty air as well.
Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 33 months you've been subbed to the channel. It's a ridiculously long time, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. But I hope you've been enjoying the stream a lot. Yeah, no, it's been nice having the big cold in here. So let's go in here. Let's get some sculpting bricks. Do I want to do the sculpting ones? Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that. We also should put the crown molding. Okay, it's not gonna let me put that up until we get the walls done. But yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do here is I want to make the mess hall. And the idea with making the mess hall is that will give us a mood bonus for the people eating in here and all that. So that should help a little bit, because we are starting to get pretty high up on the morale requirements, because every time they gain in a skill point and everything, it's just, the requirements for them get a little higher. It's one of the reasons it's actually not a bad plan. Like, if for example, we've got pretty pictures here. It's not a bad plan to train them just into digging into building and never giving them another point. Or for this one, if they're going to be my farmer, to just do farming, Luxray. You get the idea. It can make sense to put them just in their specialty and not train a single point outside that specialty, just to keep that morale requirement down. Now, that said, if you can absolutely fulfill the entire requirement, then that's not a big deal. But yeah, so we are using the fabric we're getting off of our animals up here to make ourselves some really nice floors. So it gives like a very high decor bonus. It does reduce our run speed, but with this being a mess hall, whatever. You get the idea. So it'll increase the morale and the decor of the room. There are space heaters? Yes. The big thing I'm doing is I'm avoiding doing a lot of the heat stuff because all of this is snow and ice around it, and I'm genuinely scared of all that. Mess hall and barracks are fine, got tickle them toesies? Absolutely. Usually I move them from being... So like if we go at the room stuff here, usually I move them from being in the barracks to being in like their private bedrooms. That said, we have to get like comfy beds and all that kind of stuff, but we're not quite there yet. For like the luxury bedroom, we would need to have a decor, at least one decor item, and one or more comfy beds. We're not quite there. But you get the ideas. If we look here, you see these rooms are like, okay, these are stables, that's a barracks. This has no assignment. You want to get a bunch of these, because you look at a bunch of these that say morale bonuses on them. You have some that, like, you know, improve critter taming, efficiency, rec room. You'll end up making their living conditions nicer and nicer, because as they go, they'll get higher and higher. So again, right now, I'm just going to take whatever is the not dupe option. So you can set rooms as... let's see, you can set rooms as insulated rooms, or bedrooms and space heaters to keep them... Oh, yeah. No, I could do that. The bigger problem is going to be the air. Like, getting a room hot is easy. The bigger issue is I go to make all those barracks, and I try and separate that room out. And then what ultimately ends up happening is the airflow coming in and out there. They have hot air coming out, heating up the other area of the place. And then these things seem to be pretty good, but if I start separating out the beds and all that into different rooms, needing a wood heater in every room would be very cost prohibitive. Even if I am producing the wood fast enough, someone's got to run it back and forth, which again isn't the end of the world. I'm more concerned about the air situation though. But down the road I could certainly see doing a lot of stuff with this. How much longer till... Entomb defense ready. This plant is ready to shake off unstable elements that threaten to entomb it. Interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing. So it's got some nectar inside of it. The question is, are they harvesting it for the wood? Is that what's happening right now? We'll see. They're still cleaning stuff up and slowly filling up these storages up here. All right. And meanwhile, go ahead and just max it out. Fill her up. If we start to get properly low in food, we can cut back and all that. It's fine. Let's see, there's one more catch with those trees. They only produce nectar if the branches are grown, and the dupes harvest the branches for wood. That's kind of what I figured was occurring. So disable auto harvest on one. Let's actually disable auto harvest on both of them. Let them produce their nectar, because I've got them as a source of wood. If we start to see our wood becomes kind of scarce, we can always sit there and have them start hacking it apart again. Or if I find myself on a pretty decent amount of plastic. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Why are you not building that one spot, by the way? Like, what about this spot don't you like? Because with that, we can at least have everything wired up and ready to rock and roll. And that hopefully, you know, once they've got things going, we can do all that. Isn't there electric space heaters? Right, no, the problem, I mean, yes, there is that part about the shipping wood back and forth. The big problem is, again, the air. That we have hot air spilling out into the rest of our base, which I need to keep cold, because these plants need to be cold, those plants need to be cold, these plants need to be cold, those plants need to be cold, these animals need to be cold. And that's the whole thing. Containing that air in here is going to be difficult. I will eventually be able to, like, pump air into a space and pump air around and all that. Let's see, they have separate harvest spots for nectar branches. You can see with the harvest tool. Okay, so harvest, yes. How do I not harvest that? Ah, I see. That's kind of a weird setup. So yes, harvest on those, no harvest in that. That's weird and unintuitive, unfortunately. All right. Ah, okay, so there's an enable disable. Gotcha, gotcha. Cool, cool. I was trying to like right click drag and stuff like that. Research complete, that's fine. Yeah, but as you can see, we are burning through the research that's available to us pretty quickly. But that's always been my experience in this game, is that you can do research way faster than you can reasonably maintain it. Alright. This is all going fine. No point in keeping this tile, because I can't reach over that far. And you are almost out of oxalite. Which is fine. We got like little pockets of not as dense air, but that's all the way back here where we've got, you know, deliberately limited airflow happening. We'll see what happens. This is already going to be a major concern on heat, but it might not be that bad. Like, if this thing runs only once in a long while, it probably won't be a big thing. If we get these machines running fairly regularly, then that'd be a major issue. Like, that's the reason I've kind of left it this way, is that way I could, you know, slap a, I could slap a door here, and these beds are gonna finish, I could insulate that as well, and, you know, just slap the doors here and here, and let that bleed out this side, and then try and do what we can to handle that over there. Because then this ice can melt over here, we could just try our best to contain the heat, and just pump it out into another biome I don't care about. Alright, you earned a skill point in your stuff. I'm gonna make you do the animal husbandry too, because you are a critter rancher. That'll be a whole thing. We're still building this space. And I guess whenever someone has the capacity for art, someone will take it on. Yeah, just waiting for those branches to grow back and get that all set up. So you're all complaining about no power. Did I accidentally cancel prior lines? So you've got all that. Ah. There we go. Power is active. So they have a spice grinder. We'll worry about that later. We got a plant pulverizer. We've got a juicer. Okay. Oh, you're missing fiber. That's fine. Like these ones are right about to be ready to be sheared, and then we'll have the reeds we need to finish that room off. I'm also noticing that they can't finish that area, but that's okay, because the way we can work around this is we'll start by filling in those snow tiles. That way, when we do this, it doesn't collapse in. And then we'll mine that area out here. They can build the roof, and it'll be good to go. Yeah, and we're really in no rush for getting the ethanol online, because I've got that pool down there. Alright. It's interesting that it says they have power. Okay, I was gonna change their material. That's fine. We canceled it. Yeah, so they've got power now, so these things are functional. So technically, if you look at the line, it should be like, oh man, you can blow right past this. Yeah, so it's going to say, oh man, you can blow way past the amount of power. But like I said, these are going to probably run so infrequently. I'm not super worried about them overwhelming, and then plus, like, this doesn't get run very often. Most of these machines are conditional, and they're very rare conditionals. Obviously, long-term, you wouldn't want to do it, because every once in a while, you'll get them overlapping. But for right now, with their lack of automation tools and materials to make those tools, it's good enough. Okay. Starvation. Okay. So let's pop up here. I cranked this thing up too high, which I already figured. Give me the machine you're standing on. There we go. How much do I have in here? So let's drop you down to... there. It should be fine, because they're going to pull up more and all that. And so those are taking their time with the ethanol. You're picking up the oxalate again. So I get that back into production. Yep, and all those are back online, so that's good news. But yeah, no, we're making progress in like all of our build projects. It is just taking a little bit of time. These will all be ready for harvest very momentarily and all that, so I'm not super worried about the food. I mean, the worst case, I go up to machine, I spit out more of the food there, and we're just good to go. And at all times, we got a bunch of these things to be harvested all over the place, so that's fine. I gotta remember what the seeds get used for. Like I said, I remember it was a thing that there was, I believe, an animal in the original thing that would eat the seeds and then produce, it didn't even matter what, produce something that wasn't seeds. Or I thought it was the compost pile you could process seeds into something like dirt or something like that. I can't remember what it was that you got as your alternative, but you get the idea. Okay, so I mean, that's fully sealed off. That's just waiting for when we need things. Compost? Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't see... I don't see anywhere I could choose that. Grants a dense compost... is a dense compost thing. Is useful for that. So I can change... that's fine. You click on the seeds themselves. I understand. Okay. Is there a way to do this in a way that is not horrific? Why is this awful? I mean, the answer is what I could probably do is have them all put into a container, then spit them all out as one giant stack, and then compost the giant stack. But it is one of those things that should be better. So what we're going to do, this container here, this one, we're going to go right here and say, compostable. Yep. 9. Well, let's say 7. So we can prioritize them loading the seeds into that container to compost that, like, and we'll compost them from there. Okay. Cool, so I've got the floor all patched up, so I don't need to worry about that. So we can mine this out. And then with that, they'll be able to build the ceiling to enclose that, to make it so we actually have a, well, I mean, the stuff to get the floor. They've got all that stuff going on. Alright. And we are making ethanol. Yeah, so this room is going to be marked as, like, properly hot in here. Despite the fact that properly hot in this case is about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. You got little bits of carbon dioxide getting out there that's got, like, 70. But while this looks like an absolute nightmare, this is the normal temperature. The normal temperature range, it's just barely blipping green for the little pocket of air it's spitting out. But it's basically molten lava as far as the ice is concerned. But I am hopeful that this, you know, it's going to run till that fills up there. But once that happens, it's only going to be running to top that off. And then we shouldn't have to worry about too much. It's going to run for a little bit when we first get it, but not too much after that. And you're still building that. And these are still turning on and off and doing their thing. Just make sure it's from atmosphere. Yeah, as long as it's atmosphere and not temperature. If it's temperature, then everything is terrifying and life and existence is fear. Okay, so we got a new printable. We can get omelets or we can get ice. Let's treat our people to some omelette du fromage. Let's see, what temperature is the ethanol when it gets out of the machine? Let's see if we can't click on... The ethanol that gets out of the machine it's somewhere around 150 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty hot. But, that'll get solved over time. This is, like I said, this is the one that concerns me, which is why I've got that insulated blocks here. And I am debating, like, if it starts to warm up too much, I'll sit there and, you know, should it be omelette au fromage? I have no idea. I don't actually speak French. I just remember from Dexter's laboratory, that was like the whole thing, is he learned to say egg and cheese omelet because he was listening to like a little program, you know, on his headset sleeping, but it got stuck on the one thing. So that's all he could say. And it was like a whole episode about that. Yeah, so the ethanol is cooling off quickly. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes in the long term. Let's see, I'm wondering if it might ruin the plant if it's used for watering there, but it seems to cool down fast. Yeah, I think a big part of that. Yeah, but some French streamers said Dexter was wrong. Oh, that's probably correct. Like, they're probably right that Dexter was wrong. Like, that I would 100% absolutely believe. Random passing cartoon doing something like that? Yeah, they're probably wrong. Yeah, so they're starving, which is suboptimal. Let's go ahead and plan for more of these. Alright, let's cancel that one, because then I gotta worry about a bunch of stuff. We'll try building one more. I've got a bunch of these that are growing wild over here as well that should still be reachable. But just trying our best to keep all that going. Because that's been the big issue, is we're not managing to keep these things fed. Like, I'm moving towards making that, like, farming those to help out, but you get the idea. Alright, so we're definitely running low on wood. So you're priority 2 now, so we're not going to shut you off, but, like, don't bring the wood over there unless you got nothing better to do with it. And ultimately, if I get enough bonbon trees that we start getting the nectar ahead, we can potentially start juggling, okay, do we need more plastic or do we need more something else? Okay, so let's grab you two. And we got stuff for trapping critters and all that, and incubators. I don't really need any of those things right now. The critter sensor's not that important either. Can you not reach this area for some reason? No, it should be fine. It's not a smooth route, but you should be able to get over there. Alright. Fireman pole's coming along. Only a couple more tiles near the bottom. So that's probably helping a great deal with our commute times. Yeah, we've got this for don't spit out the ethanol down here. But polluted water and water, you can spit it down there and it'll just do whatever. Yeah, because these are producing wood at a certain rate, and that's fine. So the question is... I wish there was an easy way to see where it's like, this is how many are in here. But we're ultimately going to want to release those. And ideally, I'd release them into one of these places that have the plants that eat the animals, as just a way of getting rid of them and then getting a useful byproduct, as it were. I mean, technically, I could break through here and just unleash the animals out here and just let happen what happens. Hey, Mark, how's it going? So I could poke through here. And again, that plant eats people, or animals at least. And it's supposed to release hydrogen gas. So then my thought would be, for our extra animals, we just release them over here and let it sort itself out. Hey, you forgot to pack the oxygen? Surprisingly, with this particular one, there's a lot of stuff that makes this one hard, but honestly, keeping the oxygen line has been a pretty big breeze. They've got these plants here that just do a good job of it. The issue is I got to keep everything cold. Okay. So that is now producing nectar, which is interesting how sparkly that plant is. And you're already set at your higher priority. We still got to build this ladder up here. Now you've heard how worried I should be in real life. I mean, there's plenty of things to worry about in real life. Okay, so we'll let the wood recover for a little while, because this thing is great at making the ethanol, but it wrecks the wood supply. So we can clear out that, because with that, then we can have the air get around. As he drank with a friend last evening, good news, you're not hungry. Bad news, you're not exactly sober either. Yeah, that happens. Just, you know, the whole thing, like, be responsible, yada, yada, yada. You know the drill. Okay, and little by little, we're climbing up here higher. So let's take a look around, see if we can't find any more geysers than we already knew about. We already know about these two. We do have a wider range of seeing stuff. Nothing over here. Nothing new to look at over here. That area, I can't really use the trick of this to, like, see very well. But I'm not seeing any obvious geysers that we haven't already seen. Same with this, it's hard to depict those. We already saw that geyser. We already know about that one. Oh, we already know about that one. Nothing new. Irresponsible-ish, keeping hydrated. Hey, I mean, at least that's something. So the big question is, my assumption with the fact that there's a harvesting thing, we will actually bottle the nectar, and that it will end up here. That's my assumption. I'm probably gonna have to turn this off relatively soon, because it is useful, but it is burning through our wood faster than I'm really prepared for it to do. These is a supply for wood. Pretty okay. Pretty just okay. Now it could be. What did you need? Did you just need ice? Is that all you needed to grow? Snow. It is 1,000 kilograms of snow though, which isn't nothing. That is a pretty large amount of snow. So it almost seems like to keep these going, I'm gonna need to be able to produce a large volume of water and cool it down into snow. So, very genuine, this planet feels like I do have to keep it below freezing as best I can for a lot of it. Now, that said, if I were to produce water and get it down to this space where we've got the 6 Wheezewort, I could see that being a pretty good way to bring in water and drop it down here. And that actually might work out for us, because this is going to produce steam when it's running, and I can take that little bit of steam, it becomes water, it becomes snow. We can deal with it. Alright. Yeah, it's hard to give an idea of like what we have going on here. This plant will take 18 cycles to grow in the wild. Oh, okay, that's not. And it takes 4.5 to grow domesticated. Yeah, those are the ones that sometimes it's nice just to have pips and just have an area and be like, here's all the seeds, pips, just go have fun. And, you know, like, you can do it so there's only certain blocks eligible so the pips will run around and then plant the thing there.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Will water become snow or will it become ice? You're kind of running out of snow in your world. You're looking at ways to keep your trees growing. I believe... Actually, that is a good question. I think it'll actually tell us which way it'll go. I could have sworn it becomes snow, but the way we can figure it out is we just need to find some water somewhere on the map. Here, we can find it this way. So we can do polluted water, which becomes water. Okay. So water will turn to steam at that temperature. And when it goes to 30, it goes to ice. Well, that kind of sucks. Crush ice to water, crush snow to water, ice to water. So for snow, data not found. I'm sorry. We just don't understand ice. Ice. I'm assuming it's just like a bad connection kind of thing. No. Okay, here we go. Ice. Yeah, so nectar, if you make it really cold, becomes ice and sucrose. Water becomes ice, salt thing becomes ice. That's a real good question. How we make snow? There's got to be a way to like naturally get snow, because all snow really is effectively when instead of being like a dense ice, it's just ice that's more just like little crystalline. So like when you have water vapor. So that's what about steam? Well, no, because steam would go to water then to being frozen. Snow tile, but the question is, how do you get a snow tile? to form later. So we have the auto sweeper we just unlocked. If I choose a snow tile, my options are snow. Yeah, so I actually don't know how we get ourselves snow. Like, I know we can mine it, but there's going to need to be a source of snow, otherwise these have a hard limit on how much you can make of them. And then ENX got suit wearing maxed out. I guess there's a research machine that can make snow if it's needed now. Yeah, no idea. I haven't seen it. And it could be there are just some things that there are some materials that are effectively finite, but usually those aren't required materials for anything. They're just like optional materials. And then you have some alternative you can do. We got a rot pile. Oh, do you finally actually have some food rot? What was the noise in the background? You may have heard Tomb laughing in the other room. I'd be surprised if it picked up. It probably only partially picked up, which is probably why it sounded weird. You found the answer. It's not easy. Okay. Bear with me for one moment. I need to use the restroom again and grab myself a new drink, so I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. All right. Of course. Of course. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kills zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Get out of my way, man. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Alright, now I'd be totally fine to share that. Because stuff like that isn't meant to be, like, hidden. I mean, like, unless it's something that very clearly it's, like, a logical mechanic that, you know, you're supposed to figure out. Like, how to, like, set up the thermal stuff around a volcano. Like, I wouldn't want someone to give me the directions. But, you know, as far as, like, normal material interactions, they literally have a guide here. It's not meant to be hidden. So my assumption is it's something that didn't get into the book or whatever, or was an oversight. The renewable source of snow is space. Ah, I see. So you get, like, snow meteors or something like that. I understand. That makes sense. Hey, Pip. I don't really need another dupe right now. You're not gonna like your time here, little buddy. Because if we look at your like survivable temperatures, yeah, you're gonna be really unhappy, Pip. You're gonna be really actually no, technically this is in your survivable range. There's no food for you where we're at. So I think we will try wrangling you. And honestly, you know what we could try do? We could try putting the Pip up here. And then just letting it out. Yeah, we can capture the Pip, we can put it up here. I don't think it will thrive, but I could potentially see if we get an area like here that's a bit warmer, just dropping seeds back there and letting the Pip do its thing. Create a natural place for, you know, stuff there. Let's go ahead and plan for that down the road. So I'll honestly, I should have doors on either side of that anyways, and I could just lock them open. But we could have the Pip over here and all that. Because remember, it's a thing that Pips can only plant on certain natural blocks. Isn't 212 Fahrenheit kind of hot? Yes. Where did you see 212 Fahrenheit? Oh, I don't love seeing that. The Pip range? Oh yeah, no, well, I mean, the animals, they give them pretty ridiculous ranges. So what I'm observing is we are out of wood. And this thing needs power to run. And you get where this is going. So let's go... So I can make the running wheel for running this whole thing whenever we do that. Which I probably need to do. I took it out earlier, but we can go ahead and put this back here. Put that in place. Oh, actually, you're not... Yeah, so you'll have your logic to kick back in at around 20%, and you'll only kick in when, like, the power actually fails. Emergency hamsters? Basically. Because right now we have no source of wood if I don't do this, and that's not entirely true. Yeah, so when this drops to, like, 10%, you're allowed to step in. But yeah, so I could chop off the branches here. I wonder if you could do a partial chop off. If I chopped off just like one branch, if I could keep some nectar coming in and keep that. So like, prune it a little bit. Let's enable harvesting on that one branch and just see what happens. Because that could be a thing I deliberately do, is I hack off some of the branches, but I keep it so it's at least producing some nectar. So I get, like, the best of both worlds. Okay, so it is still producing. Alright, so with this, since I do have a need for more wood, I'm going to hack off all the branches, but leave the main one on the top. And we're going to do that for both of these. So we're going to massively reduce the amount of nectar we get, but we're going to help out our wood, because our wood is, as you probably noticed from up here, becoming a bit of a problem. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get you the field research. So that way when we find the geysers, you can help out with that. Alright. Yeah, at least this way we're still going to be producing some level of nectar. Cool. That's fine. So it's going to massively reduce the production rate. It's going to cut it by like 1/5. Down to 1/5, I mean. But that is at least some nectar coming in. Yeah, so we will need snow, and I was told basically space. Okay, so we actually get to see a lot more of this. So we've got more ice and all that up here, so that's good news. I have a feeling we're getting dangerously close to space. That's fine. Let's do a quick temperature check to see if we have any geysers we can spot easy. We do not. So with that, let's turn off that screen. With that, let's go ahead and grab another ladder. And just punch right on through. And I'm going to stop here at this abyssalite just because we don't know what's up there. I am noticing we do have bonbon trees up there, and you have... Was this a Spigot? Wait, is your name Spigot? What are you? Your name is Spigot. Okay, what does a Spigot do? They enjoy sipping nectar from bonbon trees, and they produce ethanol. So... Okay... That's an interesting consideration. Yeah, and that's what I got from what was being told Packers. So that's interesting. So basically, that is almost a shorter way of getting the same circle we were talking about here. The difference being I wouldn't need the ethanol distillery in the middle of it. So that could be a thing we do, is like make a ranch over here. And then, like, feed them bonbon tree or whatever. Or feed them nectar, I guess would be the actual thing. So, they get nectar and they do that. Alright. They got a bunch of bonbon trees, so it looks like there's more of this biome up here, so we don't have to worry about that bleeding out into space. That was the only reason I didn't want to just plow right through. Is I was a little scared we're going to plow through and go right into vacuum. You don't think they like nectar from a bottle? I have no idea. That'd be fine as well. If I have to sit there and put, like, you know, put that thing down, like put the again, put the spigot in some room over here and plant a bonbon tree there. Okay, so the Pip is happy. What does the Pip need to eat, by the way? Hey, Pip, buddy. Oh, that's not... No, that's right, machine. Oh, it's probably stuff for the other one. What? Hey, Pip. What the heck do you eat? Oh. Well. Sorry, Pip. You're gonna not be happy with your life, because arbor trees aren't gonna live here. That requires a way higher temperature than we've got. So that's really unfortunate for you, if I'm being honest. And then the thimbleweed actually genuinely requires warm to hot temperatures. Alright, well, Pip, I failed you once again by putting you in an environment you were poorly suited for. Oh, okay, we have actual space. We have actual space. Abort. Abort. Do not take it that far. Okay. This should be safe here, but up here is going to be space exposure. So, interestingly enough, the bonbon trees... I don't think they... Okay, so actually... No, actually, they can survive in vacuum. So literally, if this bonbon tree has light, it would still be fine. Okay, grab the next ones. Alright, and let's see here. I'm assuming we're going to see nothing for... Oh, we do actually have a geyser or something up there. Pretty close to the surface for that, honestly. So what do we have here so far as... We have a steam vent, and the steam vent, I really wish, there we go. Like, it keeps putting this thing, like, how to use this down. It's like, I actually don't want to see that. I just want to see the steam geyser stuff. But the problem is, this is on top, and when I hit escape, it all disappears. Which is pretty annoying, in all honesty. I just wanted to see the steam vent and how... Okay, so close that. Now click on this. Alright, so the steam vent is about 932 degrees Fahrenheit when it spits out. The interesting thing, though, is it's basically at space, which does open up some possibilities. So I am curious about that one. I might be able to exploit that one pretty well. Because it doesn't matter if it's producing an obnoxious amount of heat if I can watch it drift away into space. But, so we've got a steam vent up here. We have polluted water down here somewhere. No, it's polluted oxygen. And then I've got salt water down there. So I've actually got quite a few sources for water. We do have natural gas around... Where are you at? Yeah, so this is the gold, and then the natural gas should be up here somewhere. Or is it farther down? No, this is the gold and that's the natural gas. That's the thing that's terrifying is I've got a gold volcano right here, right next to my home, and that's going to be great when I'm ready to exploit it. But it's also a gold volcano, which is going to put out an absolutely absurdly dangerous amount of heat. And we'll definitely want to get to using that at some point, but we're not quite there yet. What temperatures do you need to live in? You probably need it to be cold. You know, actually, it can survive a pretty good range of temperatures. It's pretty merciful compared to a lot of them. Okay. Are you hostile though? They're charismatic creatures. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's non-hostile. So what I'm gonna do... Well, I kind of don't want to open this, because if I open this, I'm gonna be letting the nymph out, and that nymph is what's keeping things here. What about you? What temperatures can you handle? Oh, you're not comfortable, it's fine. I thought it was a spigot seal as in sealing, not seal. Yeah. No, I figure it's meant to be seal as in like the animal. Alright, so we've almost got our first batch of nectar going. That's good news. Yeah, because I could definitely take the bonbon trees and bring them down. The big thing is going to be dealing with the vacuum up there. We're nowhere near ready for that. We will be able to get the plastic going soon and all that. And once we get the plastic going, we'll have options. Oh, is the mess hall finally done? Yeah, +3 morale. Yeah, we've got one spare bed, or one spare table. So that's good news. Why does bonbon make you feel like things cheerleaders use? Oh, yeah, those are pom-pom. Bonbons, if you want something that actually exists called a bonbon, it's like, if I remember, man, it's been a long time. Isn't it like it's like a marshmallow filling with a chocolate, like a hard chocolate outside is a bonbon? They're just like, they're like snack cakes you buy in a box. I think those were like relevant back in the 80s or so. I don't think bonbons are really a thing anymore. Why do you keep unticking my things? I want you to show these forever. I don't want to go back here and have to tell you to look at them. There's a reason I'm leaving those there. Those are important. Right, and we've got data discs. Okay. I just want to see when these produce that. I'm assuming our character will go up, harvest them, and they'll get, like, a bottle of nectar. And I'm not sure if you'll see, like, the stem of the tree get narrow, or, like, how it will graphically make it stand out that it's ready or not. Yeah, so the fact that those need really big mountains of snow is a concern. But, that said, you know, using the nectar for plastic, that sounds pretty solid. And then we also get the wood for the ethanol, which means, genuinely, I can kind of take the seals out of the equation. The only question is, are the seals more efficient? And that I don't know the answer to. If we look at your stats again, does it tell me? 40 kilograms. So we use 40 kilograms of nectar. So we do a direct, perfect conversion of nectar to ethanol. So it's a 1-to-1, which is pretty good. Meanwhile, if we consider the conversion rate we have on you, we convert 1,000 grams per second of wood, and that produces... So we actually produce half as much ethanol per wood. So I do think if we get the seals up, that gives us interesting opportunities. Because we could use that to feed these. And if I get enough of these going, then I could do that. Because one of the concerns here is the heat this produces. Because as you can see, this area is starting to warm up. Now, starting to warm up there is still well below freezing, but you get the idea. I'm still not looking for new people. That's fine. Have a mushroom that can't possibly live here. Alright, in the meantime, we can go here to food. Do this. Drop you here. Drop you there. Pull that up. Alright. We got more research done, so you've got the Sweepies dock, the shipping things. These are all useful things for when it comes to like building conveyors and automation, blah blah blah. So I am going to sit there and choose to copy the settings and do that. I don't actually believe I have a spare seed. Yep, so we got a bottle of nectar, and it made the tree all skinny. That's fine. So with that, we'll now set you to accept nectar, and you can dump it down there, and with that, we're going to start moving towards plastic. This also gives us polluted dirt, which we can compost now into regular dirt. So that's all good news. Alright, so for right now, I'm going to actually disable this building entirely, just shut it off. And if we ever get ourselves in danger with the ethanol, it is an option that we can turn that on and make that work. And then we can go here and copy and paste. And we can continue building up more of those. Alright, so then the plan from here is I'm going to probably steal your trees there, buddy. Because the trees aren't producing nectar at any type of reasonable rate to support you. And then the question is, do I release the spigot seal just in here somewhere? Because that's going to be the question. Now, the beauty of these nectar trees, or these bonbon trees, is they will give me seeds from time to time when I harvest them. And if I can get a couple of extra seeds, it'll be good. In the meantime, I need to move you in here. And I need to move you over here. And we'll get those to be a priority. that's fine. Let's see, should the tile under the seal be grates with a storage tank underneath? Yeah, that's probably what I'd end up doing, is making a room like this, putting the nectar trees, or the bonbon trees in there. Like, if I were to make this, for example, into the habitat, and the only reason I'm hesitant to do that is in the event that, like, it is outpacing the trees, I run into the problem where then I have a good source of ethanol, but I have no source of plastic because I need the nectar. But right now I have other options for ethanol, so it does seem like down the road I want to take those. Now the question is, I think I can go up here and carve into this space and snag that bonbon tree safely. I think I want to leave these ones just in the off chance that I get some ethanol up here. I don't think we will, because these aren't here long enough to matter. Oh, this is mercury. This is refined metal up here. Okay. This might be a mistake, by the way. If it does, I can add a latch up here to deal with that. But we'll go across here. And I'll do this, and you're stealing this tree. This is your tree now. It belongs to you. And this tree belongs to us as well. These are our trees. They just don't know it yet. Alright. There's also a ton of ethanol on the map as long as you only need it for farming. More of a concern if you're burning for power. Yeah, I don't see a reason to burn it for power. I've got a lot of options for power. Honestly, even if I just were to keep, you know, if I keep the trees for the wood and use that to help supplement our power, we could probably do that for a pretty long time. We do bring in a decent amount of wood. Alright. And I think these ones are going to try leaving them with all the branches to see how much thing. That chamber will be the airlock. What I'll probably do in the long run is we probably will make an airlock here. Is the intent, and then we'll be able to go out and do all that stuff. Like, we'll do the whole thing where you go in, and you kind of do, like, the zigzag, and then, you know, you'd have your spacesuit that you go out there. So you'd have, like, one door here, another door there, you'd switch between the rooms, you'd walk through, grab your thing. So it just takes time to flow around. You know, you'd get a little bit of a leak of air here and there, but that's fine. But then the point is we could get ice and all sorts of other stuff. But yeah, having all of this be mercury up here... Oh, wow, you are really cold up here. I did not notice how cold that area is. Okay. That's fine. We are worried about heat, so that does ultimately give me something to fight back against the heat with. Yeah, this is the steam here. Look at all that snow. I am very genuinely tempted to just open this steam geyser up and just let it pour out all the ice and all that. Because with this area, I don't think it'll be that problem, because the worst case is it pokes a hole through and all the air gases out of that. But if I do make this a sealed system here, that's fine by me. It could just deplete here, the steam can go wherever it goes, cool down, turn to a liquid, lay on the ground, turn back into snow, and then into ice, and I've got like an infinite source of ice up here. So I honestly think once I get this set up, we make ourselves like a little airlock here. Let's actually cancel that build tile there. And you are the first airlock. Just to be as cautious as we can to not accidentally vacuum our air. Because you'll lose air very quickly, like to an entirely, you know, an actual vacuum. And how are you all doing? You're cramped. There's only 2 of you in here and you're cramped, which is a concern. Yeah, and they're a little bit cold. We can't make this room even a single tile bigger. Starvation. That's fine. What I'm trying to remember is I thought there was a way to auto-wrangle. That in a room that has too many animals, you could auto-wrangle the animals to get them out of the room or do whatever. Maybe it's the pickup. So let's try setting up the pickup there. And then in the event that is how it works, like I said, I'm kind of low-key hoping that we can auto kick them out there. The tiny... Oh, yeah, no, it's not that bad. Like, to be clear, if I accidentally drilled right up here and we vacuumed it, it's not like we instantly die or anything like that, but it does mean we would rapidly be losing our atmosphere. Just basically, it's how fast the throughput of this, which is really not fast. So it would have time to fix it. It would just be a big bummer, because we would probably actually lose a lot from it. And then meanwhile... I'm going to let the steam geyser out, because like I said, if the worst case is this gets hot, and it melts that snow, and then we vent this little bit of oxygen here, I can live with that. That's not that big a deal. Versus, this is going to become an infinite source of ice and all that, because it'll pop out here, and if this becomes like vacuum and all that, it still will get to contact of different surfaces and cool off and turn into a liquid and then turn into snow or turn into ice. I'm not too worried about that one. Looks like a lot of metal, a lot of mercury melts. Looks like mercury melts around minus 38F in real life, so that may be a bit tricky to use for refined metal purposes. That is a good point. I didn't think about the fact that we're talking about mercury here, and mercury is liquid at room temperature. Oh wait, was there another thing you could do past that? Yeah. Because that'll be for data and all that we need to research. Robo Miner will mine an area around it. I never found that one particularly useful. Probably something you put into like a very hostile location. Okay, how are we doing on our air? So we've got plenty of oxygen here, but we are dealing with a lot of carbon dioxide, and it's getting stuck in this pocket of air here. So what I'm probably going to do is deliberately widen this corridor up and down for as far as I can, just to help with the airflow up and down. And why is this tile being this way? Well, I've got a thing like I damaged a block, but it's not really damaged there. Yeah, so we got like this weird pocket of air right along here. It might melt the mercury too. Yeah, it's fine if it turns liquid here. That's okay. The mercury being liquid here would be 100% fine. If the mercury were to go gaseous, then I have the issue of it going away. Because as long as there's a background here, we shouldn't lose our liquids. Versus up here, if I have liquids, then they would get lost into the vacuum. Honestly, that turning liquid could be... Let's see. If it doesn't want to flow, pump it. I mean, there's certainly things. It's trying to make me think what it would use the mercury for. If it's a refined metal, sure. But I have to keep it way below freezing or it liquefies. It does very much limit. We have frozen... Oh, that's solid carbon dioxide. Okay. So it's cold enough up here when our person is breathing out, their air that they breathe out immediately turns solid and falls to the ground. Alrighty then. That's certainly a thing. This is gonna absolutely kill the animals here, by the way. But hear me out, that is what we refer to as a them problem. That's fine. Okay. And we will want to analyze that steam geyser. The catch we're going to deal with... Oh, don't set that high. We will analyze the steam geyser. The catch we'll run into is while they're analyzing it. If we do see the steam geyser preparing to erupt, then the person analyzing it needs to get out of Dodge, because they can get burned really bad. This also is letting me experiment a little bit to just kind of get a feel for what I'm in for when I start popping some of these geysers farther down. I still am curious what this is. I think it's just something else glitching. Okay, it is building pressure right now, so it is getting ready to think. You think about the mercury holding the sides of the airlock? So, I mean, we get all the way here. Yeah, you're not wrong that I'm going to probably want to put a wall on the side here. The other one should be fine, but yeah, this... You're not wrong. That's actually a very, very good consideration that we should block that off. Mine out this area. That way... You know, if it does start melting through all this, this will be walled off. We didn't open that up. This doesn't fully connect. Yeah, and the snow would drop off and keep it sealed. So we should be fine if that does happen. We've got rust. Cool. All right. What liquid do I have down here? Oh, it's liquid mercury. Cool. So it's definitely melting as people are trying to carry it down the ladder. That's fine. See, and lower down too, there's... Yeah, so there is mercury down here, but doesn't go the whole way through, and then the snow will collapse. That doesn't attach. That's fine. Like, and all this doesn't matter unless we get to the other side. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, so the mercury is melting. The snow and ice will melt too, eventually. I'm not that worried about that right away. It's gonna take a long time before it can get through all that. You know, temperature change does happen, but it's not gonna be that fast. There's a lot of volume, because this, again, is coming out as steam. It's a gas. Mercury would kill us? Yeah, no, in real life, being exposed to that amount of mercury, you'd be dealing with some really serious mercury poisoning. But as far as I'm aware, there's no such thing as, like, poisoning of that nature in oxygen not included. We've had other things before. Okay, so that's starting to erupt. Yeah, and it's almost instantly becoming snow again. But it is chipping away. Well, actually, no. It's mostly just it freezing again. Like, in fact, this shine bug is actually dealing with... Oh, it's probably going to be scalding. Alright, now you're starting to get to scalding range, pretty pictures. Yeah, I don't want you up there. You're gonna actually get scalded up there. I'm really surprised you're not getting burnt. This will eventually vent to space, which was already the expected thing. So honestly, surprisingly, it seems like they can kind of just stand out there and be okay. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. How was the rest of that quote? I'm honestly surprised that didn't cause us any major issues. I'm happy it didn't cause us any major issues, but I am surprised it didn't cause any major issues. Okay, so for you, we're going to look at the harvest tool, and we're going to say disable. We'll just leave it alone for right now. Because it looks like I could leave all the harvest on except the wooden flower and it'll be fine. What's the black fluid flickering up there? Mercury. It's the mercury that's melting and then immediately getting released and all that again. Like I said, I fully do anticipate that this is going to punch out to space. In the long run. To the left where something's darker. Liquid carbon dioxide. That will eventually become solid carbon dioxide. You don't think you want to eat the mercury. Good call. You really don't want to eat mercury. Honestly, just handling mercury could be dangerous enough. Eating it would just be speedrunning bad times. It'll murk the curry. Yeah, the curry would be a bad time. The good news is this thing went idle. It's not dormant, just idle. Because the way geysers and that work in Oxygen Not Included, for those who haven't seen, is basically it has an active and a dormant phase. So it'll erupt several times and then it goes dormant, and then it will not erupt at all for a while, and it's usually an extended while. And it'll go back to, it'll do an eruption, it'll wait a little while, it'll do an eruption, it'll wait a little while. But there is a back and forth that gets it. Mercury will literally phase through your skin and slowly eat your organs from the inside out. It's an utterly terrifying element. Yep, and we used to sit there and play with it, be like, look at the cool thing in my hand, it's liquid metal. And then it collects in places in your body you really don't want it, like your liver and all that, and then you have mercury poisoning. And it's really, really a big deal when you have mercury poisoning. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. It's one of those things you can bring up as a perfect example when someone does the, like, well, in my day, we played with that mercury, and it was never a problem. I played with mercury when I was a kid, and I grew up just fine. You'd be like, what about all the ones who didn't, Grandpa? What about all the ones who didn't? That's right, they died. It's definitely one of those things. I.e., for those who want to know the term for that, survivor bias. That those who don't make it aren't part of the data set. The famous one you hear about survivor bias and all that. Okay, so my assumption is we want to keep this at 7, and nothing stays. And what I believe that will do is anytime we cross over 7 of these, they'll wrap it up and all that. But that was very famously when it came to warplanes in the World Wars, that they were trying to look at the planes that, that they came back and they had a whole bunch of holes punched in them, from being shot at. And they go, okay, here's the parts that are taking damage that, like, we can armor and, like, make better and all that. not thinking about the fact that these were obviously the less critical parts, considering the plane got back, versus, you know, the planes got hit other places were the planes that didn't get back. So arguably, the planes that had a bunch of holes in certain parts, those are the parts you really didn't need to armor, because clearly they could take a punch and it was fine. Versus, you know, if you took a punch to your engine block or something, you know, your plane's not getting home today. So, okay, so that did work. So I think this used to be different the way they were set up. It was like they used to be one thing. So yeah, so if we have too many animals, it'll wrap it up there. So if we have more than 7 animals there, pack it in, don't need it. And what we'll do is we'll turn around from here, and we'll add another place over here by this entirely safe plant that we shouldn't need to worry about at all, and just drop that off here. We're going to make that a 9 so it gets done. To drop off the spare animals into this area, for no reason that you need to concern yourselves with. There is nothing to be questioned about what is going to occur to the carnivorous plant that we're releasing animals right next to. Alright. So for this one, you can release these animals here. Yeah, hope the poor plant doesn't get trampled. I know, right? These seem like the kind of animals that would not be kind to plants and would just eat them just to do it, or trample them. I really hope the plant is fine. Why is the tree getting really sad? Oh, that's made a water seal on both sides, so that's actually going to hold that temperature in there for a while. You don't need an imported vanilla save? Okay. Okay, cancel the analysis for now and get out of there. Yeah, because this is getting super high pressure, because this is creating those seals there, so it is actually getting dangerous. So the downside is that does mean I probably should put a medical bed somewhere for the dupe to recover. And I really don't actually have a good planned place for it. What do I need for a room to qualify as like a medical thing, like a clinic or whatever? So you've got a massage clinic. That's now we're looking for a hospital. Oh, it needs a mess table, a medical equipment, and a toilet. And that allows for... So it doesn't give me a morale bonus, it just does that. So we actually don't run into that. Okay. So honestly, those aren't that big a deal. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to go here. And we're just going to chunk down a medical bed. And I'm going to space it out by 1 so I could do other stuff there as well. Like put a wall or whatever I need. Okay, you're still researching stuff. So I got more rocketry stuff. Yeah, so the problem is we're getting this where it's building the walls here. It is literally doing... It's a trick you use where you put the walls like this of water so that no airflow can happen, which is allowing this to hold its heat way longer than it's supposed to. Which is an unintentional thing, but an interesting thing. So I gotta wait for that to go away so we can get that going on. The good news is it is quickly turning from steam into water, and once it goes from water, it'll turn into snow. The mercury is melting very quickly. I am hoping we can get the analysis done before that happens. Yeah, that's getting down to a temperature that's manageable. Because very little of this left is water. It's mostly just the mercury on the bottom. Yeah, once we get to this tile, the snow's gonna fall in. Hey, Armia. Yep, I am enjoying Oxygen Not Included. Can I get a shout out for Armia? Armia Stars, that is. They're a content creator on the platform. I definitely recommend checking them out and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, we're having pretty good one. And Pretty Pictures has gained a level. Building 3. So that puts you up to the max we can handle morale before people start stressing out. So we're not going to take that any farther. All this liquid mercury. Honestly, this whole area is going to start melting out pretty quickly. You never really played this game? You did play their wizard one with the mist, though. I have no idea what their wizard one with the mist is. I haven't heard that. The wizard one with the mist. Maybe I played him, just not making the connection in my head. Let's see, so if you dig a lot of material just to the left of the geyser, would it stop the water lock? Yeah, honestly, if I take just one tile down on either side of it, it would take care of it. Because it's 3 tall. Mind over magic, gotcha. I didn't realize it's the same devs. I also don't know much. Yeah, no, if I dig this out either way, it would clear it. I had a lot of people who suggest mind over magic to me, and I never did get around to it. Okay, so we're stealing all of their plants. And I'd like to steal those, hopefully before all of that ruptures. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to say, I'll check that in a moment. I'm sure it's probably saying that someone's getting scalded. You know, it's probably okay. Alright, so we'll have all that, dig out all of this. And then we'll need to go here to food. Boom, boom, and boom. Yeah, so they've made good progress on that analysis. They also did rotwood, thievery. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we're totally stealing these things. I mean, it's okay. The spigot seal just needs them to live. I've also opened up the steam vent. And outer space is mere inches away with only mercury, snow, and ice between it. Mercury, which melts at negative 32 or 37.9 degrees Fahrenheit, so it actually melts much faster than snow or ice. It'll probably be fine. Can you survive in a vacuum? Can you survive in a vacuum, little guy? Do you need air to keep you from doing the dead? Interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to be telling me. But we're going to find out. My big hope is that I can get this closed off to be an airlock before that happens. Let's plan for things to go bad. And let's go ahead and expand that tile one more. Ooh, I'm trying to remember. Before we do that, how tall is the... What was it under? Was it under utilities? No. Trying to remember for the life of me where stations. That's right. Atmosphere checkpoint. So it is 3 tall. This is an important consideration. Okay. So we would have the actual station here, the door there. I got to remember all the things I need for setting that up. There was one, yeah, there was the atmospheric checkpoint, the dock. So let's plan for 2 docks. So checkpoint, dock, and then we would have the door here. So the door goes there, and I'll put a manual airlock, and we'll do that there. That way, if this does rupture to space, yeah, dock, checkpoint, yeah, you're correct. Regardless, the point is just trying to figure out how much space I need. It is neat that these... Oh, so these because they have direct exposure out to the universe? Oh, good. Aurora Borealis. Scalding. Stop analyzing it, please. Get away from it, please. Okay, so triage bed. If anyone... Yeah, if you hit 90% health or less, get on the cot. No injured people wandering. I don't care about this plan. It won't live here, but that's fine. Yeah, but the point was more just to have this walled off. So if this vents to outer space, you know, I have the double airlock where I can work on stuff here without venting my own stuff out to space. And yeah, Frostfire is going to move very slowly because they're badly injured. It's probably fine. And are you building this down here? Yes, you are. And we can copy that. Now, downside with what I'm doing here is this is becoming kind of a pocket of CO2 in its own because there's no airflow here. What'll probably end up happening is eventually I'll make an area down here. We'll start replacing some of these tiles with the tiles that vent air through them. The good news is all of that's growing fine. How is our air going now? Yeah, so honestly, that's not bad. The area where I need air is fine. This is where the air is coming out of right now because of all the oxalite. And we just have like this weird pocket here where the oxygen is trying desperately to get past, but it just can't. Honestly, yeah, don't need any of that. Let's just widen this whole area up. I'm just trying to get as much airflow as possible up and down here so that it doesn't just get stuck. Because that's what's happening so far. Is just the carbon dioxide's trying to get up while the oxygen's trying to get... Or sorry, the carbon dioxide's going down while the oxygen gets up and they're just getting stuck on each other. The wider it is, the more likely they are to maneuver around each other. That is actually right about to punch through. New plan. Priority 9. That's punching through way faster than I was prepared for it to do. Yeah, because when that pops, it's going to drop those 2 tiles of snow down. And that won't unseal it there, but then it'll be 1 tile, just that tile, all will be required after that point to space all the air in here. Yeah, got complaints of long commutes. That's not at all surprising. You're going to start having to worry about not having food. Sorry, man. It is what it is. All right. Oh yeah, no, this needs to be opened up. Like, this is just to wall that off. I was just worried about left to right. So I can have the checkpoint, and then this 2 suits, and then I just open that up more. That's all I'm trying to do, is seal off this side before this vents out to space. Okay, so you can go back to analyzing that. Yeah, no, that's 3 wide. That's 3 wide, so checkpoint. Yeah. Yeah, so it'd have checkpoint, we'd have the 2 suit locations. So I'd pop in, go through there, do all that. It'll bleed off some air, but that's whatever. Food's fine. And have you transferred our little animal friends here? One thing that might actually work for us, though, is the meteor showers adding ice to the surface. That actually works for us because that potentially fills in these gaps. So as it melts, we could be relatively okay. Let's see. You think the suites are 1, 2? The suits are 1 times 2, and the checkpoint is 3 times 3? Oh, I mean, that's fine if I have both. I thought it was 1 by 3 on both of them. So stations. Yeah, no, it is only 1. It's just showing you the order. So one of these is the actual building, and the other one is the ghosted one saying, hey, you need the thing on the other side. So if we go to the suit goes here and here, and the checkpoint goes there. So yeah, it's 1. It's just, it's got a whole graphic to try and help explain how it fits. Why are you not... Alright, why are you not in the medical bed? The medical bed says, if you are less... Actually, here, 9. That's why. Go to the medical bed before you die. You're mostly dead as is. Go to bed. It is more confusing than helpful. Most of the time it is helpful. It is one of those things that's just like colorization isn't necessarily enough. One downside I have with this is when I start sealing that off, there's a risk of that snow coming down in here and then venting this out to space, because we don't really know where the line between space is. But that's fine. We'll get that sorted. The good news, though, is we've got that sealed, so whenever this does vent to space, we're ready. Let's double check real fast. We don't have any more. There's a geyser over here somewhere. I heard it. It wouldn't surprise me if that's just the way it is. They've got all of these, like, steam and whatever geysers near the surface, because that's usually the way it works. So they'll put, like, geysers of different types in, you know, similar depths. Now, it won't be necessarily exactly the same. Like, you might have a gold geyser and an iron geyser or whatever, like, super deep. Or in this case, right the heck there. That's a gold. There's a gold geyser right here, but it's 4,000 degrees when it erupts. So I'm terrified to touch it, because that's those ones that I open it up, and then suddenly my colony is dying because everything around it is scalding hot and melting and awful. Let's bump up the priority so that actually happens someday. Okay. So, yeah, so we gotta wait for the branches to get up there, but the top of the tree, no harvest on that. Yeah, so no harvest on the top, harvest the rest, so we get some nectar out, and we do get the wood. Once we start getting a decent amount of wood, then I'll turn that off and whatever. So with that, our atmosphere is now venting to space. So yeah, so if we watch this here, you'll see that this is all just instantly venting out. This has still got oxygen and all that. So I think for now, this door is no longer allowed. You can come in, but you can't go out. But the hope here is that the steam, some of it will liquefy before it gets vacuumed. We'll see. If not, it's not the end of the world. We'll be able to go in here and I'll be able to, like, pop a roof on it or whatever. The downside is all those animals are doomed to die. But, you know, it's probably fine. So you can be cooking too, and we'll leave you alone. That should be pretty much all the skills you need. Because the steam will make contact with these side blocks and all that, which will cool it down, and then it'll turn to liquid. When it turns to liquid, it falls down here. And when it falls down here, then it will re-solidify into whatever's appropriate. The mercury, on the other hand, appears it's going to just stay as a liquid state now that's gotten hot enough. We can see that the animals are starting to suffocate, which is certainly not the way to go, but you know. They did put themselves right up by the surface where there's no room for them to go anywhere. Okay, we need to grab more of these lights we got set up. So move you here. There's a lot of hydrogen gas showing up for some reason over there. I wonder why. Got that one there. I love you, pretty wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
You sleep well. Never. I love you more. Alright, and I thought there was another light around here somewhere. that actually apparently takes a long time to process the critters that go into it. But that's where this hydrogen gas is, and it's actually putting out a pretty respectable amount of hydrogen gas. So, very genuinely, that might be a really good source of power. A very upsetting, but good source of power nonetheless. Hydrogen gas? Yeah, so it's basically, we could potentially, it probably is not enough to run a hydrogen generator by itself. But honestly, oh, and that, okay, so that's interesting. So this is ultimately producing an absurd amount of hydrogen gas in this room. If I could get to this and put a vent on this side, that honestly could be another place that we could just produce an absurd amount of hydrogen gas. These ones aren't working because unfortunately the larvae are up there. Those, honestly, are probably pretty abusable. Let's also go down here. We're going to punch a hole through this. And then carve that. So I can get another one of the lights down here for the tree. And everything over here is happening. Damn. Let's see. You don't think they can go back out of the hole? Looks like it looks like they need to go 2 up to get out. 2 up to get out. Yeah, no, because they go down here. 1. They should be good. If that's what you're talking about, that's what I'm... If there's someplace else, I'm not sure. Yeah, and over here is fine. So the hydrogen gas is going to slowly get its way up here. And that's what I need to figure out is how I want to... And going out? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. They climb right back up here. It's 2 tiles. We're good. All right, so let's go here and say 9, 9, and 9. Let's say play couldn't climb 2 tiles. As long as you're able to go up to it, as long as I played oxygen not included, which was pretty early from the beginning, they could always climb 2 tiles. They couldn't jump a space and go up 2. Like, you had to be able to get right against it, but they've always been able to go up and down 2 tiles. Like, unless something's changed, which, like I said, it's been since before there was any DLC for the game at all you've been able to do that. So what I'm trying to figure out is how I want to deal with this hydrogen, because right now I've got a source of hydrogen right here that would be great for a fuel thing. You're old enough to have your memory failure? Oh no, it's nothing like that about age. It's just one of those things that very easily, there's so many games out there, you're gonna lose track of stuff. Like, that's nothing bad about that. And then also, this seems like it can produce that to a pretty obnoxious pressure. I'm also wondering... how long that takes to deplete. So I definitely feel like what we ultimately want to do is we do ultimately want to make a room here that we have an opening around the top for hydrogen. And now, you know, we release the animal in there, it goes in, it gets trapped, you get the idea. So let's start getting our hydrogen room, because being able to get hydrogen easy would be really, really good. So let's go and take a ladder up here. Oh, what's going on over here? Deal with that real fast. We got more research that we don't care about. Go ahead and choose the next one. So that does give me All right, which is the one? So consumes data banks to generated by exploration. Yeah, so we can actually build that data bank and put it to use. What I want to do first is let's get the hydrogen so we can start storing it. Because we get the hydrogen so we can start storing it, it is a very, very good power source. So mine all of that out to start with. Because I just want... Hydrogen tends to rise higher than the oxygen and all that. So I do want to try and make sure I can get the hydrogen out of that space. I'll take ethanol. That's fine. I'll just take free ethanol. Okay, let's also punch through here. And the only reason I'm punching through there is that opens up another place for the animals to run through to get themselves caught by these, and then thus increase my hydrogen production. There we go. Don't dig that tile. Okay. That makes me consider a hydrogen farm. Yep. Alright, so we are going to want an airlock here. But like I said, the plan here is that what I'm going to ultimately do is build this whole area that we got blocked off. And I'm going to put an air pump near the top here. And we will need to make sure it does, like, I'll just put a detector that says, hey, do you detect hydrogen? If so, pump it. If not, don't pump it. And if I do it that way, we could slowly pump just hydrogen out of the room. And I'm going to put it below this so that it should only pump when this, like, top line is full of hydrogen. It won't be a perfect system, but it'll probably be good enough. But I'm kind of aiming for, like, the micro air pump kind of thing. Would be what I would like to do with that. And I mostly want that just to ensure I'm only getting hydrogen. If it ends up being the amount of hydrogen it produces is just high enough I can just ignore all of it, then that's even better. I don't think that'll be the case, though. But yeah, then with that, what I'd be able to do is potentially set up a hydrogen generator, which is going to be producing a lot more power than our wood generator. And we get ourselves another network set up to produce whatever it is we need to do after that. Okay, so we're starting to get just a little bit of nectar down here. We got a ways to go on that, and that's fine. But we are starting to get a little bit of nectar going on all that, so that'll be good news. I'm honestly surprised more of these aren't dead, considering they're in literal vacuum now. Yeah, and this is melting all the mercury around it. So it is going to work its way down, which is already planned to be a thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to mine that out. We're going to uproot those two. And then we're going to fill that in real quick. The good news is that it's got phosphate nearby it, so it can't go anywhere. So it is going to hollow a lot of this out over time, which is fine. Yeah, that's honestly getting to an air pressure high enough that it's going to start breaking terrain. Oh, and I see this is the map edge. That's good to see. Okay, so we don't see anything up or down yet. But yeah, so we've got just a couple of these. We can deliberately grow these. We do have to irrigate them with polluted water. But as long as I keep them wild, I don't have to do the maintenance. What is your temperatures you can handle, by the way? You can't handle freezing temp, like, you have to be below freezing temperatures. If they go below freezing temperatures, then that's its own problem. We'll keep working on that. That's fine. Yep, I did see it was right about to be time. Ah, okay. We're gonna go just a little bit longer because I didn't snooze the ad in time. And if people are gonna be subjected to the ad, I'm gonna go just a little bit over. So at least you get some payouts. So I do apologize about that. As you mostly lurk, but you wanted to say this is fit for you. Maybe finally understand this game. Yeah, no, we've played the game on the channel. It's done well. That's the thing I'm torn about is this week we had Traveler's Rest had a major update. This has had its DLC drop, and No Man's Sky has had its major update, like a major update. So I do want to visit all three of those over the course of the week. I just haven't understood, like I haven't decided how I want to split it. Do I want to do like 2-3 days of Oxygen not included, like kind of get that out of the system, do a day of Oxygen not included, then a day of Traveler's Rest, then a day of No Man's Sky, then circle back, or normally I do the split. I opted to not do that because of the complexity of the game. It felt better to just, you know, just play it through kind of thing. Alright, so now we got that dealt with. A Saturn Creeper Seed. Honestly, those things seem like they could be extremely powerful. Because considering I've only put one animal in here, and we're already dealing with like 2-3 kilograms of hydrogen gas per tile air pressure, and like we've got like that entire thing done, it feels like very quickly you could max this thing out air pressure to the point where you've got to worry about it. Yeah, so apparently this plant currently has 33, or it had 33 kilograms of hydrogen gas in it that it just off-gassed. So those things produce some serious air pressure. Honestly, for Eonic, I think I'm gonna not give you another skill right now, because I don't need you doing anything else. Well, actually, was there a generic skill? I'm trying to remember if there was a skill that's just generically good. So operating is definitely fine. Strength. So if I gave you tidying, that would give you strength so you can carry more. Because it's basically looking for... Yeah. So tidying is what we'll give you, because more strength is more carry weight. And I can give you farming for more agriculture, operating for more machinery. Okay. Man, that is a ridiculous amount of hydrogen. So it does sound like hydrogen is going to be one of my primary power sources, because realistically with that, I could potentially continue to expand my my animals here, and then just make it a thing that you just feed the spare animals into the into the hydrogen farm, which, you know, that's certainly a vibe. The sad thing is, I can also see if you were to breed pips, I could see deliberately putting pips over here so they could plant more of the animal-eating plants, and also be the food for the animal-eating plants. I'm actually surprised this thing isn't dead yet, because I'm pretty sure we don't have food for you. I'm not sure what you're eating, to be entirely honest, because you eat these, unless you're able to eat the, you know what it could be? These things, when they're sheared, they do give me the fabric. it could literally be that it's eating the fabric that's getting kicked off of it. So let's get this sealed off. Okay, what I want to do is make this a little bit higher. So yeah, let's make it that high. I want to... Yeah, we can go ahead and do this. We'll need the walking space. You know, honestly, I don't even need to go that far. What am I doing? Like, I honestly only need to go that far. Not even. Like, literally, I'm just making a pocket for the air to go to. So you can make it like that. And then by doing this, I can put the vacuum up here. The hydrogen will always go to this pocket. And that'll be good. Because I don't actually know with the chlorine how all of this will land. Oh no, it's fine. It's staying as liquid. I don't get why there's a that might just be the biome is causing that green haze in the background. But yeah, you get the idea. So we're gonna open that up. We'll ultimately in this tile up here, I'm gonna put like one of the micro air pumps and do that. And then we can have it there. And if I have to, I can yank that down later. But we'll do a micro air pump with the hydrogen thing here. It should be fine. Alright. Because that should also help keep this from bleeding over either. And what do I need for the micro air pump? It was definitely one of those ones I need another depth of technology. Yeah, you. So you need, is the yellow, let's see where the yellow was. Is the yellow miniaturization? Oh, so the yellow is material science. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and choose that one now. And I think the material science is the radiation, where you use uranium, you make energy, and you shoot a little laser out of science thing. And we'll want to set that up because I will want the miniaturization. If I have to use the large air pump, that would be acceptable. Do the large air pump here, and then put the sensor right below it. That's fine. Let's go ahead and plan that out in the meantime. So we'll go to ventilation. So we've got our gas pump. It goes there. And then underneath it, we'll do the automation. We'll do the gas element sensor. That's fine. Make sure we didn't make either of these out of mercury. What are queued up to be made out of? What material are you queued up to be made of? That's what I want to see. Okay, cool. So they're being made out of iron and the cinnabar. Because my fear was they would make it out of mercury and it would liquefy, and that'd be kind of a waste of time. So, mercury... I don't know what we're going to do with the mercury. I'm going to be real about that. So yeah, if we set that up here, we will be able to sit there and have this go into hydrogen. What we'll probably do in the short term is I'm literally just going to have a container for the hydrogen, and then maybe a wheel and a little hydrogen generator with a sensor when it needs power, just to start building up a reservoir. So we could go here to... Oh, do I not have the air storage? Yeah, so I don't have air storage yet. But yeah, so what we would do is we put like an air storage here. I could put like a hydrogen generator around here somewhere. Smart battery, wire in the automation. And then, you know, it would just pump hydrogen into that storage for however long. And then that generator would turn on only long enough to recharge the battery. And that would give me a source. And then we'd be able to use that power for other things. But we could start getting that sorted out. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, so it says next harvest. Yeah, no, it literally just... It ends up producing like 30 something kilograms of hydrogen, dumps it all at the same time. That's honestly a little dangerous by how fast it's building up the air pressure, because you look in this one here, this space is already at 16.7 kilograms of pressure. Anyone walks in there, their eardrums are popping instantly from just the sheer amount of pressure in that space. And I do believe these things will gradually eat the uranium ore until they manage to escape the room or whatever. Which is curious. I can actually make this... Oh, that's actually cool. I could make this a flat run, so these larvae, as they run around, could just get eaten. And just become a aggressive source of hydrogen for me. That's snazzy. Alright, though, chat. It is getting to be that time. I just wanted to go a little bit longer because I did mess up and, like, the ads ran. I was like, ah, crap. Well, I don't want to sit there and read out while the ads happen. So I went for, like, an extra 15 minutes or so. So at least you got something for getting stuck with those, for those who don't have the ads disabled. So for those who are watching over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be ending abruptly because there's no such thing as rating on those platforms. However, over here on Twitch, we will be going to raid out, find someone else playing stuff. We'll see what we got going on. If I can find someone else playing Oxygen Not Included that we know makes good content, we'll check them out. Otherwise, we'll just see, someone we know who does good stuff. So first of all, let me go ahead and say goodbye to YouTube and TikTok. So we're going to end the stream on you all. Just because even though I have the rights to play my outro music, it still flags anyways. Alright, so we've got all that settled. So let me go ahead and get to my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop our